Thanksgiving and welcome to the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park as RacerTV.com brings you the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. I'm Rodney Tomlin along with Jen Kenyon. And Jen, a beautiful sunshiny day greets us for Moto 1 of our motocross portion of the Olympics this year. And I'll tell you what, the stage is set for some great racing on this Thanksgiving Thursday as we've already wrapped up the championships in the Supercross. And that right there, my friends, might be a good indication of what we have to look forward to as far as these first motos are concerned.
That's right. You know, we crowned a lot of champions yesterday in the Supercross portion. There are some riders that may not have had the best start to their week, but the best part about this is we have a two-part format here at the Winter Olympics. So it's a clean slate now. Some of those riders that may not have had the best of luck in the first half, it's an all-new game here, Rodney.
That's right, Jen. And not only that, we've got the difference of motocross and supercross. Some riders might excel a little better in supercross or vice versa, and this kind of evens the playing ground a little bit, and it makes for a true overall championship as far as the Olympiads are concerned. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as the week progresses and we get into this motocross. But right now, Sean Hackley is here with us once again today, and he's out standing by. He's got a little closer look at this newly designed Gatorback Cycle Park.
Yes, Rodney, we're over here at the motocross portion of the Mini-O's. It's great to see a lot more riders coming here. A lot of riders opted to skip Supercross and just get prepared for the motocross because that's what they're used to. So we have, Mother Nature really did the track a lot of justice. The track's already wet. They haven't had to water or anything. Did a little bit of prepping, a little bit of track work earlier today to try to get some of the mud off that was still here. But, the guys here at Unlimited Sports were able to let me go out and check out the track. So while you guys are doing that, I'm gonna head back over there so we can catch up and I can watch some of these good motos we have coming up.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. And yeah, we'll take a look at some of that video footage. Right now, as we roll through this Thanksgiving Thursday, it is looks like 50 cc's out on the track. This is actually our second division of the 57 to 8 limited class, and we'll have another 50cc class, the 4 to 6 limited class, coming up in just a moment. If you know the race order and you're looking and following it with the Unlimited Sports MX program they have there on their website, you know that we are in race number 7. Just to let you know about these 57 to 8 limited class riders, there are a number of 71 riders that registered for this particular class this year. Two heat races that count toward their first moto scores. Top 16 transfer from each one of those, and they'll have one LCQ, or last chance qualifier, as we like to call it, and they'll take the top 8 out of that. So we'll get our 40-man gate. And as we open up with the 51 7 to 8 Division II, Hayden Deegan, the son of Brian Deegan, the freestyle motocross star that everyone knows so well, the 238 machine actually leading the second division, with Brian Espinoza, the 214, running in the number 2 spot. Aspen Boothby, the second or third place position, now working on the second lap of racing along with the rest of these guys. We're talking only about a half a second or less separating Espinoza and Boothby right now. Edgar Lewis, the 41 machine, he runs fourth another couple seconds back. Rounding out the top 5 was Noah Stevens. And as we wrap up lap number 2, we check in with our leader again. Hayden Deegan still out front of this one. Deegan turning a 2:26.4 lap time. He has now only a 2-second lead over Aspen Boothby, who's gotten around Espinoza now. A 2:23 lap time for Boothby. So we're looking at the possibility of this one starting to tighten up. We're looking at almost a 3-second faster lap by Boothby and only a 2-second gap separating the two. There's our leader on the screen as we see him making his way through the heart of this Gatorback Cycle Park, and not far behind comes the 34 of Aspen Boothby. And taking a look at that track, it is starting to develop quite a bit of a race face out there. And look at the lines in each one of those turns as we're joined back in our booth here at the CarMate Studios by none other than Sean Hackley Jr., who has ridden this particular racetrack on more than one occasion. Welcome back to the booth here. And Sean, check out the ruts. I was just noting the track. I know you took a ride on it. We're going to take a look at that in a little bit. But we're looking at this track now, and it's a little later in the day. And, man, this track, those braking bumps, those acceleration bumps literally look like little moguls and doubles and triples and things for some of these guys sometimes.
Yes, the track here is always great. It gets really rough. The Mother Nature really put a lot of water down on, and it got saturated in the dirt. So There's going to be a lot of lines this weekend. Track's going to break down. As you can see right there, ruts on the faces of jumps that are going to give riders a lot of problems, but it's going to be great racing.
Yeah, and of course you got to pick that rut and go with it, whichever one you want. You know, sometimes it seems, oh, mercy, a little out of shape. You can see that one right there. A lot of riders getting a good drive coming out of that particular turn, and it took Hayden Deegan by surprise. Boothby was able to get by. I believe the Espinoza got by as well, and I believe Edgar Lewis, the 41, who was running back and forth as well, getting by. So we'll reassess the situation with our leaders coming up here momentarily, but wow, what a tough break for Hayden Deegan. He was under enough pressure with Boothby putting the hammer down there. Now he's got his work cut out for him to try to make up for some lost ground, it looks like now.
Yeah, you know, like the track breaking down is going to make you able to make a lot of mistakes, so that's the key. Lines are going to have to switch up outsides. You know, the main lines right now in practice when the track was a little muddy, so later in the day I think the track's going to open up even more and make for better racing.
White flag is out on this one, so obviously just 1 lap to go. 3 laps down. Boothby, your new leader. Espinoza checking in at the number 2 spot. As far as the number 3 position is concerned, Hayden Deegan does make the spot back up. He has a 9-second gap between himself and second place, but still well within contention of a championship here, even if he does finish in the number 3 spot with this 2-moto format. Noah Stevens, the 597, checks in about 4 seconds behind in the number 4 spot. Edgar Lewis actually dropped to 5th on that lap. It looked like he ran into problems of his own with a 2:38 lap time. Little Evan Ferry, Timmy Ferry's son, also out there with us, the number 75, moving up into a 6th place position. This kid rocking it out there, a 2:30.425 in amongst riders turning 2:37s, 2:39s, 2:44s, man. You got riders, nothing wrong with it, but they sometimes can become an obstacle for some of those guys trying to turn those little quicker lap times like that.
Yes, not sure if he got a bad start or not, but, you know, at Supercross race we got to see him riding with Hayden Deegan. That was really cool to see Deegan and Ferry's children riding together. So just shows out what our future can be. Oh, and another rider going down. I think that was Boothby who just fell in the sweeper.
Oh, wow. Keep an eye on that. We'll see what's going on there. I'll finish out your top 16 real quick. Trey Atkinson in 7th. Colin Delarco in 8th. Colby Hardy was 9th. Ryder McNabb in 10th. Braden Calderon is 11th. Kyle Smith in 12th. Ivan Aldama Jr. in the number 13 spot. Bruno Carrera is 14th. Dakota Aldridge is 15th. And Leland Golazewski rounding out the top 16. That would be your final transfer spot. With one more lap to go, we still got plenty of opportunity for changes. And there's the 2:14. I believe that's our new leader, right, Sean?
Yes, it is. That definitely was Boothby who went down on the outside leading the race. I think he just got caught in a little bit of mud and stuck the front end and flipped over the bars, so hopefully he's okay.
For sure, and coming through the heart of this race course right down in front of the announcer's tower now is, looks like the Brian Espinoza, the 2:14, trying to slice through some lap traffic right now. And checker flag getting ready to fly for this Moto 1 winner. And talk about a big change of events. Remember, we had an early leader that went down, Hayden Deegan, then Brian Espinoza gotten out, Espinoza had gotten out front, Aspen Boothby had gotten out front, and then Brian Espinoza got out front. So 3 different leaders throughout the course of that race, and you know, track had a lot, I think, to do with that. So these guys really need to use the full thing that all the scientific nature that goes into designing these bikes, because the suspension is certainly getting a workout. We got Espinoza with the win. Deegan actually comes across in the number 2 spot. Noah Stevens in 3rd. Edgar Lewis 4th. Aspen Boothby drops back to 5th. Evan Ferry holds steady at 6th. Trey Atkinson in 7th. Colin Delarco in 8th. Colby Hardy, I believe we're going to see in the number 9 spot. We've got our next class off and rolling right now while we're still wrapping up with the finals of this limited 7-8 class, and it looks like Colin Delarco, Colby Hardy, Ryder McNabb, Braden Calderon, Kyle Smith, Aldama, also Carrera, and Dakota Aldridge, as well as Golazewski. Those are your unofficial top 16, and we'll be moving on next to race 8, the 4-6 limited class, and looks like, Sean, already these guys are getting things pretty dialed in as they're in the heart of this one, all across what we like to call the back of a gator now.
Yes, you know, the track's opening up. You see the 50 riders. They're looking at these big bumps right now. The brake bumps are getting big already. And like you said, we're only in the 8th moto of the day. So just looking right there, the rut's going up the face of the jump. But, you know, this is the 4 to 6 class. So they realize what they can and cannot do and the lines they shouldn't take.
So Mistelbacher, we saw yesterday actually having a pretty good run in the Supercross end of things. But, man, he is really on rails, it looks like, out here today as he opens up with the early lead aboard the 61 machine, but don't count out the traffic coming in behind him. Look at that track back there, though, man. I mean, what do you think, man? I mean, when you were riding 50s, do you recall encountering situations like that?
Yes, definitely. And like just looking ahead, you're like, whoa. So, I mean, some of the brake moments are big enough to be doubles for these guys. So it's a whole different track for them compared to the bigger bikes, you know, that there are brake moments for. These are almost as big as some of those rollers. So
Yeah, and speaking of rollers, that's something new here at Gatorback, and I know that I haven't seen anything like this other than on a Supercross that I can recall for quite some time anyway.
yes, they made a lot of changes to the track, and I think they're for the better. It used to be coming to that sweeper was a big step down into big step down to the big left sweeper, but.
What? I don't mean to interrupt there, Sean, but you see what's happening right there. The 65 of Wolf and the 61 of Mistelbacher are back. They're up battling right now for that #1 position as they make their way down into the Gator pit one final time before that long, hard drive into the finish line region. I think is it the 615? Yeah, it's the 615 of Truly, I believe, instead of the 65. But regardless, man, what a good catch, and it looks like pass now already.
Yes, that's great. I mean, the first race that we have here live today for you guys is the 50s, and it's already showing you how great the battles can be in these guys from 4 to 6 years old. So,
wow, watch him go. Looks like a change once again. Mistelbacher back out front of this one, so they're swapping back and forth, it looks like. Side-by-side drag race as they try to decide who's going to drop straight down into Gator Falls and down the Gator pit into the Gator pit. Look at that, man. That right there is literally a wall, it looks like those kids are dropping down into.
yes, definitely. You can't tell too much from TV, but it's hard not to get air off that thing because it's just such a straight fall.
Yeah, and if you look at it from the side, it's just as steep. But, I mean, looking at it like this, that's probably one of the best justices I've ever seen done by a camera angle as far as a particular hill. You can tell by the way those bikes were going down, it was virtually straight up and down. But those kids, no fear whatsoever. They got it dialed in. Truly actually is out front now. Mistelbacher has dropped off the second, so I believe – well, according to Miss Timing and Scoring, that's the way they went by. But you're right. Mistelbacher back out front. That's how they've been going back and forth there. Aaron Koval is the #3 spot. Casey Cochran, the 66, is 4th. Gavin Betts, the 72, in 5th. Aiden Dickens, 6th. Ryder Cooper, the number 14, in 7th. Jordan Renfro, the 107, was 8th. John Carver, 928, in 9th. Chase Maddox, the number 57, back in the number 10 spot. Then it was Mason Tucker, James Clough, Will Conagier, and Joseph Ballman with Elijah Odom rounding out the top 15. Looking for riders to move up in this one. I know this is just a 4 to 6 limited class, but you still got to watch out for riders like, I think, Elijah Odom. I can remember him. We had James Clough. Mason Tucker also putting together some good runs, and John Carver back in 9th. I wouldn't be surprised to see him move up also, but wow. This race has only intensified since the last lap time we saw these guys a lap ago through this section. Truly and Mistelbacher still going at it. There goes Truly. It looked like to make the pass heading under the Red Bull Arch there. And I'm wondering what's going to happen now. This is about what we were seeing there a few moments ago. But whoa, that's what's going to happen right there.
Yeah. That was a pretty hard crash. Good to see him okay.
Yeah, he gets right back up. I swear those kids are made of rubber. They bounce up right back up, jump back on those machines. You've seen him looking, trying to see how far out ahead that Truly was going to get ahead of him, and he was trying to look back to see how far the next competition was. Owen Koval was the 24 machine. He was about 5 seconds back when they crossed the finish line, but with the lap times, I'm sure that these front two runners were turning there, Sean. There's probably a pretty good chance that they might have had a little bit of breathing room, and Mistelbacher might not be in as bad a shape as what it looked like.
Yeah, hopefully not. That was a pretty hard crash, but we saw him get right back up. But one of the best things about motocross, especially the event here at Mini O's, is that we have 2 motos. You know, the first moto and the second moto combined give you an overall result, where Supercross, your qualifier didn't count as anything. It was only the main event.
Exactly. So every time you're on the track this time, every time on the track counts, so you get points scored according to how you finish. Wow, talking about the condition of that track, did you see that 24 machine, Owen Koval, the second place ride, man, what a kicker. That's why they're called kickers right there, because they kick you up. Aiden Dickens really able to, I think, make up a little more time there as he turned the 244 last time around, the Koval's 251. So that goes to tell you that he is on a rail as well himself. He's a rider to the front of the pack. Koval, that mistake, I think, might have opened the door quite easily for Dickens to get by. So I'm going to say Dickens moving up the second, Koval in third. Ryder Cooper in the number 4 spot. Looks like they're coming in the lappers there, Sean Hackley, and this is where the maturity of these 4 to 6-year-old riders are going to come into play.
Yes, definitely. Oh, see, there you go. That was a rut. That was just a little bit too deep for him. Caught his foot pegs and he fell over, which is just going to give the lead for Owen Koval. Just spread it out a little bit more, make it a little bit easier for him. But I don't think he realized so. I don't think he's going to slow down.
No, he's not going to slow down. He had Dickens so hot on the rear wheel. He's like, man, I've got to pick this pace back up. I think what happened, Koval was out there. He got satisfied in that number 3 spot, and then he got the second place position. Was thinking, all right, we'll just cruise right here, and Dickens would just put the pressure on. Remember we were talking about John Carver and Ryder Cooper and the boys a few moments ago. Ryder Cooper up to 4. John Carver after 2 is up to 5. Caden Murphy at 6. The 107 Jordan Renfro running in 7th. Casey Crocker, number 66, is 8th. Mason Tucker, he's up to the number 9 spot aboard the 277. James Clow now 10th aboard the number 10. Joseph Ballman, he's 11th. Gavin Betts, the 72's 12th. Chasen Maddox, the 57, 13th. Elijah Odom is 14th aboard the 888. And Will Conagier, the number 15 ride aboard the 708 machine, rounds out the top 15. I believe all these kids are actually going to transfer, Sean, so there's not any qualifying process for the 4 to 6 limited. We had 32 riders register for this one, so all 32 will be able to make it onto that 40-man gate.
That's great. They don't have the pressure of trying to qualify. You know, they get to go out here and just learn the track. So we're coming on the white flag lap. You know, there's a lot of elite changes. A lot of riders went down. Hopefully they're okay. But coming on to this last lap, this seems to be a good race.
"12 seconds separated. Truly your leader, the 6:15, and Owen Koval at the end of lap number 2. At the end of lap number 3, there's only 3 more seconds difference than that, so 15.3 seconds, a 2:47 lap time. So we saw about a 4 to 5 second increase in Koval's lap time that time. I think that due largely in part to Aiden Dickens' pressure he was putting on. Even after Dickens went down, he still turned a 2:50 and is only 5 seconds behind Koval. So as far as my theory goes, this third lap should be, or fourth lap, this final lap should be pretty interesting for that battle for second spot. Truly the 6:15 working his way through some lap traffic right now, but I want to keep an eye on the 24 and the 67 as we should see that one start to tighten back up. Also, John Carver up to 4th. Jordan Renfro is 5th. Ryder Cooper now 6th place, so we do see those changes as Casey Murphy is 7th. Caden Murphy is, or Casey Cochran in 7th. Caden Murphy in 8th. Mason Tucker is holding steady at 9th, and Joseph Ballman is rounding out the top 10. So there's truly not having much problem. I think he saw enough trouble ahead of him by the other riders and even behind him that he has probably said, okay, steady as she goes, Captain. Looks like we can sail this and right on into the harbor for a checker here.
Yes, definitely. You know, with these brake bumps and everything, these guys are going to have to slow down some. They can't go as fast as they want to right now, or as they were able to early in the morning for practice when the track was smooth, you know, it was soft, so they could just hold it wide open. But these brake bumps are really developing.
Yeah, and this is one of those instances sometimes where the old adage, the cliche, sometimes you got to slow down to go faster, and this might be the case because you might want to slow down, at least think a little more and take those different line choices. Maybe not look for the ones that's not so deep, a little more shallow where you can get a little more traction to the ground and get around this racetrack. There's second place, or first place truly. Second place is the one that I'm curious about again. The 24 of Owen Koval and Aiden Dickens. Will be watching for those guys to be dropping into the Gator Pit region here shortly. 15 seconds separated the two. That was a pretty big gap back to the number 2 spot, but I'll be surprised and excited to see what the checker flag will bring for us whenever it flies here in just moments. Here it is for the 6:15. Our on-track schools Moto Hero race winner coming off the track right now, Colton Truly, 2:49.992 for his final lap. Owen Koval questioning whether or not he could pick up the pace. How about a 2:46.6 for him that time around? He finishes only 12 seconds behind the leader, Aiden Dickens. This is why he picked it up, a 2:41.5. Finishes .651 behind Koval now. John Carver is your number 4 ride. Jordan Renfro was 4th. John Carver, he had some problems there, it looks like, as we take a look at that Farron Racing Top 10 report here after 4 in this 51 4-6 limited class. There's John checking in the number 5 spot. Ryder Cooper is 6th. Casey Cochran in 7th. Should be seeing Caden Murphy, Mason Tucker, and Joseph Ballman. Actually, Ballman moved up to 8th on that final lap. So Murphy drops to at least 9th, and Mason Tucker to possibly a 10th place position. I want to watch and see where this happens to check in. Wow, Tucker 9th and Chloe in 10th. So several changes, it looks like, according to our Farron Racing Top 10 report there. Sean Hackley, as we look forward to our next moto, a little track maintenance going on. Our next moto coming up is going to be, I believe, the Schoolboy 1 class, race number 9 on the docket here. And this has got a couple different divisions as we take a look at this. Schoolboy 1 Limited BC is the technical title. 63 riders signing up for this one.
Wow, it's a big class.
Two divisions coming up with 16 transferring from each. We'll have only one consi where the top 8 will transfer. With track maintenance on the track and riders getting ready for a continuation of Moto number 1. We'll be back with more with our coverage from the Mini-O's 2013 here on RacerTV.com.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
Welcome back to beautiful Gatorback Cycle Park, and happy Thanksgiving as we roll through the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics, presented to you by Pro Circuit. Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley, and this beautiful Thanksgiving day. And sunshine in Florida, that's what we've been looking for all week. The only downside to this Thanksgiving day, it is a little chilly, but temperatures are warming up, Sean. We're seeing, I think, about 58, 59 degrees right now, as we're only looking at about 60, 61 for a high, I believe.
Yes, it's great to see. You know, we've been in the sunshine state all week, and we haven't really seen the sun. It's been raining a lot, and it's great to see it come out now. Doing some track maintenance, just tilling up the dirt so it can air out some more. It's still really soft, so new lines are going to develop. You know, they're not really smoothing it out. They're just disking up the rut, so they're still going to be there underneath.
That's right. And, of course, Jen Kenyon standing by. She's got a report with us. And, Jen, I know you're enjoying the beautiful Florida sunshine today. And I guess we'll go back to Jen here in just a few moments then. So with that, I know I'm enjoying the beautiful Florida sunshine, the track maintenance going on right now. Well, I know you had a chance. We want to take a full lap here in just a few moments with the helmet cam, I know, Sean, but we do have a few clips and some highlights from the helmet cam footage that you provided there just a few moments ago. So let's go ahead and check that out so the riders can see first, or excuse me, the viewers can see firsthand of what the riders are looking at while they make their way across the track.
have a couple changes to the track right now. We used to go up here, go straight down that, do a step down, but now they switched it up, slowed the track down a little bit for some better racing. The lines are going to be good today. We got quite a bit of weather the other day, so the track's really saturated. This is one of the new parts of the track. As you can see, we're only a few motos in today, and the ruts are already good.
Wow, and what we saw there was probably, about a half hour or 45 minutes before, well, maybe close to an hour from what we saw an hour ago and what we're seeing now, the difference in the track from then to now. I mean, it was starting to develop a race face then, but, man, it's really got one now, huh?
Yes, definitely. I wish I could go out there again now. The track's great. They do a really good work to the track. As you can see right now, they're disking up. So with the Schoolboy coming out, this is a pretty fast turn. I feel as though a lot of these riders come out this roller section, and they won't have to let off the gas all the way around this left-hander.
Yeah, just keeping it pinned. And what about the changes to this? I mean, to me, honestly, again, like over at the Supercross track, we were talking about the many and multiple lines that open up. I'm not saying that Gatorback, by no stretch of the imagination, has ever been a one-line track, but it just seems like that so many more lines have been opened up with the few little tweaks that have been made.
Yes, definitely. They did a great job with the track change. It used to be pretty fast, there was a lot of sections where inside was a lot faster than outside or vice versa. But right now, since they're making a lot of the 180s, you can set your turns up a little bit different. You can go outside, inside, inside, outside, or just continue inside or outside for all your turns.
Now, I got to wonder, like what we saw over on the Supercross, looks like a lot of sand has been added into some of these turns and things. So do you think that the development of those lines that were the way that they build, and you can build multiple lines, and each one that is built, they all stay there, do you think that is also something that is helping out? Because it doesn't look like any of these lines are ever getting blown out. They just are getting more and more established.
No, them adding the sand to this track was a great thing. This track used to get a little bit hard packed, but with the amount of rain that we got and the sand added, I feel as though this is going to be, I wish some of the Nationals would do this. They're starting to, but this track's going to get rough today.
Wow, the camera's panning that parking lot right there, and that's just a small portion of what the pits that we see. That is just a fraction of it. I understand that they've opened up the peanut field, and then they've gone and they've rented somebody's dad's field next to that. I mean, we've just got what seems to be a record turnout. Kind of amazing when you look at the weather. We were talking about this early in the week, how wet and rainy it was. I mean, the temperature a little warmer, but, man, on Tuesday we woke up to some cloudy and overcast conditions, and the rain shower started falling, and it kind of made for a touch-and-go situation as far as the Supercross racing was concerned there on Tuesday.
Yes, definitely. Just going back, looking at it now, it was a mess. Monday night we got a lot of rain, as well as Tuesday morning and a little bit Tuesday afternoon, but they managed. The track managed to soak up the dirt, which was a great thing, because looking at the main events the next day, it looked nothing like this.
Right, and, this is early on, and I think we'll see it get worse and worse as time goes on. But what amazed me about that, there's Keith Tucker. He rode well in the mud, it looks like. And, a lot of these guys, it didn't matter. The conditions didn't seem to slow them down any. The track held together beautifully. I think it was a great call on the part of Wayne Kern and the Unlimited Sports MX crew. I know that Larry Brinkley and Tony Morris, they had some input and say-so on what was going on. Kip Bigelow from the AMA is here. They all got in this big wig heads meeting, and they said, all right, let's figure this out. They knew that when, and it's really neat because coming into this year, when, there's new changes and stuff to the facility that we've seen, we're rezoned, and we're now in the great city of Newberry, Florida. Allows us to start racing actually a little bit earlier, so we begin practicing about 7:15 in the morning, and that generally gets us started. So that's a half hour, 45 minutes a day that we gained, and you put that all together, and that's about 6 hours on the week. So whenever you think about that, you translate that into what happened on Tuesday. Basically, all we did was wash all the buffer zone that we had away, and we're basically back on track here on Thursday as we start these motos. I think Tony Morris said this morning we were only about 30 minutes off schedule of what we normally run whenever we get ready for motos. So I was pretty impressed with that. Good job, and kudos to the track crew and Wayne Kern and the boys up there for sure.
Yes, they're doing a great job.
All right, it looks like we're about ready to go racing. The hearts pound as the gate goes down, and the action happens in the first turn of this Schoolboy class.
I see Lorenzo up front right there in the Yamaha in second, number 83. I'm not sure who got the motorsport.com hole shot.
Well, we'll be looking to sort that one out. That might have been Hefner, the 931, grabbing that early lead in the motorsport.com hole shot, at least the early lead as they drop down Gator Falls. And, man, you know, I got to think leading off the start of one of those, that's got to be a pretty big rush going down Gator Falls and then heading up the back of the Gator. And then you got this right here going on, that 71 machine knocking hard on the door. That, I believe, is actually Shaolin Tennant challenging already for an early lead there. Look how bunched up these guys are. This is one of those classes where it's just about anybody can take a win here in this one, Sean.
Yes, definitely, and it's great to see Challen Tennant, with a good start. He didn't have the best finishes in Supercross. I know he's a great rider. He's from Texas, so I would love to see what he can do on this outdoor track, and as it seems right now, he's making moves already.
83, Lorenzo Locurcio back in the number 3, and now, did he just pass into the lead, I believe? Or?
Yes, he did. He passed into the lead, and I think Challen Tennant's also trying to follow him right now and stay close, which is great because, he was the winner of the Supercross class.
Man, that rhythm section, that's another separator right here out there on that motocross track. That little rhythm whoops, whatever you want to call them, the moguls, man. I mean, he just laid it back, put it on that rear wheel, and just right across the top of those things, man. It looked like though he was riding on a flat, smooth racetrack right there. I mean, this kid's got it dialed in. He had it dialed in the Supercross yesterday also.
Yes, it's just like coming out of that sweeper. We have a pretty big roller coming in. You can roll it and then hit the whoops, or you can go hit it fast enough and you'll be able to jump into the roller section.
Actually, Lorenzo already has a Schoolboy 1 and limited win, I think, here today, as a matter of fact. So he's on his way to or is this is Schoolboy 1? Actually, maybe he got the he got the Supercross championship in the Schoolboy class. That's what my notes are telling us. Oh, what's going on there?
Challen Tennant had a bike lockout, which is that's bad to see because he was riding good. He didn't have great races in Supercross, but he was doing exactly what he needed to do. But just a bike problem is just really nothing you can do about it.
Wow, you can tell the frustration there. The 83 machine, Locurcio, is holding steadily there in the number 1 spot and actually starting to lengthen things out and strengthen that lead here. Again, this is a 2-division race, so top 16 will transfer. The rest will go to an LCQ. We'll take the top 8 from. We'll run down your top 16 for you at the halfway point here in a moment. Right now, Tennant has dropped out of this one. Kobe Hafner, the 931, should have inherited, but I got to think that the 79 Timmy Crosby might be back there also knocking on the door. Miller Alves is back there. Let's go ahead and look at those guys. Hunter Tyson, Michael Giovanecchia, we got Tyler Pantley, Trent Williams, Bennett Mantooth, some of those guys. Well, that's your top 10, basically. Locurcio is not got any, since he made that pass there on the first lap, has not had anyone putting any pressure on him whatsoever.
No, I think the person who could have put the most pressure on this moto was Challen Tennant, but he ran into some bad luck. So we know we're going to have some fast guys in the LCQ. So, hopefully no one else has any bike problems or crashes.
Wow, check out the battle behind him. It is, I believe that's Miller Alves moving up into a number 3 spot. We'll double check that as Locurcio, the 83, checks in with the number 1 spot in lap 2 in the history books as far as lap times are concerned. A 1:47.404, 1:48.880 rather for Timmy Crosby as he's now 4 seconds back, and that is Alves back on the number 2 spot. Kobe Hafner, the 931 in 4th. Hunter Tyson in 5th. Tyler Pantley in 6th. Michael Giovanelli in the number 7 spot. Bennett Mantooth in 8th. Buddy Herring in 9th. Tom Flintrop rounds out your top 10 and still looks like with Trent Williams in 11th. Brent Gorley in 12th. Dylan Matheny 13th. Elijah Walters in 14th. Cannon Shira is 15th. And Jeffrey Ackerman rounds out your top 16 in your final transfer spot. You got Michael Sweeney, Nick Story, and Cameron Scheller just outside the top 16 and 16 and 17, 18, and 19. And Daniel Tweed rounds out the top 20 where they're literally not much more from 17, 18, 19, only about 5 seconds back to 20th out of 16th right now. So there's still some room for change there. As we check back up front, there's Miller Alves and Timmy Crosby. I believe that battle is fallen by the wayside. Alves on a mission to the front. He gets around Crosby now, and we got our gap and our calculations getting ready to go. Alves turned to 1:48.252 lap time last time around. That was about 0.8 of a second or so slower than Lorenzo Locurcio. So this time, maybe he might be able to get out front and open up and stretch those legs out a little bit. So we'll see whether or not Alves is able to reel in Locurcio. Lorenzo, the number 1 position of 147.404 at the end of lap number 1, at the end of lap number 2, at the end of lap number 3. Sean, the white flag is out, and he still looks like he's on a rail.
Yes, he's riding good, but Alves, you know, we saw him in the Supercross. He had a couple good rides going. Didn't have the best of starts, but right now, you know, we see the leader looking back at it. Might feel a little bit of pressure just seeing that he closed up some.
Alves a 146.8. Here's the flip side of that, though. Locurcio a 146.2, still a little more than a half second faster. The gap 4.9 seconds. First to second, Timmy Crosby a couple of seconds back in third, Hunter Tyson in fourth, Tyler Pantley in fifth. Kobe Hefner now dropping to 6th. We got Michael Giovanelli in the number 7 spot. Buddy Herring is 8th, Bennett Mantooth 9th. Flintrop still rounds out your top 10. There's her name moving up through the ranks right now. Brett Gorley is 12th, actually, behind 11th place ride Dylan Matheny. Trent Williams 13th, Elijah Walters 14th, Ackerman is 15th now, Cannon, Shira. I told you there was room for a change there, and it looks like it happens. And Shira is your 16th place position now. There's the leader, Lorenzo. Now, final lap, not a lot of pressure since that first lap of racing. This has been a relatively positive, well, not relatively, a completely positive, but a relatively easy moto for him to make things continue to be positive.
Yes, a little bit over a 5-second lead right now. You know, he can just cruise in, look at lines, see how they're developing throughout the day. So next time when he comes out there, I know the lines are going to be a lot better or bigger too. It's going to be a little bit rougher because they just came out after a track prep.
Checkers are out. Locurcio takes the win. Ramiller Alves is going to be your number 2 ride, it appears, unless he had some problems down there in the Gator pit just before the finish. I don't think he did, though. 4.9 seconds was the gap at the end of 3, and at the end of lap number 4, where is Alves? Is he going to check in? There he is. A 6.7 second gap. Crosby is 3rd place position. Hunter Tyson is 4th. Pantley, Hefner, Giovanelli, Nelly. We got Buddy Herring in 8th. Actually, Mantooth in 8th. Looking for Buddy Herring to check now in 9th. He lost a position or 2 there. What kind of changes we got going there, it looks like. We have, Herring holds on to 9th. Flintrop in 10th. Dylan Matheny in 11th. Brett Gorley is 12th. Trent Williams, Elijah Walters, Ackerman actually back up to 14th. Walters is 15th. They make the switch out. And Michael Sweeney, man, who was right outside the bubble nearly the entire race, pops off a 158.303 that time to pull himself into the number 16 position, the final transfer spot, as our next race is off and rolling. I believe this is race number 9B, which would be the 2nd division of Schoolboy 1 Limited.
Yes, looks like Stokes in the Yamaha number 7 gets the Motorsport.com Whole Shot Award, but he has a lot of pressure on him right now from Alexander Fry, number 28, a KTM Orange Brigade rider. So have a good battle coming up here right now. You know, Alex didn't have the best of luck in Supercross, but we did see him win a division.
Wow, man, already intensity begins to boil over. Back on the Gator's tail, as we like to call it here at Gatorback Cycle Park. Alexander Fry putting the work in. You know what it's like as an amateur to have to put the work in. And actually, you probably know what it's like as an amateur to be probably a little behind the 8 ball, you know, with a lot of pressure on you. You know, you come in, got a lot of high hopes, but those high hopes also create a lot of pressure for you. And I think Fry is one of those guys in that position, but he seems to do well rising to the occasion, I think.
Yes, he's a great rider. You know, he's one of the top guys in both his classes, in Schoolboy and in 250B. So, you know, he had a couple good rides, you know, all top 5s in Supercross, a few falls in the heat races, but he's doing what he needs to do outdoors. I know he prefers the outdoors over Supercross, and we're just going to see how he does. You know, he picked up the lead this lap, and he's going on the 2nd lap with the lead.
And he tries to stretch that lead out already. 1.1 second over Logan Stokes, and I think it's already doubled. So I think we're closer to 2 seconds already. Once he made that pass, got past the finish line, he really launched himself. So talk about that particular finish line. That's a rather unique finish line because that Gator pit, that's one of the lowest elevations, obviously, here. You go down, and then, we talk about the drop down into the Gator pit and it being nearly straight up. I think we're looking at a lot of the same thing on the way out, aren't we?
Yes, we are. They shortened the run coming up to it. We used to go up a lot higher in the turn, have a lot of speed, and you could jump halfway down the straightaway. But for, the short distance they have and him being on the 125, I'm pretty sure he had that wide open, just making as much time as possible.
Fry is on the rails out there. This kid is flying right now. Logan Stokes in second. Dylan Greer is third. Jeremy Williamson is the number 4 ride. Nathan Hall in fifth after one lap. Will Garrison sixth. Richard Jackson in seventh aboard the 238. Connor Martell, the 21, in eighth. Walter Bentonaz, the 298, in ninth. Jordan Eccles, the 886, is 10th. Then as we look back to the top 16, 11 through 16, Ashton Dickinson is in 11th. Kyler Wagner, your 12th place ride. Russell Cruza, the 905, in 13th. Chase DeSalle, the 827, is 14th. Drew Swenson in 15th. And Austin Kozad, the 138, in 16th. Your final transfer spot. By the way, Austin is the son of Kevin Kozad, the MXers for Jesus minister that comes here to the racetrack, and it's good to see Austin out racing. You'd see him on occasion as a 65 and an 85 rider, but now he's on the big bikes, man. It looks like he's really stretching his legs out. But he's got some fast ones coming in behind him. He's got guys like Ty Casey, James Week, and, of course, Colton Eigenman, who is a threat at any level on any track. So if he's behind you, you got to look out, man, because Eigenman can really turn it on sometimes.
It looks like Alexander Fry and Lacurcio lap times look about identical. So looking forward to the main event that we're going to have tomorrow and later on in the week. This is going to be a good main.
Very good observation. They were turning in that 146 range. We're looking at Fry with a 146.8 on lap 2. Stokes a 148.9, a 148.9 for Dylan Greer. So they hold nearly steady in separation between second and third. Jeremy Wilson, now 5 seconds back. He actually turned to 151. Look at the differences in these lap times, though. 146, 148, just under the 149 range. Then we go all the way up to 151s or better for most of the rest of the field. So Fry, Stokes, and Greer seem to really have things dialed in. One other rider that might have it dialed in kind of close, we saw him turn to 150.5 in amongst some riders out there. Back in 8th place, Jordan Eccles, the number 886, turned to 150.579. You got to wonder if he had a good free racetrack, how fast he'd be able to go. Look how fast Fry looks to be going right now. Did he just strap a rocket on his back, man? I don't know, hit turbo or something. He seems to be going faster now.
Yeah, he's riding great there, hanging out the back, getting his traction, putting the power to the ground. So that's exactly what he needs to be doing on this Gatorback racetrack. It's getting a little rough after the track maintenance, and there he goes again, just launching out of the finish line, just trying to make up more time and drop his lap time some.
146.8, the fast lap time this time around. Now 146.7 is the best his time, and he was. He looked like he might have picked up his pace just a little bit. Only a tenth of a second at showing there, but I'd say that he might have slowed down somewhere else on the track, and Fry probably will show us even more. Wouldn't be surprised to see him down under the 146 mark. Our virtual trainer final lap underway right now.
Yeah, Alex is riding great out there, though. It's good to see his lap times consistent. It was faster and only a tenth, but as long as you're still going faster, still going forward is the main thing.
Exactly. By the way, I want to say thanks to our friends at RacerX Virtual Trainer. That's RacerXVT.com. Complete training plans developed by Andrew Short, Jason Anderson, and also, their trainer, Seiji, and they're available for as low as $19.95 a month. And what was cool, I was talking to Tim, they say that they actually develop programs for everybody from 50s and 60s all the way up to vet class riders, A, B, C, depending on how determined you want to get into it. If you want to get really, really in shape, or if you just want to maintain something, it's a pretty good program. They send you something every day in your mailbox. Your email box, they email you a new workout program and work regimen for that day, and it's only $19.95 a month. That's something I'm checking out for sure. And I think that it will be beneficial. When you see me next year, I'm going to be a fit, tight specimen, and you're going to be like, wow, that's Rodney Tomlin right there.
Well, hopefully we'll see you at one of the classes here.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe I'll come back and race the plus 45 class or something next year. There's your on-track school moto hero, and don't hold me to that. Alexander Fry takes the win in that one as he wraps up lap number 4, 147.4 that time around, but he had plenty of buffer zone to cruise to that one in as Logan Stokes rolls across about 6 seconds back in the number 2 spot. Dylan Greer will take third. Jeremy Wilson is who we're looking for in the number 4 spot right here. Jonathan Baker in 5th. Will Garrison in 6th. Jordan Eckley's in the number 7 spot. Nathan Hall checks in at 8th. Connor Martell, I think we're looking at in the 9th spot. Ashton Dickinson, we should see in 10th spot. We'll give him a few more seconds to check in, and no changes right there as we go a little further back so we can let folks know who back home, who does make it into the second moto, so you know whether or not to expect to see them in LCQs. Walter Bittenez, 11th. Kyle Wagner, 13th or 12th. Russell Cruz is 13th. James Weeks in 14th. Colton Eigenman, told you he was fast enough to move up into a top 16 ride, and that's what he did. He got 15th, and Richard Jackson rounds out 16th. Oh, and pushing out Austin Kozad to the 17th. He doesn't make it in. Tough break for Austin, but those top 16 make it in, it looks like, there with us, Sean. And what a great setup to the racing. As you pointed out, Alexander Fry and Lacurcio, the 2 division race winners, turning nearly identical lap times. So when we see them on the track for Moto number 2, generally that should mean that should translate into a pretty intense battle between the two.
Yes, it'd be a great race. You know, they both had their great race getting good starts. I think they both got second-place starts, too. They moved into the lead and were able to check out. You know, they're on the track again, just cleaning up a couple of the faces, making sure there's no kickers, looking out for the rider's safety. I think that's one of the main focuses here at this event. Excited to see the women's class, the girls' class coming up. We have Hannah Hodges, who rode awesome in Supercross, so we'd like to see how she would go out there and do on this rough outdoor track.
A little more track maintenance going on. That sunshine generally means it starts to evaporate the moisture out of the soil, and thankfully, like we were talking about, the moisture content is pretty deep, but we still need to brush a little water across the top of some of these jumps and help maintain that moisture content in that soil. So a little water going down. We see the dozers out there working and fixing some of the faces of those jumps that might start developing a little more intense ruts out there. And, of course, with this is a good time, I think, to talk about some really cool things. You know, we talk about the majors. We talked about it the other day on Tuesday whenever we were talking about this particular event here at Mini O's. And joining us right now from MX Sports, of course, is Tim Cotter. And Tim Cotter is here and proud to announce some pretty cool things with the majors that's coming up. I know we've got Daytona Supercross coming up in February, and that always means and has meant for the last 4 or 5 years or so the Ricky Carmichael Supercross, and it looks like that's going to be back with us once again in March, Tim Cotter.
That's right, Rodney. First of all, thank you, and a great job you guys are doing. Good to have Sean with us this weekend at Racer TV. But, yeah, a lot of people have heard about the American Motocross Championships and referred to as the majors, and it is a group of amateur races and promoters that got together and said, hey, how do we make this whole thing better? So we've met a couple of times so far this year, and the majors are the Mini Olympics, the one we're at now, the Daytona Amateur Supercross, Ricky Carmichael's Daytona Amateur Supercross, out at Freestone, Texas, in Tony Miller and his team, and that is the James Stewart race that will happen in Texas. And then you have Mammoth Mountain that is in California, and then, of course, we wrap it all up with Loretta Lynn. So that is the majors, and all the organizers of those events have got together, and we work with the OEMs and the stakeholders in the racing community, the Thor and the Foxes and the energy drinks, and we meet several times a year, and we talk about each other's event, and we just try to make each other better. And so that's part of the reason we're here today, that we bring Racer TV to the Mini Olympics, and it's a great time. But the Daytona event is on sale now. If you go to mxsports.com or racedaytona.com, and you can see the class structure. We have classes from 50 cc's all the way up to the Masters. It's a 2-day event for amateur racing. Amateur races are following the pro race. So you get to go watch a pro race, then you turn around and race on that historic track. So it's a lot of fun. We hope that you and your families will come out. Go to racedaytona.com. There is a limited number of entries.
Wow, that is so cool. RaceDaytona.com, the 5th annual Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona. Sean Hackley, we're off and rolling now with our next class, which I believe is the girls 12 to 16, if I'm not mistaken. And there's Hannah Hodges out front.
Yes, like I was saying, excited to see her come out here and see how she would do on the national track. She came away with the motorsport.com Whole Shot Award, so she's doing what she needs to do, coming out, checking out the track, and having a good time.
And while she is doing that, she's also got lots of young ladies jockeying for position behind her. We got Benson Wilson, Duclos, Kylie Fosnot is back there, Norwood. We've got Neely, Gallez, as we said, Hannah Hodges. We got Wheeler, Ostadillo. I mean, just a number of young ladies out there, and the relative, again, the who's who as far as amateur girls motocross is concerned. We've got both the 12 to 16 and the 9 to 11 on the track at the same time. They start them at separate times, and we'll see a couple of different waves rolling through here in just a little bit. But it's still Hodges. We saw her running very strong out there. If you remember, if you were paying any attention to some of the Super Mini racing there a little bit ago, Sean Hackley, it was pretty intense. She was starting out in 9th. She'd moved up to 6th, was battling with Brock Pappy and a few other guys, I think Boothby, and ended up dropping back to 7th whenever the checkers came out. But she was right there in the intensity of it all. And I'm telling you, man, Hannah Hodges is coming. Boys, look out.
Yes, she's a great rider, and it's really cool to see her out there mixing up with the boys. And, the boys aren't taking it easier. And they're like, oh, that's a girl. We can't be nice to her. Just, making aggressive passes on, and she goes and does it right back to them. So that's really cool to see.
She'll show you a will just as quick as anybody will, my friends. She is Hannah Hodges, the 172, a 5-second lead in this girls 12 to 16-year-old class. Kylie Fosnot, who's, I'll tell you, she's not too slow herself. She's a pretty fast young lady is what I'm trying to get at. That 33 is second place with Aspen Neely, another fast young lady, the 71 in third. Valentina Galaz, the 98 fourth. Regan Wheeler, the 198 in fifth. Madison Seguin in the sixth place aboard the 887. 641, Reagan Colangelo is the seventh place position. I think we need to keep an eye on that third and fourth place position. That's where the battle really seems to be right now. We've got Allison Williams, Alexa Duclos in ninth. Girls 9 to 11. Jordan Jarvis checking in aboard the number 30. She's the leader there. And Sean Hackley, it looks like that battle with Aspen Neely and Galaz might be tightening up even more. I think we saw a glimpse of it on TV there just a second ago.
Yes, it was definitely a little bit tighter, but coming down to one of the hills, I think Valentina Galaz went off the track, had a little problem, hit a kicker, and knocked off the track, but stayed up, got back on the track in the safest place, and she's going to try to close it up again.
Yeah, they got separated, and I believe that Galaz is now is actually starting to close back up as we watch him come through that rhythm section now. Neely was 5 seconds behind Kylie Fosnot just a moment ago. And battles going on, it looks like, in that girls 9 to 11 class. We got Jordan Jarvis out about 6.5 seconds ahead of Taylor Snow, but Snow has got all kinds of pressure coming in. The 14 and the 8 slash in the girls 9 to 11, the second wave of riders out there on the track. Less than a half second separating them. Cameron Partereau, the 74, is fourth. Alyssa Cole in fifth, and Catherine Calley in the number 6 spot. Watching now as Hodges checks in with 2 laps complete, a 1:55.316 lap time for her. She doubles her lead over Kylie Fosnot, who's running on average about 5 seconds a lap slower than Hodges. And I got to wonder if we can't say that Hodges, in racing these guys in that Super Mini class, different classes he's racing them against, if that's not helping increase her speed a little bit. I mean, we're talking a full 5 seconds a lap faster. And I can remember times when Fosnot, Neely, and all those girls were all battling it out together.
Yes, it's definitely elevating her level some.
Wow.
Racing with the boys, bigger gates, a little bit more competitive. Not saying the girls aren't fast or anything, but racing with these boys makes her a lot stronger. And it's great to see Katie Benson get around Taylor Snow. I know a lot of people from the Mama Crew, Mid-Atlantic Motocross Association, there behind her. So I know she has a big group over there.
Yeah, for sure. Katie Benson making the pass on Taylor Snow now in that girls 9 to 11. Cameron Pardereau in the number 4 spot. Alyssa Cole. Now, that was the way they were at the end of lap number 1. At the end of 2, Jordan Jarvis is still out front. Katie Benson, as we said, in second now. A 13-second gap and running about 5 seconds slower than Jarvis's lap time. I got to think now that she's gotten around Snow that maybe she might be able to pick it up, and we could see some pretty exciting things start to happen there. Snow, Cole, Catherine Calley. Pardereau now drops to the number 6 spot, so it looks like that number 74 machine is having some issues and some problems there. Look at this. Taylor Snow is not giving up on that second place position. Katie Benson made the pass, and, by all rights, looking at lap times, you would think that she should have stretched this one out so far, Sean, but that's not the case. Taylor Snow found a little bit more throttle herself and is really keeping Katie Benson honest at this point.
Yes, definitely. Just looking at her, following some of her lines, realizing where she might have made up some time on and everything like that.
Yeah, it looks like I think I saw that little bit of a mistake coming out of that one turn by the 14 of Taylor Snow. That cost her a little bit of time, but look, it doesn't slow her aggression or her progression down. She lost that time, but she's trying to make it back up, so she's trying even harder, it appeared.
Yeah, that first lap's always a little tough, too, coming out there, not getting to see the track. These riders don't have hot laps, so as the pros, we get a hot lap. We get to check the race out before we go there, except in qualifiers. But this is a little tough. They haven't rode the track since practice this morning, and a whole lot of new bumps. They made some track changes. So where there might have been a kicker earlier, it's fixed. So
1:54.955. That was Hannah Hodges' last lap around. A 2-minute .004 for Kylie Fosnot. The gap now 15.9 seconds between first and second. Hannah Hodges is the next real deal, I think, in this girls and women's motocross. Girls back behind her, Fosnot, 15 seconds, another 15 seconds to Aspen Neely. Galaz, the 98, drops to fourth now. She's another 5 seconds off pace. 26 seconds behind her is fifth-place ride Madison Seguin. Reagan Willer in sixth. There's two Reagans spelled differently. Colangelo in seventh. Alexa Duclos in eighth. And Allison Williams in ninth. And tell us what's going on there.
It looks like right now we're on the Racer X Virtual Trainer last lap. Hannah Hodges coming up to the finish right now on a big, solid win. I think she's going to have a lead over about 20 seconds. So, that was a great race for her. She got the motorsport.com whole shot and took off with the win.
And Hannah Hodges, your on-track schools Moto Hero race winner for race number, I believe that's 10, the girls 12 to 16-year-old class. Hodges will take the win, a 1:55.01. She barely let up any whatsoever. A tenth of a second slower is all that she was. She had a 1:54.955 the lap before that. 22 seconds ahead of Kylie Fosnot in the number 2 spot. And one of two things are going to happen here, Sean. This is either going to demoralize these girls, or this is going to inspire these girls to dig deeper and to push harder and try to reach that next level as Hannah Hodges has done.
Yes, definitely. Like all the girls are getting older, so Hannah Hodges might be able to bump up to the women's class next year. So for Kylie Fosnot, she may be a little bit younger. I'm not too sure. And as for, she has third place coverage. So, maybe next year she will be in the shoes that Hannah Hodges and that she was with her.
For sure. And quite possibly, like I said, she is most likely going to dig that much deeper and train that much harder to try to say, hey, Hannah be back. If she's going to be back, she knows if she's not going to race her at this level, she's going to have to race her in the women's level eventually someday anyway. Hey, checking in, it is looks like Hodges, Fosnot, Neely, Galaz, 1, 2, 3, 4. Seguin is fifth. Reagan Wheeler in sixth. Reagan Colangelo should be checking in seventh, with Duclos and Williams rounding out 8 and 9. As we watch the girls 9 to 11, Jordan Jarvis checks in. Katie Benson and Taylor Snow had that battle going on last check. Snow was about a second faster. There was 1.7 seconds separating the two. when they last crossed the finish line at the end of lap number 3 and took that white flag. They were also some 15 seconds behind Jordan Jarvis, and this time around they're 23 seconds back. Katie Benson takes the second place spot. Taylor Snow is third. Alyssa Cole in fourth. Catherine Calley rounds out your top 5 with Pardereau, Wilson, and Fox 6, 7, and 8. That's your Farron Racing top 10 in the girls 12 to 16 and girls 9 to 11. A little more track maintenance going on out there, it appears. And we're going to be continuing with more racing. Race 11, another vet class coming up. Mad Mike Jones, Jimmy Neese, Macia, Barry Karsten, Mike Sandoval. We've got Chad Murphy. We've got John Gruey, Earl May. We got the Powers boys, Vale, LaDonano, Schaefer, Patton, Frenchie's out there, Palmer, also Zing, Castroni, and Haas, just to name 18 of the vet 35-plus class riders. Well, right now, a little more track maintenance is underway, and we still got plenty of racing to come as the Florida sunshine rains down on this happy Thanksgiving Thursday in celebration of the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. And we'll be back with more right after this.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
Said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And welcome back here to the Mini O's, a.k.a. the Thor Winter Olympics, presented by Pro Circuit. Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley. Jen Kenyon here along with us as well. You Twitter nuts, don't forget, hashtags Mini O's 2013. And also, not only that, if you want to follow us on Twitter, at Racer TV on Twitter and Instagram. I know Jen's been tweeting out, and she's also been Instagramming, and that's her down there right now looking for the next big story that comes along. And Jen Kenyon, if you can hear us down there, give us a big wave. Give us a shout-out. What's going on? What's the atmosphere down there like as we roll through this day? I know that there's a lot of folks down there. The start line seems to be where a lot of hustle and bustle is taking place.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting down here. It looks like we're about to get underway with one of the A classes because all of our big names are hanging out down here on the starting line. You see them kind of a little broken up in different groups, so I think we got a little bit of rivalries going on. These guys are just, talking strategy, but they don't want to talk with everybody, so they're kind of just only sharing that information with their buddies, it looks like.
So you mean you're telling me they're carrying into this 35-plus class the same rivalries they had back in, say, the 85, 7-9 class back in the 1980s or something like that, huh? That's funny. Jake Kenyon down on the start line right now. RacerTV.com. Great analyst, great pit reporter. Oh, she does it all. Also media manager. And Sean Hackley. I got to ask, man, have you been tweeting out? Have you been hashtagging Mini O's 2013?
Actually, I need to get on that. I have pretty bad service here. I would be doing it all the time.
I know that when they shut the door in the car mate or trailer studio, you always say, what happened to my phone service?
Yeah, it's a little bummer, but, it's great that I'm in here. I'm getting able to watch the track live, all the races. Or I think even if I was here watching, I would try to have Wi-Fi right now and watch this because you can't see the entire track here. It's very big, really spread out, and we're able to get the entire track.
Yeah, we are, and that's pretty amazing, actually, and really proud of what we're able to do. proud of the folks that help make it possible. You know, guys like motosport.com, those folks exceptional. I don't know if you've ever dealt with motorsport or not, but fast 3-day free shipping. I mean, the unbelievable, the great things that they have. And speaking of motorsport.com, here's the motorsport.com hole shot that is underway. And it looks like the number 70, John Gruey, is taking over the early lead in this one. And Gruey, man, he is a force to be factored with when it comes to these vet class races here, Sean Hackley.
Yes, definitely. You know, he got a whole shot, I think, earlier in another class, too. But this is a stacked class. We have Mike Jones in here, Jim Neese, Barry Costin, and Earl May. You know, we saw some good battles with them going. And I think Pedro Gonzalez was also in this race.
Isn't it funny, did you ever think that you, number one, would ever be announcing, but if you ever thought of announcing, did you ever think you'd be announcing races with Mad Mike Jones and guys like that in it at all?
Not a chance, because growing up when I was on 50s and 60s, these were the pro guys that I used to watch and look up to. So it's pretty cool looking back at it now because I'm familiar with all these guys.
Yeah, you actually got to watch them in their heyday, didn't you? And now you get to see them as they are winding down and bringing their own family up, doing where you started at, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Just a full circle, and that's great to see. You know, motocross is a family sport. You know, we're here at Thanksgiving. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, everyone, by the way. And, you know, it's good to see that, you know, the fathers can come out and race as well and watch their kids and just have some fun.
For sure. It's Jimmy Neese back to the number 2 spot. You might recognize Jimmy Neese as being one of the top local arena cross stars. He hits a lot of those little local arena crosses, and man, he's always been a factor there. And plus 35, he's still contender for a 450 or 250 pro class win. We got him in the number 2 spot. What was that, the number 31 or?
Yes, Barry Carson's up there, and then also Frenchie's up there too. I think he's in the 3rd spot. We saw him in Supercross getting a lot of hole shots.
Palmer there, that Frenchie guy. Now, you're from up around Pennsylvania. Did you ever get a chance to talk with him? Does he speak in a French accent or anything?
No, he doesn't. So I never understood why, you know, just like everybody's like, oh, that's Frenchie, that's Frenchie. So I'm like, okay, so then he learned French to talk to him. But, you know, he's just a really friendly guy, you know, great rider. Obviously, he's a great star. He's been getting some good starts all week.
So he doesn't come up and say, oui, Sean Hackley, nice to see you.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not like Christophe Purcell, anybody.
So there you go. Frenchie with the non-French accent. That's Palmer there. And as we check the leaderboard now, the Farron Racing leaderboard, the top 10 will look like this. And, you know, it's taking a little bit of time, I think, for whatever reason. I want to get the particulars correct for you, but we know John Gruey's still out front as we watch this battle unfold right now. Jimmy Neese in 2nd, Greg Palmer in the number 3 spot. It's Mike Sandoval up to 4th. I guess that was Karsten back in 5th. There's some changes going on. Fernando Macia in 6th. Philip Haas, the 871, is 7th. Mad Mike Jones, he's the number 7 and 8th. And Earl May in 9th aboard the 82 with John Vale, rounding out the top 10. And yeah, like you said, man, when you were little, a lot of these guys were the top guys in the sport, and to get to watch them out here right now is pretty cool. Gruey, Neese, Palmer, Sandoval, and Karsten now putting some pressure on the guys. Michael Sandoval under all kinds of heat right now.
Yes, it looked like Carson had got around him, but coming through the rollers right now, Sandoval got back around him too. You know, I thought Carson was going to try to make the pressure on Palmer, but it looks like he got him back. He's fighting strong, and these guys are ready for the outdoors.
Boy, I don't think Frenchie realizes what's coming behind him right now. Full head of steam for Mike Sandoval and Barry Carson. Sandoval does not want and does not like to be passed, does not like to lose, and especially if he can push himself to the utter edge to ride against Barry Karsten right now, he's going to do so because he wants those bragging rights of this first moto in this plus 35 class, if nothing else.
Yes, and it looks like Jim Neese closed the gap some on the leader, John Grew, on the number 70 Kawasaki. So we have another race coming up good. Jim Neese's lap time was about a second faster. So, you know, the leader pulled 2-second lead, and Jim just closed it to a second. So we have a battle coming up on our hands.
Oh, yeah, full second faster, Jimmy Neese. And if he pulls another full second faster, they will literally be side by side when they go past the finish line. Here comes Gruey jumping up onto the back of the Gator now. There is Neese, Jimmy Neese, back there in the number 2 spot. Track still rough. I mean, they've been working on this track, and it's still got some rough spots in it out there, but they have certainly made the faces of these jumps look a lot cleaner, and also not so critical on choosing which rut you're going to ride up, I think, at this point.
Yes, it's making it a lot safer. You know, we had very few injuries in Supercross, which was great to see in a lot jumpier event, you know, people aren't used to, but you know, they're keeping the track safe, but also keeping the track techno. It's good to see so that we can make it towards the second motos, everybody, and get out here healthy.
Hammered down. Jimmy Neese is closing in on John Gruey. Some of those arena cross skills through some of this tighter technical stuff off the Gator's tail there now. Starting to pay off for the number 14 machine. And John Gruey recognizing, I think, that with feeling and hearing that four-stroke. Neese is looking down there. I don't know if there's something in the shifter or what, but see him looking down on the left side there. Hopefully there's nothing going on there that's going to slow him down.
What's kind of weird is that I don't remember announcing Jim Neese's name in a Supercross event, even though I figured that'd be his strong point.
You would think that, but Neese really kind of focused on the local Arena Cross Series more than the National Arena Cross Series. He did a lot of National Arena Cross, but he never did really make the step up to Supercross. And you know, he found a good living, actually a super good living, by running around, going to places like Columbus, Ohio, Charlotte, North Carolina, Dayton, Ohio, Huntington, West Virginia, and places like that, and racing those types of indoors. Look at the battle going on for third now. That is, we got red cross flag out, which means somebody's down at the bottom of the Gator Falls there. Hopefully everything's going to be okay there, and hopefully it's neither Gruey or Neese either. Palmer and Karsten battling for that number 3 spot right now.
Looks like Barry Carson's make up a little bit of time on Palmer right there. I think he got around. I think that might have been the rider that we had down, Sandoval. I think he might have been the rider who went down because I'm not seeing him on our Fair and Racing top 10.
Oh, that's too bad. Gruey still out front, or last check was. Neese, let's see what's going on there. There's Palmer and Karsten, and here comes that 17 of Fernando Macia. He's getting in the mix of things also. So Karsten's being pushed while he's pushing Frenchie. This is the final lap for these guys, so whatever happens here is how the first moto is going to unfold. And we know the second moto carries the most weight, but I know these guys, there's a day or two that they're going to have to take a lot of ribbons, so they're going to have to try to push it. Barry's going to pick it up. And look at this, they're closing in on Neese at the same time.
This is a great race. I think all the races today have been great so far, just warming up for this next upcoming moto at 450A.
Who was that just went off to the side? Okay, that was a lap rider.
That was a lap rider.
Yeah, I thought, man, we had maybe somebody having some problems up ahead of him, but that's not the case as we come around for the checkers. Gruey takes the win. He's already got the checkers in that the battle for second. I believe it's going to be Jimmy Neese.
We have another
Palmer.
lap. So this is going to be even better.
Wow, Neese drops all the way back to 5th there, so he might remember when he was looking down.
Okay, that wasn't a lapper. That was Neef. He was looking down.
He was looking down that one lap. I believe we got another lap to go. The checkers aren't out yet. I thought this was a 4-lap race, but it must be a little more than that, so we still got some time to go. But remember, Neese was also looking down at that one point where I got to think that maybe he's having some sort of an issue out there on that number 14 machine. Earl May in 6th, Philip Haas in 7th, Mike Jones is 8th, Chad Murphy 9th, Matt Powers rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of deep ruts out here. They're fixing the track, but the ruts keep developing and evolving. So, you know, maybe he leaned over a little bit too much and bent his shifter or brake pedal out or something like that.
That's that's highly likely, as a matter of fact. But, yeah, we still got one more to go. And Frenchie's still under pressure there from the 31 of Karsten. Karsten, though, man, look at that. He's starting to search out lines a little more aggressively, I think, than what he was earlier in the race.
Yes, definitely, because, you know, coming into the main event, you know, this is the 2-moto format. So 3-1 will not beat a 1-2.
Oh, here comes Karsten. Karsten's trying to pull the trigger on this one, but Frenchie cuts him off right there. I thought Karsten was going for it through that rhythm section, but Palmer felt it coming, I believe.
Yes, definitely. So I think Carson's going to try to sweep around the outside right now. He doesn't have much time left because the next few turns coming up right now are pretty tight, but he's trying to come around the outside.
Here we go. We're heading down through the old spectator tabletop section. Look at Karsten really railing the outside of that one. Karsten threads that needle coming in around that wall and takes over the number 2 spot now away from the 444. Palmer, John Gruey's already checked in, and we're watching this battle for a second spot right now. And Karsten coming up out of the Gator pit right now secures the number 2 spot with Palmer. Frenchie taking the number 3 position. Fernando Macia. Can you imagine him, man? He's like there, wow, what's that? That had to be a heck of a battle to watch from that 4th place position for him.
Yes, definitely. That last closing lap, he might have thought those two guys would have got together, then gave him the position.
So Jimmy Neese, we would expect to see in 5th place, but again, he dropped so much so quick. Earl May gets around him in 5th. Neese does hold on for 6th, so there is a little salvage there. Philip House, Mike Jones, Chad Murphy, Matt Powers is the way we expect to see the 7, 8, 9, 10 positions as we check out our Farron Racing top 10 board here. Once again, reminding folks, Twitter. And follow us on Twitter at Racer TV and also on Instagram at Racer TV.
Look at that. You know, Thomas Covington out there. He couldn't buy a start in Supercross, but right now that the gate dropped, he gets the first whole shot of the 450A moto today.
Yeah, there's the 64 machine of Covington, as you pointed out. Didn't have the ease and the goodness of a great start, but look what's behind him right now. That's the rider that seems to have the most confidence rolling into this one right now. R.J. Hampshire. Hampshire actually winning, I believe, a 250A championship out there, and as well a major contender for a lot of other classes. He got 250A and 450 Pro Sport. So this 450A class should lend its hand specifically to that R.J. Hampshire, so everybody better be looking out, I believe. But Tom Covington, he's not listening.
No, and I think the 4 pro classes, and R.J. won 2, and I think he got second the other 2. But you have Luke Renzland behind him, giving him some pressure.
Yeah, Renzland rode some good races as well. I'm not sure if he got him a championship. Yeah, he actually did. He got the 250 Pro Sport Championship. So there's a couple of champions in the top 3 right now battling it out. So Renzland there aboard the 343. He's got Covington as well in his sights, only he's got Hampshire between himself and Covington to achieve that #1 position at this point.
Yeah, so we're supposed to have Dakota Alex out there, but I think he sustained an injury in Supercross, so I don't think he'll be with us for the outdoor portion.
So that little get-off he had yesterday was a little more than what we thought, huh?
Yeah, I saw something on Instagram, him saying he took a foot peg somewhere, so hopefully he's all right.
Ooh, that was the nasty part of that one. I know he bounced pretty hard, but the foot peg had to be the insult to injury. Covington leading this one aboard the 64. Less than a second behind the 321 of R.J. Hampshire. Another second back, Luke Renzland. Marcus Nielsen in 4th. Keaton Ward in 5th. It's Cody Chisholm, 32 slash in 6th. John Murray Barr in 7th. Robert Piazza Jr. is 8th. Andrew Bristol in 9th. Andreas Benanula is rounding out the top 10.
And it looks like Hampshire having a little bit of problems coming over the roller. He opted to go outside it, and he flew off the track. But Thomas Covington's out in the lead. We saw earlier in the moto, Nick Gaines got the whole shot, and Thomas was right there with him the entire time, but just couldn't get around him.
Well, top 16 transfer to Moto #2. It is a 2-division race, and Hampshire down. This could be exciting from a race fan standpoint, because now the 321's got a lot of ground to make up, and he's got pressure coming in from that 4th place ride of Marcus Nielsen.
Yes, we haven't seen Hampshire make many mistakes. You know, we made him see a bobble in Supercross, which enabled Renzland to win. Renzland had pressure on him the entire time, but, you know, Renzland has some pressure on him now, and he fell over, so Renzland's going to try to go after the leader.
Monster Energy Kawasaki ride, Tom Covington, followed then by the Yamaha ride, I believe. Is that a Rock River or Yamaha?
I'm not sure if he's riding for Rock River or Horton Racing.
Or Horton. Probably is the Horton Race. I think he is part of that Horton Race team. I know that there's like 3 different elements to that whole Yamaha, the Blue Crew program down there, and they've all got some great support. Horton Racing, Triangle Cycles, Rock River Yamaha, all those guys banding together to help make this national circuit team what it is, I believe.
Yes, and it looks like Renzland's closing up the gap some on Tom Covington. So Tom needs to focus, hit his lines, get a little bit smoother, start sweeping stuff, and stop sticking to the insides.
Well, Hampshire lost a total of 5.1 seconds behind Renzland as he dropped from 2nd to 3rd. A 1:47 lap times all, so he only lost about 6 seconds total whenever it was all said and done. So Hampshire back up pretty quick and back to it. Nielsen now 3 seconds behind him in 4th. Remember, he was pressuring him when he first got up, but Hampshire found that throttle once again. Cody Chisholm is up from 7th to 5th, now aboard the 32 slash. That puts Keaton Ward, the 131 in 6th. Andrew Bristol in 7th. Robert Piazza is 8th. But Benanola, the 151 in 9th. Trevor Tate is running 10th. Larry Parton, Bo Parton Jr., the 11 is in 11th aboard the 419. Alex Spade, the 20, is 12th. Forrest Smith, 467, 13th. Chris Morris, 94 and 14th. John Murray Barr in 15th. Joey Deneen in the 16th and final transfer spot. We're watching the 321 now And Sean Hackley, what's going through this rider's mind right now? He had about a 5-second gap between he and Rensland. Rensland turned one of the fastest, actually turned the fastest lap of that lap, a 140.489. You got the fastest guy on the track ahead of you and 5 seconds ahead of you. What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, last lap wasn't a good lap for Hampshire. He flew off the track, and I think 3 turns later he had his tip over. So, for only losing 6 seconds, that wasn't that bad of a lap. But, he has a clear track ahead of him right now. So let's see what kind of lap time he can do.
I can imagine, though, the 6 seconds with the adrenaline rushing the way that it is probably seems like a lifetime in some respects. But check out the lap times
That's
now.
That's what I thought exactly he would do.
Covington a 140.884, Rensland a 140.984, and 0.8 of a second faster is R.J. Hampshire, 140.199. That's the good thing. The bad thing is he's got a 5-second gap he's got to make up, and only doing 8 to 9/10 of a second faster lap is not going to make it happen with as little time as we have left to go. 3 laps down. We're working on lap number 4 right now. This 4:58 Heat 1, top 16 once again to transfer.
Yes, but it's good that we also have a little bit more time because we're outdoor. Lap time's a little bit longer, like right there. Rensland makes a mistake and ends up stalling his bike.
And he doesn't seem to have too much of a sense of urgency to get it fired back up. And I believe that, did Hampshire go by or not? Maybe not.
Yes, he did. But see, that's one of the things at the KTM. They have an electric start. So when you stall it, you just hold your clutch in and press the button. All the different manufacturers. I'm sorry, but I love my KTM.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Those are spectacular bikes out there for sure. And wow, R.J. Hampshire probably just got handed, and very easily could have got handed a championship. You know how we always talk about these 2 moto formats. The second moto always carries the most weight, so if he can come out and score well in the second moto, then he's right where he wants to be anyway.
Yes, as far as motocross, second's as good as the first in the first moto, as long as you beat the person that was in front of you in the moto before.
Exactly. There are a few variables there, but yeah, you're right. 4 laps down now. Mechanics out there giving him the mechanics board. What do you tell a rider like the 321 of R.J. Hampshire heading through these final laps like this, 3.5 seconds down? Running a full 2-second faster lap. Covington a 142.312, a 140.312.
Wow, that was exactly 2 seconds, which that's not what Covington needs. But as far as pit board goes, each rider's a little bit different. Some people like a little motivational stuff. I like for my mechanic or whoever's holding my pit board just to tell me something funny, help me relax, loosen up some, not get so tight. And I feel that's what Covington needs right now, just something to say, hey, ride, go have some fun, hit your lines.
Wow, look what's going on there. R.J. Hampshire stretching out the legs. Tom Covington taking nothing away with what Covington is doing right now. He's riding the race of dreams right now, not even realizing, I think, at this point that Hampshire is on the rail that he's on right now. Until about right now, he might start to hear that big 4-stroke motor rumbling in behind him, coming down this rhythm section. Whoa!
Ooh, yeah, Hampshire got a little squirrely right there, but, Hampshire's been riding great. You can see he's been training with Timmy Ferry, and they've been doing a lot of work.
Well, we talked about the rider that didn't look like he was pushing any whatsoever, didn't ride any sense of urgency. Well, you can tell R.J. Hampshire is pushing it a little bit, but still no sense of urgency, and still look how fluid he is, and look with each turn, he closes in that much more. I think a bike length, every time that bike comes off the wheel, he jumps that much closer to the number 64 machine.
Yes, and it's going to be another great lap. It might be a little bit demoralizing once Thomas knows that Hampshire actually fell at one point and went off the track and then still caught back up to him.
Yeah, and that virtual trainer final lap now underway, the RacerXVT.com.
A 139.9 for Hampshire that lap, so even faster.
Wow, that brought him to within 3/4 of a second behind Covington, but I think we know as well as anyone that that's even tighter than that now, as we now back at the Gator, and Hampshire is all but on the rear wheel of your leader, Tom Covington, at this point.
Yeah, so it's one thing to make up the time, but he also has to try to make some passes. They're grooming the track, prepping it. So, like right now in this turn, we had 8 ruts there a few motos ago, but right now there's just the main line. So Hampshire's going to have to try to make up some time, not follow like that, just in case Thomas makes a mistake, it doesn't affect him.
That's what I was getting ready to say. If Covington would just happen to make a mistake right there, that could have been a hugely detrimental mistake to.
Then Rensland could have been right there. So maybe they should do that and just give us the last few laps burn. I mean, a few turns.
Well, let them do that because it could make it a lot more exciting. You're right to make the race call here on this Thanksgiving Thursday. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone back home watching as well. We hope that you're enjoying what the Gatorback Cycle Park has to offer as we celebrate 42 years of the Thor Winter Olympics here at Gatorback, now into the town of Newberry, and with a new era, here comes the 321 of R.J. Hampshire.
I think, Thomas has this locked up because you can't make a pass here. And guess what? This is just the first division of 450A.
Did I just hear you say you can't make a pass here? Something changed there that I don't know about. On track school Moto Hero winner is going to be Tom Covington. R.J. Hampshire right behind him. I know you're right. It is tough to make that pass in that final turn, but believe it or not, I've seen it happening a few times. And with the way this track is laid out now, and I think the likelihood is becoming more and more possible for it to happen. So I was getting that there.
Yes, definitely. A pass can always be made. Someone can make a bobble, but as the laps that I rode earlier, that inside line was really tight, the main line, and outside was a little bit muddy.
Oh, is that right? So that right there could make a lot of sense heading up to that final lap, and that might be why we see that separation, because it'll be really, really tight.
Yeah, definitely. The rut was really close to it. I think I even hit my front brake on the hay bale there. It's one of those big.
So if you got out of that line, because I've seen those guys go down in there tight like that, and it looks like they're like a tenth of a second apart, and then all of a sudden they're like 3 seconds apart when they reach the. That could explain a lot of what's going on down there. Jen Kenyon standing by. What's going on, Jen?
Thomas Covington, you finally got that start that you've been looking for in the Supercross portion. How did it feel to finally get out there early on out front?
Yeah, it just feels good to be out here on the outdoor track. I've always struggled a little bit with the Supercross, so just back in my own little niche here, and got the start I needed, and then just rode hard from then. I could feel RJ back there coming, but just tried to stay out front. It was a good race.
RJ had kind of a drama-filled race. He actually went down and caught right back up. Could you tell that was him right there on your heels at the end?
Yeah, I didn't know who it was, really. I thought it might be Rensland or whatever, but I was just trying to stay up and not make any mistakes. Ruts are pretty big out there, so yeah, the track's awesome. It turned out good.
All right, so we got Division II coming up. I'm sure you're going to stick around, scout out those guys, see who you've got to go up against here in Moto 2.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, congratulations again, Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. Wow. Camera getting a little crazy there, but we are off and rolling with our next division of 458 class riders there, and looks like
Gaines.
Wow, Gaines really making some big things happen out here this first time around, and he's got company coming though with that Suzuki pilot. Who is that? That's
Matt Burking.
Yeah, 820 there, I believe, in that number 2 spot. Jeff Walker running in the number 3 spot aboard the 84. Franklin Norgate is the 4th aboard the 78. Cole Robbins rounds out your top 5. We got Rainier Maja in 6th. Carlos Bandali in 7th. Brandon Slane is 8th. Darian Sinai is 9th. Colby Mullins in 10th. Jason Ostadillo 11th. Will Allen in 12th. Benjamin Fitzpatrick in 13th. Matthew Minsonen in the number 14 spot. Cody Williams is 15th. Your final transfer spot, Richie Trevelise. Then you've got Mike Ross, Noah Markel, Nathan Laporte, and John Marinos rounding out the top 20. Top 16 once again is what transfer. 1 lap down so far. Gaines still under pressure, and it looks like Burkeen under pressure from Jeff Walker. So we're about to see a 3-way battle royale, I think, shape up for the number 1 spot if those two can reel back in the 707 there.
Yes, Nick Gaines, I talked to him earlier this week, and he said he was really looking forward towards the outdoors. And earlier this morning, I think we had a 250 race, and he got the whole shot in that and checked out and won. He had some pressure from Thomas Covington, but he's doing the same thing this moto.
Wow, Walker all over Matthew Burkeen right there. It was only 0.3 of a second separating Gaines and Burkeen at the end of that first lap, but since then, Jeff Walker closed up. Burkeen has gone into as much of a defense mode as he has an attack mode. He's just trying to salvage second place at this point, dropping back down into the Gator pit. Back and forth, Suzuki pilot Franklin Norgate, a 78 machine. He was 1.9 seconds back of that battle only a lap ago with Cole Robbins, the number 80, in the number 5 spot. Back out to checking with this front battle. 145.9 for Nick Gaines. That's why he stretched it out ahead of everyone else. Burkeen a 148.3, while Jeff Walker turned to 146.8. And here they drop down into the Gator pit down Gator Falls. Wow, I believe so. You're bringing up a good point there.
These guys are riding great, but as I recall, Hampshire and Thompson's, Hampshire ran a 39.9, and I'm sorry, Covington ran a 140.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
these guys are 5, almost 6 seconds slower than them. Even though they're out here winning, doing their thing. That first division was really fast.
Yeah, it was. That was a super fast division. So that means either these boys are laying back a little bit, or they may not be much of a factor come Moto 2 if they don't pick it up whenever the gate drops on that one. But I think a lot of times, there's a lot of different variables that you have to deal with when it comes to that. And I would imagine that these boys might possibly pick up the pace a little bit more if they had the guys that, like Hampshire and those guys out there battling. But again, watching those others that we watched battle there in Division 1, those are the same guys we saw also battling out in the Supercross track. So maybe just at this point, that might just be the elite part of this class, at least for the moment. Maybe they'll prove me wrong by the end of the week, though.
Yes, definitely. Just looking at the faster riders in that first division lines, they were the guys that won the Supercross titles. Nick Gaines, he got a second, I believe. But, in this race, there's no reason to just push as hard as he possibly can. He has a pretty big lead coming out right now. Last lap was 2.5 seconds, and this lap coming is 5. So,
well, I believe if we look at it from earlier today, the 258 class, in some of our qualifying action, Nick Gaines actually won a 258 division race. Hampshire won a 258 division race also. So neither one of these guys have had a chance to. I don't believe he's. Yeah, they haven't matched up on the outdoors yet. So it will be interesting to see. Nick Gaines, if he does what I'm thinking he would do, which would be rise to the occasion when you got the likes of some of those other riders on the track.
Yes, and definitely, because in both of his motos today, he got the whole shot, which is one of the best things to give you one of the best chances. So getting the whole shot right now, him just riding comfortable and pulling away, there's no reason for him to try to go a little bit faster or push harder. He's doing what he needs to do. This is a long day here at these amateur events. We're not sure how many more motos he has today.
Exactly, and not only how many motos he's got today, but you got to think, you want to ride the edge, you want to push yourself, but if you've got the confidence to already ride that fast, why show all your cards when you don't have to? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it's a week-long event. Some of the pros, we get to ride 3-4 times a week, and then we race on Saturdays. These guys race every day for, I think, 6 days straight, so bodies can be sore. He might as well hold back a little bit and reserve some and save it for when it counts.
These guys have to calculate it, and everybody calculates it different. Everybody comes up with a different formula, it seems like, what works best for their programs. And right now, Gaines, a 144.3 is working great for his program because it's got him some now about 7 or 8 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Burkeen, the 820, and second at the end of lap number 3. Jeff Walker was third. I think those two are still going at it right now, or they switch it up.
It looks like the number 78 on the Suzuki has caught up to Jeff Walker.
Wow,
they're coming out with a battle now. I think Burt King might have opened it up a little bit.
Yeah, nearly 3 seconds now over the third-place rider, Jeff Walker, but it is Norgase that is running in the number 4 spot, less than a second back as they drop down into the Gator pit now.
That's just really cool view to see. That's one of the coolest things about this track. I remember on 50s, rolling down that thing. I thought I was going to flip over just rolling down it. So it's pretty cool to see now. Now you can jump to the bottom of the, jumping halfway right now. I'm not sure how the rut is in the turn, but later in the week I'll know they'll be jumping to the bottom.
Yeah, and riding up and down that in a dozer is a trip as well.
Yeah, that would be scary.
I've ridden the dozer up it before. It's fun. It's definitely an adrenaline rush. It's not speedy for sure, like it is on a motocross bike, but it's got its adrenaline rush about it. That's for sure. Look at this. Here they go, man. Heating up off the tip of the Gator's tail right now. Jeff Walker, Franklin Norgase now battling for the number 3 spot. We're in the top 3 positions heading into the finals of this motocross portion. If they can hold on through this lap right here anyway, they're going to go right straight to the second motos and position themselves for a championship. Darian Sanai back in the number 5 spot. He's dropped some 5 seconds back, but actually he's picking up on those guys because if you look at the lap times right now, the 4th place rider Norgase a 147.2, Walker a 149.2, but look what's going on with Sanai, a 145.6. Sanai actually I think was about 8th place only a couple of laps ago, so he's moved up. Will he be able to challenge here heading into the last couple laps.
Yes, he just passed the rider in front of him, and they're battling right now. We talked about Sinai during Supercross where he's not even riding a 450, so he's on a 250. It affected him on the start, but, later in the race, the lighter bike, maybe a little bit stronger, has a little bit more strength than in the moto.
There you go. Sinai up to 4th place position. 9/10 of a second now behind Walker. Walker was feeling that pressure from the 78 machine. It's really shocking to me to see how he got up there and spreaded that needle so quickly and so easily. And I got to wonder if Walker even realizes the position has been changed behind him now as Sinai tries to go around the outside, and he does it. Look at that. On the outside, makes the pass. He sets himself up for the inside of the bottom of that hill turn.
Oh, that's great. You never want to get past around the outside because all you have to do is just move out into your rider's way. But Sinai's on a mission right now. Maybe he can come catch up to Matthew Burkeen, so Matt Burkeen can't slow down any.
Well, Nogueras is there now as he is trying to re-challenge Jeff Walker now for a 4th place position. All the while, Burkeen continues to get that little comfort zone there. A little further back we go. We see Rainier Magia. We've got the 7th place position of Carlos Bandiali. We've got Kobe Mullins in 8th, Matthew Minison in the 9th place position. Nathan Laporte is 10th, Brandon Slane in 11th, Cole Robbins in 12th, Jason Ostadillo 13th, Benjamin Fitzpatrick 14th, Mike Ross 15th, Will Allen should be your 16th place ride. Checkers are out now for your leader, though. Nick Gaines takes the win on that one, 6 laps down, a 1:47.072 as we look at the Farron Racing top 10 report there. As we told you, Burkeen, Walker, Sinai, Nogueras, those will be the guys checking in, and the top 16 will be what transfers into the second motos. I'll try to get those on for you as well. And I know that Jen Kenyon is standing by down near the exit of the racetrack as she gets set to congratulate Nick Gaines on a great ride there. And behind Gaines, we'll be down there in just a moment, but Gaines had, again, Burkeen, Sinai up to 3rd. That was an impressive ride. Jeff Walker in the 5th place position, Rainier Mejia, Carlos Bandiali, Kobe Mullins, Matthew Minison, still looking for Mullins, Minsonen, and Laporte to check in. I would think that Brandon Slane should be coming in 11th, Cole Robbins somewhere around the 12th spot, Ostadillo 13th, Benjamin Fitzpatrick 14th, 15th Mike Ross, Will Allen in 16th. And looking at lap times from the lap before, unless one of these guys in the top 16 positions made a major mistake and went down, I don't think we're going to see any change, and that's pretty much what we're looking at. We're going down now near the finish where Jen Kenyon stands by with Nick Gaines.
That's right. Nick Gage, you're 2 for 2 on the motocross track. Tell us about that last one.
Yeah, the last one was good. I pulled a second start and just looked at the track, stayed behind him for about a lap, made the move, and just looked at lines. The track's good. It's real rough, and you got to look for lines and try to get the best out of it. But, yeah, I had a lot of fun. Can't wait for the mains to start.
Yeah, for sure. So your teammate, or at least your Kawasaki teammate, I'm not sure how that all works, Thomas Covington, he took the Division 1. You guys are all going to be brought together here for that main feature moto. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, Cowie's definitely doing good on the motocross. It's awesome. We went 1-2, and he just won his, and I won mine. So it's been great for Monster in Kawasaki. So just try to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, for sure. I have to ask, so do they just put you guys out on that motocross track and just whip you until you learn how to ride that thing? Because you guys are really killing it today.
Nah, they do a little bit, but just we do it on our own, really, and just test, and it's been good. All the testing's been good, the suspension's been good, and we're just having fun.
All right, well, I think you guys are doing something right, so good job out there, and we'll see you back for Moto 2.
Thank you.
All right, Rodney and Sean.
Thanks a lot. Hey, Jen, didn't that sound like Bolt-On? Don't he? He sounded like a NASCAR driver or whatever. It was funny. Sean said, you interviewed him the other day. You had a chance to talk with him in the pits, and I know you haven't really had a whole lot of chance to talk to a lot of the new blood as far as these kids go. Whenever you were out here, he was probably, if you were lucky, he might have been racing 50s. And I don't think he was racing that then. But anyway, here he is now on these big bikes, and you really never had a chance to get acquainted with him. And one of the first things I said, sounds like he should be driving NASCAR.
Yes, definitely has a little country accent to him. It was pretty funny. You know, we went and visited the Kawasaki team down there at Tavis Covenant, and they were down with there and him too. And he was like, "Hey man, I'm Nick Gaines," and I was like, "Wow, I haven't seen you since you were on Cobras." So it's cool to see him on, being a pro rider, being the team green and everything, and coming out here and winning some qualifiers in the outdoors.
Yes, for sure, and congratulations to Nick. I'm sure he's well on his way and quite a bit of a contender as far as championships are concerned. Nick Gaines, the 7:07, 1:47.072 was the final lap. His fast lap was a 1:44.334, and that was the fastest lap of this moto. But again, as you pointed out, Sean, we saw lap times in that first division of 458 riders as fast as a 1:39. And right now, as we watch a little more track maintenance underway, want to remind folks of a couple of things. Don't forget Twitter. Follow us on Twitter at Racer TV. Follow us on Instagram at Racer TV, and make sure you hashtag all those tweets and comments with Mini-O's 2013. Thanks to Lazy Days RV, we'll talk a little bit more about the great things that they've got going on and many more of our other great sponsors when we return here at Gatorback for more of the Thor Winter Olympics.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing.
And welcome back to the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park. Once again, following us along, hashtagging Mini-O's 2013. Racer TV is on Twitter and Instagram at Racer TV. Now, Sean Hackley, I know you're a Twitter man, you're an Instagram man. How do we follow you if we want to know how to keep up with you? I'm sure there's a lot of folks out there that'd like to know what you're doing out there.
Well, right now I'm just getting some things together, figuring out what I'm going to do for this year. I know I'm going to do a couple Supercrosses, definitely planning on doing all of the outdoors, and I actually like to go up to Canada and check some things out. I want to do a little bit of everything, maybe some off-road, GNCC, and works races as well.
Really?
Yes, I love riding my dirt bike. I mean, it's just plain and simple.
Well, I really look forward to seeing you out on the GNCC trail. Now, how are we going to keep up with you? How are we going to know where you're going to be? Do you have Twitter? Do you have Instagram and all that great stuff?
Yes, I do. My Instagram name is Sean Hackley, just SeanHackley. And then on Twitter, I'm Sean Hackley 452. So just my name and my number. So you guys should follow me.
So when you talk about doing some works racing, you talk about doing the world premiere GNCC series. Are we talking as early as next season? Or when are we talking, man?
Yes, as early as next season. I mean, I have, the people that help me out at KTM of North Texas and everybody at KTM as well. I have some big tanks that I can use and just trying to find one that's a little bit closer to me for the drive too, because I'm not a big fan of flying. I mean, I like flying. It's a lot easier. But
makes your arms tired too, though.
Yeah, it's just, I like getting... I like getting in the road and everything, just ride down the road, just leaving Texas. We have a couple tracks just on the side of the road, so I'll just stop, pull my bike out, spin some laps. It's a lot of fun.
Well, man, maybe you can make it down for Daytona's Bike Week. I know we got one that's just like 26 miles out of Bike Week this coming spring.
So there's a GNCC around the Supercross?
Yeah, actually
so I could do Supercross, race GNCC, and then rent a street bike and go cruise the streets.
You most certainly could. Zach Osborne did just exactly that last year.
See, that sounds pretty cool to me.
Wow. And Zach nearly won down there, I think, if memory serves me correct, in the XC2 Pro Lights class. So there you go. Yeah, man. I mean, and what's really even better about it is that we're only about 30 minutes out of the speedway. So, I mean, we're right there in the heart of things. If you haven't checked out the 2014 Grand National Cross Country Championship schedule, and if you're into the off-road and the woods market, be sure and do so. GNCCRacing.com. There's plenty of great things going on there. And also, you know, we were talking about the majors as far as the amateur motocross is concerned. We talked about Ricky Carmichael Supercross. It's coming up in March. Actually, they're opening that up. It's March 9th and 10th. What better gift to give your racer than an opportunity to compete at the World Center of Racing for an extended week of Supercross action? Come early to catch your favorite pros battle it out Saturday night at the Daytona Supercross by Honda. Then you can gear up for 2 full days of amateur racing on the same Daytona Supercross track on Sunday and Monday, featuring classes from the 50cc to the Masters. There's a class for every racer out there. If you want ticketing and registration information, just simply log on to racedaytona.com. That's racedaytona.com. Gates down on this next race. It looks like Sean Hackley, and the racing continues as we have now. I believe this will be race 13, the 85 12-13 limited class. Got guys like Augustin in this one. Matamoros is in this one. Whole shot is, I believe, Fagert, if I'm not mistaken, aboard that number 9 machine, right?
Yes, it is. I saw the number 9 on the KTM come around for that motorsport.com whole shot.
Looking down the roster of names, a lot of riders transitioning into this class, it looks like.
Now I think that's Jordan Bailey that got around. That's lead number 133, I believe.
Yes, it is. Be looking for guys like Brock Pappy, also out there aboard the 144. I see that we got Ostadillo out there. Chase Sexton, keep an eye out for the 486. He could be a threat in this one also.
This is kind of fun. You know, I'm really enjoying the fact that I'm learning all these riders' numbers and names. Like, I didn't have to look at the sheet or anything for Jordan Bailey. I saw him. You know, I know he's a KTM Orange Brigade rider. I think he's also sponsored by Red Bull, too. So, you know, he's one of the top guys out there. I didn't see him win anything in Supercross. I know he was behind Brock Poppy a couple times, you know, 144 or 133. I'm not seeing him anywhere yet. So there he is right there with the Arma helmet on. So not the best starts, but he's going to try to make it through the pack, as well as Chase Sexton right next to him.
I'm really impressed, Sean. You are. You're right. You're catching up with these guys pretty quick. And isn't it amazing how these young kids really seem to draw your attention more so than it seems like some of the bigger bikes? To me, it does anyway.
Yes, definitely. It's cool to see just the amateur races coming up. You know, when I was on 80s, I didn't get to watch too many other 80 races and stuff like that because I was so focused on my class. And while I'm racing, you know, I can't look behind me and see what's going on. And I didn't want too many people in front of me. So it's cool going back here, coming to this event, watching the races from the 50s to even the Masters guys, you know, seeing all the guys that I saw growing up racing pro, riding the senior class.
Well, Jordan Bailey on his own little rail out here in this 85, 12 to 13-year-old class. The 133 out front of Trey Fager. The number 9 is second. Ezra Hastings, the number 51, running back in the number 3 spot. There's Chase Sexton, the 486. Brock Pappy is 5th aboard the 144 as we open things up. Ashton Bloxham, the number 274, was 6th. Kobe Hefner was 7th. Hank Hayes, as I always like to say, the 39 and 8th spot. Devin Stang, the 108 and 9th. Josh Strickland rounded out your top 10. 85, 12 to 13-year-old class. Only, are there 2 divisions in this, or is it just one? No, there's 2 divisions. No, just 1 division in this one. So all the riders are going to go, including the guys battling for second right now. Fagert and Hastings. The 51 of Hastings trying to rail the outside and take over that number 2 spot.
Looks like Jordan Bailey's opened up a pretty good lead right now, but I think later in the week we need to try to find where Chase Sexton and Austin Faulkner are parked at. I parked over by them, and they're on their 110s. You know, Austin has his KLX, and then Chase has his TTR, and they're just doing wheelies, dragging back fenders, like no big deal, giving each other high fives, going different directions. I'm like, wow.
You need to take a camera with you. Need to take a camera with you, and we'll record some of that footage and play it back during tomorrow's broadcast. I think that
we need to.
I think that would be pretty neat. Put it on your iPhone or something, man. I don't know. We can get it on there some way. But wow, Fagert, Hastings, Chase Sexton, Brock Pappy. That's your top 5, and all these guys. I mean, look at the deficits all the way. I mean, first and second, you got a 6.5 second deficit, but everyone back there, everybody else is on less than a second or just right at a second if they're that throughout the entire top 10, top 12 actually. So, and it's producing battles just like that right there.
Yeah, Poppy's making some passes right now. You know, we had Trey Ferger, who got the motorsport.com hole shot. He's still riding strong, but he has a lot of pressure coming on from behind.
Wow, he does, man. Pappy is on at the 144 machine, putting on that pressure. Down in the Gator pit they go as they head toward the conclusion of the second lap. Look how far up Pappy has gone. He started out in the 5th place position at the end of lap number 1. As they come across lap number 2, Pappy's up the 3rd, right behind Ezra Hastings, who is now your 2nd place ride. They are 13 seconds behind Jordan Bailey right now, but lap times 154.2 for Bailey, 2 minutes, .240 for Hastings. Brock Pappy a 159.8. Trey Fager dropped to a 2:03, so he lost a couple of spots there, and I imagine that might be a little bit of mental thing going on there with that speed dropping down that low. Kobe Hefner, a 159.8 is 5th. Hank Hayes in 6th. Gina Luca Pachetti is your 7th place. Justin Rodbell in 8th. Devin Stang in 9th. And all the way across the big pond there, I'm sure Mom's back out watching again today, Dylan Woodcock rounds out your top 10 there in the 85-12-13 limited class.
It's really impressive to see Jordan Bailey on a second lap open up a 13.2 second lead.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, we've been watching this kid for a while. I don't know, something about some of these Florida kids. They really seem to be pushing the envelope as far as maximum speed. They know how to find it. Speaking of maximum speed, looks like Pappy finding it now. He's going around the outside and trying to get around Hastings for the number 2 spot. They jump up and head back around, make the hard right-hand turn down toward the Red Bull Arch, and we've got a new 2nd place ride. Pappy in 2 laps has moved up from 5th to 3rd, now to 2nd place, and doing it quite convincingly as he reaches up and grabs a tear off there. And I don't think that Hastings is going to let him have that one so easily, man. I think he's actually going to try to fight back.
No, that's what he should do. You know, he had a great start to the race, but, you know, earlier you were just talking about these Florida kids going really fast, but if I recall correctly, they said the Fountain of Youth in Florida?
Yeah, I think you're right.
So that might be it. I need to move here then.
Yeah, I do too. These boys need to show me where that is, man, because they are going fast. These youth are anyway. I'd like to keep some of that feeling in my life as well, man. Look at Pat, man. This kid, he's from up around Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know if he's found the Fountain of Youth while down here in Florida or not, but he has certainly found a fistful of throttle that has lofted him now into that number 2 spot. We are checking in with some of our tweets that are coming out right now. Nice setup, retweet at Mario Klauser. Happy T-Day. Instead of football, we're streaming Mini O's live. Thanks at Racer TV. And we thank you for streaming with us, Mario Klauser, at Mario Klauser. So, hit follow on that right there. Let's start following on Mario there and see what Mario does there. So thanks a lot for tweeting that out, Mario. And keep sending your tweets out. At Racer TV is what you need to follow us on. And look, we're going to follow you, Mario. We're going to follow you, and we're going to see what you're doing. Happy Thanksgiving to you, too, as well, buddy. We've now got 519 followers instead of 518.
See, look at he's getting followers right now.
So Bailey out front, 153.9 that time around. Brock Pappy's twisting the throttle to a 157.5 at the end of 3. Hastings still 3rd, Hefner in 4th. Fischetti rounding out the top 5. Early leader, the motorsport.com hole shot getter, is back in 6th as the checkers come out, and your on-track school Moto Hero race winner, the 133 of Jordan Bailey. And that final lap time, clicking in on that one, he went 153.954 for lap 3 at the end of lap number 4. 156, so he slowed it down just a little bit and still looked fast as lightning out there on that 85-12-13 machine.
Yes, big boost of confidence for him. Came off that, you know, gave himself a fist pump to his, family or his mechanic. So that was good for him, coming out doing exactly what he needs to do to start the motocross portion of the race this weekend.
All righty, look at the gap back to 2nd place, 18.5 seconds at the end of lap number 3. Is this saying that Bailey might be kind of one of our more elite 85cc riders at this point? Do you think maybe he just got a little lucky? What's going on there, man?
I don't know. I mean, that's a very good sign. I wish that I could go out to the pro races and open up a 18-second lead in 4 laps. I'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that'd be like doing Ricky Carmichael style, man. But Bailey wins, Pappy, Hastings, Hefner, Pachetti, Fager, Hank Hayes, Justin Rodbell, Dylan Woodcock, Mason Gonzalez, your top 10. Devin Sting, Gabe Gutierrez is 12th. Slade Smith, 13th. Tommy Rios, 14th. Ashton Bloxham at 15th. Bryce Moore rounds out the top 16. We are next to our women's class, it looks like, where Kylie Fosnot, the number 33, takes the early lead in this one, and she's got company coming. The 84 machine back there, that's Taylor Higgins in the number 2 spot. Higgins got company coming also.
Yeah, that's Caitlin Morrows right now, just jumping up. She's actually on a YZ 252 stroke.
Wow, she just stepped up to that, you're telling us, huh?
Yeah, she was on a 80, I think, 2 years ago. Then she started riding the 125, and now she's on the YZ 250, which is cool to see the women's class back riding.
You're right. Actually, I do recall seeing that now. But look at that. She's solidified that second place position already off the back of the Gators' tail out there. She's trying to chase down Fosnot for that number 1 spot.
Yeah, then we have Taylor Higgins, getting pressured on by Leah Renner. Then we have Hannah Hodges from the girls' class on the 85. So we're going to see if the lesser bike, see what she can do with these girls here in this rough track.
Some of these girls, former WMX stars at one point in their careers, like Leah Renner. You might remember her. Miss Leah Cantrell only a few years ago. And she and, which one, Ricky?
Yeah, Ricky Renner. They got married, I think, this year or last year.
Yeah, so congratulations
to them, 2 of my friends growing up.
Yeah, 2 great people, man. And
yes.
Can you imagine how fast their kids are going to be?
Yeah, they're going to be some good riders.
Yeah, they should. Watch them be born. They not even have any interest whatsoever in a motorcycle.
Hey, it could happen.
Watch them want to race 4-wheelers or something crazy like that.
I don't know about that, though. I don't know.
I'm a big 4-wheeler fan. I can't help it. I love them. So put 2 wheels on it. Let them ride. I just like to watch racing like this right here, man. That's racing right there. The 65 machine put the hammer down. That leader, Fosnot, actually swung out wide coming out of that first turn region, believe it or not. And,
yeah, she made a mistake and just went over the berm, and she almost fell, but she was able to regain her balance. But Caitlin Morrow was able to get by on the inside right now, so we have a new leader.
New leader.
And then also Hannah Hodges got around Taylor Higgins.
Look at that, 172 on a rail as well.
Hannah Hodges is pretty awesome.
Hannah Hodges is very
she
awesome.
made a little mistake, but she's still riding great.
And
Fosnot's trying to get the lead back from Morrow.
She won the women's class and the girls' class, if memory serves me correct, right?
In Supercross?
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
And she's right on that bracket where she can race both ways. And what was really cool, we made mention of it yesterday, she was riding a smaller bike by comparison over there on the Supercross track, and I think she's doing the same thing out here in the in the motocross. And again, bike size is not seeming to hold her back any, maybe on some starts and stuff like that. But you got to wonder if she would get on a bigger bike, what kind of a race this one would be right now. She's moved all the way solidly up into that number 3 position now. Fosnot, followed by Caitlin Morrow, Hannah Hodges in 3rd. Taylor Higgins has dropped to 4th. Leah Renner is your 5th place ride. Bensley Diaz was 6th. Marissa Marcolon in 7th. Sierra Busby in 8th. Carlin Beam, a GNCC racer, running in the number 9 spot, and Kennedy Lutz rounds out the top 10. I actually had a chance to interview Carlin there on, Saturday night for the GNCC banquet, and she headed down same time I did. They actually went over to Waldo and rode a couple of days, skipped out on the Supercross, and came over for motocross. That battle for second starting to heat up. It looks like Fosnot now under pressure from the young Hannah Hodges, the number 172, as they drop down into the Gator Falls area of this racetrack right now. Higgins still back in the number 4 position, but we're watching. I think that, yep, there they come. I think that Hodges may be about to set her sights on that 33 machine. She is looking for that line. Look how aggressive she's going all the way to the outside. That girl is fluid on a motorcycle. She feels she rides with confidence. You can see how Hannah's riding. She is nothing but confident on that motorcycle right now.
Yeah, she's riding great. We're talking about she's on the smaller bike, kind of similar to what Darren Sinai is doing in the pro class. He's riding the 250 and the 450 class, and he didn't get a great start, but he charged hard towards the motor like Hannah Hodges is doing right now.
Wow, man.
And around the outside.
Around the outside. Look at that head shake on that thing, and she does not let off the throttle any whatsoever. Back on that rear wheel, through that whoop section now, and right by the 33 of Fosnot. You got to wonder what Fosnot is thinking when she's seen that young girl on that big wheel go flying by her at that speed right there.
Yeah, so this is pretty crazy now, that I feel that Hannah Hodges is going to have a little bit difficult riding against the 125s and the 250Fs, but now ahead of her is the YZ250, which is comparable to the 450s that the riders ride.
Yeah, so we got to see whether or not we said it earlier. Turns are where a lot of the right races are won, and I don't think Hannah lets off the throttle when she hits the turns. She bounces into a rut. I mean, watch her. She'll bounce into a rut. She'll rail around it, and I don't think I've seen her wrist relinquish that throttle any whatsoever. And she's, for good reason, got her sights set on the rider in front of her now. Caitlin Morrow, the gap, 1.9 second. The lap time's almost identical, and I think that right now that Hodges might be able to go a little faster. It's the only way she's not going. I mean, she's going, I think, as fast as that bike will go right now, to be honest with you.
Yes, I think so. I mean, she was riding against the boys earlier, and she's riding against the girls. She raced her own age group, and she's riding against the women right now, so she's doing great.
The virtual trainer, RacerX virtual trainer final lap now underway. Check it out, racerxvt.com. Online fitness store containing top name products like Garmin, Polar, Endoboard, MyLab, LifeProof, and more. Trainer contributions from industry-leading trainers including Alden Baker, Coach CG, Charles Dow, and many, many, many more. So check them out, racervt.com. And right there, the 65 machine of Caitlin Morrow out front, man. She worked to get in that position, get around Kylie Bosnot for that #1 spot. Now it looks like she might have to work to hang on. She might have just enough of the buffer zone in this last quarter of a lap or so, head toward the checker flag. But there's lap traffic. If it slows her down any whatsoever, Hannah Hodges is going to be there to capitalize.
Yes, I think this is the final lap right now, like you were saying. So not much time left. There's 3 turns left. Hannah Hodges was really fast around this turn coming up later. If she goes a little bit wide, like I was saying just now, maybe sweep around. Oh, she's not going to get into this last turn. Lapper.
Lapper. Now, there might be a situation.
I said you can't make it past this last turn, but if a lapper takes the main line.
And nope. She hangs on to it.
Caitlin Morrow gets it. Congratulations to both of you girls.
Yes, both of those girls. Your on-track schools. Moto Hero race winner, Caitlin Morrow, under pressure from Hannah Hodges all the way through that final lap. Kylie Fosnot in the #3 position as Taylor Higgins moves back up into a 4th place position to take the 4th spot. In the #5 position, we're looking at Marissa Marcolon, huh?
How does the Ironman award work? Do they take votes? Because, I mean, they have to maybe change it to the Iron Woman, and I would vote for Hannah Hodges in this case.
That's quite possible. Actually, yeah, the Ironman is basically it's somebody that displays a lot of exceptional abilities on and off the track. It's not so much necessarily your results, and not saying that the results won't play a part in it, and probably a huge part in it, but there's a lot of different variables that go into that. I know I was over talking with Tom Carson, and there is a board of folks, several people that are watching the racing this week. They're going to get together at the end of the week. They're going to put their heads together, and they're going to say, okay, now who do you think this Ironman, this Asterisk Ironman award should go to?
This is Schoolboy 2 Division 1 coming off the gate right now for your motorsport.com whole shot. We're going to see who gives it in a second.
That's a Honda ride, looks like.
Yes, it is.
How about Williamson? Now, I don't know if that was him or not. It says that Williamson was riding a Yamaha. Maybe he switched it up to a Honda. 559, Dylan Merriman, I believe, on board that Honda. That's taking over your early lead in this one. Man. That's one of those full gates right there, I believe. This is race 15, the Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16. We've got 1, 2, are there 3 divisions in this, I believe? Let me double check this. And this is going to make for interesting things here. 13 to 16 BC, 3 divisions, top 10 from each one. There'll be 2 LCQs where they'll take the top 5 from that. But right now, in order to be a contender in this one, you got to be a part of the top 10. And total number of riders trying to participate in the Schoolboy 2 class, the 13 to 16-year-old BCs. 103 riders narrowed down to 40.
So this is a big class.
It is a huge. If you make it on the starting line for this class, you should be pretty proud of yourself. I
Yes,
think.
definitely. This is a good class. Lots of divisions and stuff like that. So you're going to have some good rides in all divisions. No one's going to have an easy class.
Yeah, if you think about it, if you make it onto the starting line, you are a top in the top 40% of your class, or even a little better. 103 riders registered for this one when it was all said and done. Wow, that's a lot of riders to have to weed out in this Schoolboy 2 13 to 16-year-old class. As we check in with the first lap complete, Merriman out front. Josh Bartosh, the 43 machine, is second. Jeremy Williamson is the 526 in third. Chase Marquier, the 976 in fourth. Nathan Hall is fifth, the 422. 222, Ramiller Alves is sixth. Dustin Winter, the 434 in seventh. Shalon Tennant in eighth. Taylor Barnett, the 112, is ninth. And Felix Lopez, your final transfer spot, back there in the number 10 spot. To give you an idea, some of the riders we saw doing well. Reg Magyar in the Supercross, he's back in 16th in this one. Dylan Greer, the 777, he's back in 19th in this one. Give you an idea of some of the ones outside the bubble right now. Drew Swenson, Adam Nickerson, Casey Stewart, Salvatore Colangelo, Garrett Smith, and then, as we said, Reg Magyar, Cole Bryan, Dylan Matheny, Dylan Greer, Jeffrey Ackerman. I mean, those are all names that we could easily see in a top 10, I believe, but just from luck of the draw and the way they came off the gate, at least on that first lap, well, it's not the way we're seeing it. Watch Bartosh, though. Bartosh still seems to still be into this.
And I think he just went down.
Did he? Was that him that went down?
I think it was. But, also we have someone like Chalon Tennant who had the bike problems in Schoolboy 1. He has another bike right now to go out there. Not as good of a start as he had in the other class, but let's see what he can do with the comeback.
And, whoa.
Getting a pretty good scrub right there. That's one of the best ones I've seen all day.
Looked like he was really maneuvering that bike over that, and
hopefully someone got a photo of that for him.
Yeah, I'd say Digital Dave from down at racedaypicks.com probably got that one. All right, wrapping up lap number 2 now. Merriman, a 144.442. Wow, man, that's fast. We were seeing, wasn't that?
Yeah, the pros we saw do a 145.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, wow. So these guys are on target. Chase Marquier in second. Look at Jeremy Williamson in third. Nathan Hall in fourth. Miller Alves in fifth. Josh Bartosh now drops back to sixth after going down and challenging from the number 2 spot. And Merriman's 144.442 is our fast lap right now. Dustin Winter is back in 7th. Shalon Tennant, the 71, is 8th. Taylor Barnett, the 9th place position. Felix Lopez is 10th aboard the number 7. Adam Nickerson, the 321, in 11th. Drew Swenson drops back to 12th. Salvador Colangelo is 13th. Casey Stewart, 14th. Garrett Smith in 15th. Again, top 10 is all the transfers. So Felix Lopez and everybody behind Felix Lopez jockeying for position. Everybody behind that guy right there, 5:59, and saying, "Hey, slow down. Where you going, man? Come on back here."
Yes, no, he got the whole shot right now, and he's checking out, riding a great race. I don't remember him in Supercross, but I mean, outdoors, this is his thing then. So maybe he was one of the guys who opted out in Supercross and just didn't have the best luck.
I don't recall seeing his name. I'm not saying it wasn't in Supercross, but maybe he didn't make enough of a mark or an impact on us. But man, speaking of impacts out here on the outdoor portion of this Schoolboy 2 rider is, I think he deserves a little recognition as he is making some major impact on this Thanksgiving Thursday. He's got a lot to be thankful for, it looks like. A good ride here as we head into our Racer X Virtual Trainer final lap.
I like how Racer X makes everything easy for you, too. It's Racer X Virtual Trainer, and then it's also Racer TV, and then Racer X Online. So, they make it pretty easy for you to get to everything you need.
And what's really cool, I think there's links on every one of those to get in amongst everything else, Also, we talk about the virtual trainer every once in a while. I do want to say this. I talked about the online fitness store and trading contributions from great folks, but what about riding coaching? Well, that's provided by the professor himself. Gary Bailey provides rider coaching from right there at Virtual Trainer. Like we said, check it out, Racer X VT, and thanks to the Racer X Virtual Trainer. Merriman still out front this third, working on fourth lap.
Yeah, this is the Schoolboy 2. I think this is Division 2. Or was
Actually, this is
Division
the first division.
This is Division 1. This is a class of 103 riders.
Yeah.
Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16-year-old.
And then we'll have a third one, if I'm not mistaken, there. So we got lots of Schoolboy 2 rides to go. Again, only the top 10 transfer. Right now it's Merriman, Markier, Bartosh, back up to third after going down from second, dropping to sixth. He's back up to third now, whipping off laps of 1:44.6. Checker flag is out, and our on-track school Moto Hero race winner is going to be Dylan Merriman. Quite impressive, I'd say, don't you think, Sean?
Yes, definitely. That was a great ride. He led start to finish, coming off the track right now. He was excited. A lot of people giving him high fives. So, friends and family really excited for him.
Chase Markier, man, where did he come from to move into the number 2 spot? Well, look at the changes we got on this final lap. Look at the changes. Markier moves up to second. Hall is third. I missed what happened there. Jeremy Williamson in fourth. Dustin Winter in fifth. Challen Tennant in sixth. Felix Lopez in seventh. Adam Nickerson eighth. Wow, Miller Alves in ninth. And Salvatore Colangelo. And a lot of changes taking place there as far as what I can recall that one being, man. Felix moving up quite a bit. I think didn't Tennant, Challen Tennant, I think he did.
Yeah, he didn't have a good start, so it's good to see him make it in this one. Doesn't have to go to LCQ in this class, but, we're here at the second Division 2 of Schoolboy 2 class, so let's see who got the lead. Mitchell Harris is out front. I'm not sure if he took the motorsport.com whole shot, but right behind him is also Alexander Fry.
So Fry and Harrison setting us up for the stage of a great battle already. And that's one of those that we might have wanted to wait till the second moto to see how it panned out between those two. But it's still going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see, though. Number 29 and 28, I think they both were up front. They both won divisions in Supercross as well. I think Mitchell won a title. Alexander Fry didn't win any titles. But they're coming. Alexander saves it. What a good job. But, he got a little squirrely. Feet came off, but he's going to gather himself, get back up there, and try to give another run at the lead.
So the 29, or 291 is what they're technically calling that number. There's a little 1 on there because there was somebody else that signed up before him with a 29 in this class. But regardless, the 29 machine out front of Fry, the 28 machine, he gets right back into the number 2 spot. That's pretty impressive stuff, I think. And we got Nathan Hall, the Ford. Well, actually, it looks like we got a change in the third place position. Mantooth has moved into the number 3 position, I believe, as the 29 machine. Mitch Harrison still holds on to the lead in this one. Fry. Blake Green is up to third now, the 481. We're seeing a lot of changes.
Okay, so that is Blake Green.
Yeah. Bradley Taft, the 961 in fourth. Sam Wise in fifth. Grady Featherstone is sixth. Andy Coast is seventh. Will Markoff, 8th, Wilson Fleming in 9th, and Gavin Wilkins rounds out your top 10. So what about Blake Green, man? This guy seems to excite you a little bit, Sean. You know something here?
Yes, I grew up with him. My last year as a pro here in amateur and everything, we both wore Alpine Star gear, so we did a lot of videos and stuff like that together, and I'm pretty good friends with him. But it looks like Alexander caught back up, what he lost from that first lap. But this seems like it's going to be a great race. I hope all 3 of these riders can close up and have a good battle to the finish line.
I think they are. I really think that's what the stage is setting for right now. Fry making that bobble through that rhythm section that whoops down there along the fence line off the big, traditional sweeper that's out there. We call it the Gator's Tail. If you look at the artist rendition, we'll try to get one of those up for you a little later this week and explain it all to you, why they call this place Gatorback. But regardless, off that big sweeper turn into that new rhythm section, and Fry, at one point, well, that was where he made the mistake. It looked like he actually slowed down through there. You think that maybe he might be a little shell shock coming through that rhythm section like that?
It could have been, just heart rate spike right there, so he needs to just gather him, just make sure he's breathing right now. They opened it up a little bit on Blake Green that lap, but I'm excited to see what these 2 guys' lap times are coming around here for the second lap.
We're seeing, 144s, 143s, I think, for those
Yeah,
guys.
144, 145 for the last winner. So coming over the finish line right now. Let's see what Mitchell and Alexander pulled.
144.683 for Harrison, 145.088 for Fry. Blake Green, a 146.5. Wouldn't surprise me to see them pick that pace up just a little bit more even.
Yeah, it's definitely coming out because that's just being the first and second laps we'll see in the track. Pick some new lines, but these guys are running the comparable lap times to the A-Riders.
For sure, and that's what we saw in Schoolboy 2 Division number 1 just a few moments ago. Bradley Taft, he's back in the 4th spot. Andy Coast, he's running 5th. 6th is Grady Featherstone. Will Markoff in 7th. Sam Wise 8th. Gavin Wilkins 9th. The final transfer position is Jeremy Smith, though. Look behind him. Timmy Crosby, the 79. Augustin Poli, we saw him running some strong rides out in the Supercross. He's back in 13th. Hunter Chandler, another rider who rode well in Supercross, is back in a number 14 spot. And how about this guy? How about number 83? Look back, way back in 18th place position.
Wow. So he must have had a good starter, had problems that first lap or something like that, but we know he's one of the front runners as well.
That's right, Lorenzo Locurcio, 18th place at the end of that second lap. He's running a 150 lap time in amongst riders running in the 156 to 159 lap time range. So he should be able to work through the field a little bit, but top 10 is what he's going to be gunning for. And once he gets up to about 13th or so, it's going to get a little tougher, I think.
Yes, definitely. You know, the further you get up, the tougher the riders get, the better the battles get. So, you know, you always got to work out, try to get yourself a good start. But these front runners right now, they're hitting their lines good. They're seeing where their breaking bones were those opening laps coming into the 3rd lap. So we're going to see what kind of lap times they're doing. Their first few laps are great, but 3rd lap pass and wait for the fair and top 10. And a 143.5 and a 144.8 for Alexander Fry. So these guys both picked it up some.
But yeah, they both picked it up quite a bit. Schoolboy 2, Division 2 of 3. Race 16 will be coming up after that. We've got 65, 10, and 11 around the corner. We've got 65, 7, and 9 division races, a couple of division of those around the corner, and Junior 25 plus classes coming. So then we're back to some more big bikes and B-class racing action. But right now, 3 laps down, Harrison, Fry, Green, Taft, Coast, your top 5. Featherstone in 6th, Markoff 7th, Wilkins 8th. Jeremy Smith is 9th. Look at that. Timmy Crosby's moved into 10th. Augustin Poli, who was 14th, now up to 11th. So a couple of riders working up there. And how about 12th place position now? Who's that? 18th a lap ago. Where's he at now?
He's in 12th place.
Lorenzo Locurcio.
Yeah, he's running good laps compared to where he's at. He's running a 147.1. The people in front of him are 151 to 150. So looks like he's going to be on the move.
He rose to the occasion yet again. He was running 150s in amongst 156s to almost 2-minute lap times. He gets in amongst the faster guys, picks it up even more to a 147. I think Locurcio could be the real deal and one of the next big things coming in the way of the amateur motocross world. Look out, 2014, Lorenzo's on his way.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool to see him on a YZ 125 as well. Hasn't switched to the 4-stroke, so, you know, that's something I did as an amateur. I rode my 125 2-stroke a year longer than I probably should have, but it was just a bike that I really enjoyed.
So our fast lap of 143.5. Checkers come out, and our on-track Schools Moto Hero race winner, Mitchell Harrison, slows down a little bit on that final lap of 145.142. He looks behind him and says, nice ride, Alex. And Alex checks in some, I think about 4 or 5 seconds back that time. Actually, Fry turned a little faster lap. Oh, no, that's lap 3. But anyway, Fry checking in only a couple of seconds back. He took 2nd. Blake Green in the, actually Bradley Taft moved up to the number 3 spot. We got Coast in 4th as Grady Featherstone is up to 5th. Markoff, Wilkins, looks like Jeremy Smith. Lorenzo Locurcio up to 9th. He makes the cut. Blake Green rounds out your top 10. Motorsport.com whole shot goes to the 426 of LaReal. Looks like he's got pressure being applied right now by that 260. Was that a 65, I believe? Or 263?
263? Westhoff?
Could have, very well could have been. I'm not going to go out on a limb there.
Or that could be 299. Hayes. I see the 7 gear right now. You know, the new 7 lines out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I saw him having problems with his bike earlier, but that's Hayes out front. You know, I saw the 7 gear is very distinct. James Stewart having his new gear and everything like so. So it looks great.
That is, I'm trying to figure out where in Division II. I'm looking at these papers, and I kind of got lost there for a moment, Sean. Thank you for straightening us out here. Here they go.
See one of the Farron runners up there, Esper's up there. It seems like he got to a good start.
27 machine is who we're talking about there. And still getting her all sorted out for these Schoolboy Division II. Or is this Division III, I guess it would be.
Yes, this is Division III.
All right, so, okay, I need to go to mark that out. Here we go. Tristan Charbonneau is also in this one. Got riders like you mentioned there. Bradley Esper is in this one. Some other riders. Bennett Mantooth is in this one. He's going to be one to watch out for, I think. Putnam's out there. Zach Putnam, Anderson, Harrington, Austin Kozad, and he's been showing some pretty good speed. Bueno now, that 197, Pedro Bueno has actually shown some speed. We saw that at least in the Supercross portion of it. We'll see whether or not he can translate that into the outdoor portion or not. Also, as Ashton Hayes is your leader. Donnie LaRille into the number 2 spot. Is Esper in the number 3 spot. Kyler West in 4th. Pedro Bueno is 5th. Andy Dinnicall is your 6th place ride. Brandon Gorley in 7th. Scott Meshi is 8th now aboard the number 94. Blake Nyheiser, the number 9 ride aboard the 168. And Alec Mellick is 10th. Charbonneau, the 16th, back in 11th spot. 13th is Bennett Mantooth. And looking on down through some of the other riders. And looks like Andrew Maroney's back in the number 19th spot. So there's a lot of riders outside the top 10 that could be battling soon. And speaking of battling, Esper under all kinds of pressure, actually applying pressure to LaRille, makes the pass, and now LaRille trying to fire back on him as they roll off the Gator's Tail through the rhythm section now into the heart of this Gatorback Cycle Park. And Esper riding a strong ride right here. Is holding steadily ahead of the 426 machine now as they head down around the announcer's tower portion, which is just prior to dropping into the Gator pit and heading for that final turn and that big hard drive up that long final hill to the checkers under normal circumstance at the end of the race anyway, but to the end of another lap complete this time. In a lap 2, a 1:47.5 lap time for Ashton Hayes. We saw 1:43s as our fast lap time last time.
Yes, it's good to see. Still running some fast lap times, a little bit slower than Division 1 and Division 2. But as I recall, I was on Instagram following Vert Moto, and Ashton Hayes actually had a really hard crash at James Stewart's house the other day. Came over one of the doubles, landed a little sideways and flipping. So it's great to see that he's okay, up and running, and winning his division.
Donnie LaRille back in the number 3 spot behind Esper, who's trying to chase down Hayes right now. Tyler West in 4th. Pedro Bueno still after 2 is in 5th. Andy Dinnicall 6th. Brandon Gorley 7th. Scott Meshi 8th. Charbonneau up from 11th now to 9th. And now Blake Nyheiser rounds out your top 10. Look at that.
Kyler West going a little inside right there, just skipping some of the bumps. I mean, that's pretty smart in my hands, but it's not really cutting the track. I didn't see if he made a little mistake and kicked him off, but got on a safe spade, didn't make up any position, so there's no content there.
That's it. He was didn't gain any advantage over the rest of the riders out there, so he gets back on safely as possible and heading down toward this rhythm section here on lap number 3. That 69 machine, Kyler West going from one side of that whoop section to the other, just searching for a line around LaRille. I think he's going for the setup right now, if you want to know the truth.
With that helmet, it can't be hard for his family and friends to see him. That bright pink helmet, he's the easiest spot around the entire track.
Yeah, I bet he's glowing out there. Well, he is glowing on the TV, that's for sure, but you just saw Kyler West make the pass on the 426 Suzuki right there. West turning a 1:49.5 lap time to a 1:51.3, so about almost a full 2-second faster lap the last time around, so that's a pretty good indication as to why West made that pass, what looked seemingly easy. Hayes is in for 3. We got Bradley Esper in for 3, and the white flag comes out on that one. Kyler West, I think we're going to see him about 4 seconds. Yeah, 4.6 seconds behind Esper. He's in the number 3 spot. Donnie LaRille's dropped to 4th. Pedro Bueno, no change. Pedro's hung steady in the 5th place position, riding consistent lap times and holding and hovering around that 150 mark. LaRille dropping to a 152, and I got to wonder, I'm not taking anything away from Donnie any whatsoever, but Donnie's not a name that I've seen a lot out here on the national circuit, at least in the last few months, the last couple that I've done anyway. So I got to wonder if maybe the energy level and the pace might have been a little quicker, and maybe the nerves might have got to him, and he decided that, hey, instead of pushing it so hard, I'm just going to ride with these guys a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, he got the whole shot. You know, I'm not sure if this is, like you said, you know, something he's familiar with, but got a great start, which is one of the key things. So just learn and see these riders that pass him, follow their lines, and he'll learn something. He got passed by Kyler West just a few moments ago, but, you know, he's riding good.
Looks like Esper has taken over the lead. I missed that pass.
Oh, yes,
Hayes
you're
has
right.
dropped to the number 2 spot.
Oh, and Hayes makes another mistake, too. He's trying to get him back for the checker flag.
Yeah, I was watching down through there, checking out the top 10. And I turned my head back, and I'm like, that's Esper out front, man. Some big changes taking place there. Esper turned to 148.8 last time. Hayes at 147.8, an entire second faster, but somehow Esper has gotten around Hayes out there. Like you said, I think it's just amounting to mistakes.
And now he stalls it. See, that's where you need a KTM. He can just press the button.
So there is Hayes. As he might have just lost another position. Importantly, though, is to maintain a top 10 position. Hopefully he can do that. Your on-track school Moto Hero race winner going to be Bradley Esper. Kudos to you, young man. The number 27 machine taking the win. Kyler West will check in on the number 2 spot, while Ashton Hayes holds on for 3rd. Donnie LaRille, the 426, is 4th. Andy Dinicol in 5th. Tristan Charbonneau. Wow, man. Tristan all the way up to 6th. I think he's going to be one to watch. He turned to 149 lap time that time. I think the 147.5 was the fastest by Hayes on lap 2. But in traffic, Charbonneau turned to 149.7. So, man, I don't know which is going to be. I don't know which one carries more clout, but I can say one thing. Charbonneau running pretty fast out there. Pedro Bueno in 7th. Brandon Gorley was 8th. Scott Meshy was 9th. And Blake Nyheiser rounded out your top 10. And that's the way we see the final transfer positions through Division 3 in this Schoolboy 213 to 16 BC class.
65, 10, 11 limited classes out in Gate. I couldn't spot who got the motorsport.com whole shot. These little number plates are a little hard to see. I know it was between the number 43 and 14.
Well, as we look at the 43 machine, we know that is Mr. Carter Bice there. And Bice has got that early lead, at least through this portion of the racetrack anyway. And I call this the back of the gator. And they go up on the back, and then they jump right back down and then circle back up, kind of swing back around, back onto the tip of the, I guess, the end of the tail or the start of the tail of the gator, and then they sweep around, that big sweeper turn, as we see them right there. And then that now roll into that rhythm section, or what some people refer to as whoops. Nice.
Yeah, I think for the big bikes, they're whoops as far as these 60s. I think that's a rhythm section. If you can double one of these, that's great. You know, right now they're just wheeling them like rollers. So.
Yep, and that's pretty amazing. I mean, that's a nice set of rhythm rollers as well. I mean, good, wide, evenly spaced. There doesn't look to be any faster line one side or the other, but it'd be inside, outside, down the middle. No line looks any faster than another on this section of the track. Just like we pointed out, across the rest of this track, it's wide open all the way around.
It's cool to see people stopping on the side of the road, just driving by on work or just on vacation, seeing family right now. You know, it's Thanksgiving, going to get some food, and they're like, oh, hey, these kids are racing. So maybe we made some new fans, hopefully motocross, hopefully they can hear us.
Yeah, hopefully they're tuned into racertv.com and they're watching. Again, hashtagging the Mini-O's 2013. Be sure and follow at RacerTV on Twitter and Instagram. Follow along with us. Justin Coquino's back in the number 2 spot behind Carter Bice. Bias, the 43 machine, has a 5.3 second lead. 65, 10, and 11 limited class. James McIlvain is 3rd. DJ Gritzmacher is the number 4 ride. Larry Reyes Jr., the 552, in 5th. Nathaniel Thrasher, the 428, has checked in now in the 6th place position. No division races. This is just simply a 10 to 11 Moto 1. No more than 40 riders in this one, so they all will make their way to the starting line for the second moto. Reyes Jr., as we told you, is running 5th. Nathaniel Thrasher is 6th. Caden Amarine was 7th. Steven Aquasila is your 8th place ride. Cole Bradford in 9th, and Logan Popwell rounds out the top 10. That would be your final transfer position. Keep an eye out, though. 201 Bryce Hansen was .082. They were basically side by side when they went by. Also, Jack Rogers back there, a top rider from the 50 classes, and also making his mark in the 65 cc's. We'll be keeping an eye out for him. Chase Yentzer outside the top 15. He's in 17th actually right now. So a lot of riders that we may expect to see in a top 10 having to fight to make it there. Just like you point out there, Brandon Walther.
Yeah, he won one of the titles in Supercross. I'm pretty sure it was this class. So he didn't get out to a great start. I come around the first lap. As you know, the camera crew does a great job at showing all the riders as they come around first lap, so you can see your friends and see your family.
They most certainly do. Look at McIlvain now. McIlvain is railing this place, man. I mean, he has got her dialed in as far as the Gatorback Cycle Park track is concerned. Does he have Bias and Coquinos dialed in yet? McIlvain actually was only 1.156 seconds behind Coquinos. I got to wonder if maybe he didn't make his way around Coquinos at this point. Man, this kid is on a rail. And where is the leader? Is that Bias there? We got one lap down.
Yeah, he had a pretty good lead the first lap coming out with 5.39 seconds.
So Bias still out front. He turned a 2:09. Look at that, McIlvain up to second. I thought he might have gotten into the number 2 spot. He did get around Coquinos, who turned a 2:12.
McIlvain ran a 2:06.6 that lap, so that was about 3 seconds faster than our leader, so he's making up some time.
Now look at the lap times and compare that 3-second gap and
everybody else behind him. So those two front runners are running great. The leader's running good lap times, but James McIlvain on number 14 KTM, he's pulling some weight.
He is, and if 2:06 and 2:09 lap times are any indication that McIlvain is 3 seconds faster, then by my calculations, if they stay consistent, they'll be side by side or nearly side by side when they come to the finish line here in a few moments.
I think that'd be a really cool shot. Just two of the riders come out skying off that finish line. You know, it's not a double, so you can jump as far or as short as you want to make up for that next turn and just drag race down coming into the first turn. That'd be a really good battle that would give you guys on TV.
Especially for a 65, 10, and 11-year-old class. Again, this is the big class of the 65s, but in a sense, it's still kind of a transition stage for these riders because a lot of them also throw their legs over an 85cc in the process of trying to race and be competitive on the 65cc machine.
Yes, you know, then they could be just coming off 50s from the previous year. So, you know, go 50s to 60s, maybe a full year, maybe not. Maybe you go from 50s to 60s, 60s to 80s.
Exactly. Look at this battle right here. It is the 14 of James McIlvain all over the rear wheel. The 43 of Carter
on the
Bias.
outside right here and get.
Whoa! Man, almost swapped that one out. But what did I tell you? By comparison, if they ran consistent lap times, what would they be doing? Where are we at, and what is going on right now? Am I not right?
A little bit of wishful thinking, but James McIlvain just slid out coming down.
Well, I said if they stay consistent, and they were. They were basically side by side, and I think they would have come up out of there. We might have seen a near pass coming out of the Gator pit there with Carter Bias and James McIlvain, but like Sean pointed out, McIlvain having a little bit of a swap out. We saw him swapping out in a couple different places. I think what's happening is getting out of that main race line that would be smoother for the 65, 10, and 11. He's exploring. He's just looking for a faster line is all he's doing. And it just came back to bite him right there. But don't be surprised to see him back up in the thick of things, especially if Bias gets a little bit comfortable on this lap. Coquinos still back in the number 3 spot as he is 2.7 seconds behind McIlvain as McIlvain is back on the gas there. Nathaniel Thrasher in 4th, Larry Reyes Jr. in 5th, Caden Amorine in 6th, Bryce Hansen in 7th, DJ Gritzmacher is 8th, Brandon Walther in 9th, and Cole Bradford rounding out the top 10. There's Jack Rogers back in 11th, but we're looking for the top 10 right now. We got changes going on there. Talk a little bit about that. I think something happened I didn't get a chance to see there.
Yeah, Brandon Walter moved to 6th. So, you know, we have a rider in 6th place right now with a 2:10.4 lap time compared to your leader's 2:09.9. So we have a guy running, you know, coming from a bad start, pulling up to the back, coming up to the front, I'm sorry.
Wow, that's pretty cool stuff right there. I got to say, I'm impressed. Again, this is not a qualifying round. All riders will go to the second moto. There were 40 riders exactly signing up for this one, so That means
so that's
that
a full gate then. That's pretty cool.
That is a full gate. Nobody has to sit and watch this one from the sidelines. Bias out front by himself this time, obviously, after the misfortunes of James McIlvain. McIlvain losing some 5+ seconds. Actually, I'm sure it was more than that. But in accordance to lap times from the previous lap, it would technically count as 5 seconds. But they were side by side heading through that section of the track. And as the leader heads around this time, Carter Bias is going to find himself untouched, unpressured, unscathed as the checker flag flies. Bias will take the win. On-track schools, I should say. Moto hero Carter Bias, and your moto winner James McIlvain in the number 2 spot. Justin Coquinos is 3rd, Bryce Hansen in 4th, Nathaniel Thrasher as we look at our Farron Racing top 10 board. Now that's after 3 laps of racing complete. Looking, I think it's Bias, McIlvain, Justin Coquinos in 3rd. Yep, they've got the 4 laps down. Brandon Walther is up to 4th place position. I know it's not showing it on the Farron Racing report, but that is the way we're seeing it. Nathaniel Thrasher then is 5th. Jack Rogers all the way up to 6th. Larry Reyes is 7th. Braden Bruce in 8th. Cole Bradford in 9th. And 10th place, DJ Gritzmacher. I will say this. Those of you watching the Farron Racing top 10, we are having some issues, technical issues with our link to the transponder scoring system, so that's why we're seeing a little different outcome than what I'm saying. But regardless, very close anyway. So that was 65, 10, and 11 limited. That means more 65s. Race 17 coming up next. The 7-9 limited division 1 of 2. So top 16 transfer out of this one, Sean Hackley. Well, a little track maintenance also underway right now as we're getting ready to head into some pretty big racing and some exciting racing while we get geared up for that and the track gets itself put back into shape. Let's take a little break and we'll be back with more from right here at Gatorback on RacerTV.com.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And we're back here at Gatorback Cycle Park as we celebrate the 42nd annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley, a former rider of this Mini-O's and also now professional rider as well as one of our media specialists, Miss Jen Kenyon, out standing by. Jen, what's going on out there right now? Looks like you got yourself another winner.
Happens all the time, so don't worry about it. All right, we're down here with Carter Bees. He said his last name is actually pronounced Bees, not Bies. Do you get that a lot, Carter?
Yeah, everywhere I go, especially the Redas. No matter where I go, my brother too. It's just Baez or Bias. I get used to it.
You know, if they're saying your name that much, it must be that you win quite a bit.
Yeah, each year I come here, I've won the first moto every single year. The first year I lost a tiebreaker, so that kind of sucked.
Wow, that's pretty exciting. That's really great for you. Now, I saw that you went an extra lap out there. What happened?
Yeah, the person back didn't direct me off, so I didn't know if I was supposed to keep going. I saw some people on the side waving to keep going, so I just kept going. and then I looked in second place, went off the track, so I just knew I had it.
Man, yeah, it gets a little bit confusing out there, but you just hold it pinned until someone tells you otherwise, right?
Yeah.
All right, so talk about the track a little bit. Looks like you were having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I came down to the gator pick the first lap and got sideways going down, but I was able to keep it going. And on the last lap, 2 laps to go actually, someone came up behind me, but I was able to ride my own race and finish strong.
All right, well, who would you like to thank for getting this Moto 1 win?
My mom, my dad, Team 2 FMF, KTM Parts Direct, Orange Brigade, Fly, Scott, Dunlop, Amsoil, Renthal, Scott, ODI, everyone else I forgot, thank you.
All right, congratulations again on an awesome ride.
Thanks.
Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen. The bee's knees, Carter Bees. And I was just explaining to Sean, I was like, or seeing here, that I grew up with a young man that, well, he's not so young now. He's the same age as I am, but he pronounced his name biased is the reason I went with that. But regardless, the bee's knees, Carter Bees. So, Scene, what's going on, man? What are you looking at here?
You know, I'm just watching. I think, there's Brian Deegan right there, just Metal Militia, just spying on him right now. I think he's getting a Cuban sandwich.
There you go, Brian Deegan. He's got his boy out here. We talked about it. Timmy Ferry was out there, and yeah, he is getting a Cuban sandwich. Look at you, man. You know
Matt Berg King's in line too. I mean, that's just something you can't go without while you're at the Amateur Nationals.
See that guy right there? When
the CMA?
The CMA, Christian Motorcyclists Association. We want to send a shout out to the CMA chapters from all over the nation. I know they help us out at a lot of different events we go to, the Grand National Cross Country Championship. We see them a lot even at ATV Motocross Nationals. Some of the local arena cross races that I do up in Ohio and West Virginia and different places like that. And just thanks to the CMA for being on hand with us here again this week. And also, don't forget, we got our Lazy Days Twitter contest. The RV Authority says predict who will have the fastest lap in the 250 Pro Sport Class Heats for a chance to win a 1-year subscription to RacerX Illustrated. And Sean Hackley, or Sean Hackley, says to me, if you can get an exact lap time, he'll give you a bike. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, to the T.
You have to get
I'll
it to the T.
Impressed.
To the 100,000th or 100 millionth or something. We're going to stretch it out to where it's going to be virtually impossible to guess. But anyway.
Yeah, please don't get it.
Yeah. Lazy Days RV Authority. Want to say thanks to them. Lazy Days is on hand here with us at the racetrack. So if you're watching and tuning in your motorhomes out there, be sure and stop down and see the great folks at Lazy Days. Otherwise, if you're at home, lazydaysrv.com on the World Wide Web, and search them out, find them out, and be a part of a great experience. If you love RVing, this is home, my friends. Lazy Days RV, the authority in camping. And look at that, man. I mean, the track is still in ultimate prime condition right now. We see that chisel plow just tilling that up, and it's just continuing mixing that moisture back down into the soil and making for a great racetrack. I know you had mentioned that with the moisture to look for the track to get choppy and rough, and we are witnessing a lot of that. I think we saw it was evidence whenever we saw Hannah Hodges coming around and pushing like she was pushing, and even those Schoolboy riders we saw pushing those turns just as hard as they could. You know, they had to rely on their suspension. That's whenever you see a rider that's, number one, comfortable and confident in their abilities, and comfortable and confident in their machine's abilities and what it's able to achieve and how it's going to react. So, I mean, it takes a combination of the two to be able to go out there and go that fast.
Yes, you got to be comfortable with your bike, comfortable with your setup. You know, just the Supercross might have a different setup compared to this outdoor. So, you know, as the races keep going on, riders are getting better and everything. And
Hey, Sean, I know we seen a glimpse of it a few minutes ago, a little while ago in the early part of this show, but you took an entire lap around this course, and with all the work and stuff that's been on it, we've seen how rough it's gotten. But earlier this morning it was pretty rough too, so we're going to take a look at that actual lap, that hot lap that you took out there for yourself, all right?
All right, sounds good to me.
We're now about to take you on a lap of the 2014 Mini O's. On the right of me is the start coming up to the first turn. We just went past the mechanics area, so that's where all the riders are going to be getting their signals at. This is probably one of the coolest parts of this event, is the drop-off right here. They're going to come up here. I think they call this Showtime Tabletop, or at least when I was racing, that's what they called it. We have a couple changes to the track right now. We used to go up here, go straight down that, do a step down, but now they switched it up, slowed the track down a little bit for some better racing. The lines are going to be good today. We got quite a bit of weather the other day, so the track's really saturated. This is one of the new parts of the track. As you can see, we're only a few motos in today, and the ruts are already good. This is the big sweeper that they've always had here. Another one of the things that Gainesville's famous for. Coming up now, not too much time left on the track, but as you can see, big ruts everywhere. Coming up beside me on the right is Vendors Row. That's where you get all your food and your snacks for the weekend. On the right of me is the announcer's tower, so that's where you're going to get all your, well, if you're at the event, that's where you get all your announcing from. You used to have the big uphill right there before the finish line, but now a little bit lower, not going up there. And here's your lap for 2014 Mini O's.
2014. Sean Hackley doing a great job, man, on that. I can remember when you came back in, you was like, "Oh man, I called it 2014." I said, "We'll cut that out," and then I said, "No, guys, leave it in. I want to butcher him about it."
Yeah, I was a little ahead of my time right there.
That's all right, but man, a great job out there, and that's probably one of the best helmet cam footages I've ever seen anywhere on any TV show, with that audio on there like that, explaining that. I'm sure anybody that's ever taken a lap around this race course knew exactly what you were talking about as far as the changes and things that were out there. But we were looking at that track a little bit ago, or whenever you were on it. Look how much rougher it is now.
Yes, the track's definitely changes. You know, they made a few changes. They're changing coming up to the finish right now. I saw that was getting kind of a square edge holes, but one of the things I was really excited coming back here for was the elevator, the big step up they had in the middle, and I was a little bummed to come here and see that that was gone, but the track changes they did were very good. The track was fun. You know, I got a few laps on it this morning. I appreciate Unlimited Sports for that, and the guys here at Racer TV for hooking me up with the GoPro and giving me audio so I could talk to you guys while I ride.
For sure. Looks like we're back off to racing action here as the Winter Olympics rolls on here for this. Hey, Sean. 2013 version.
Yes, 2013.
You know what? If that's the worst thing you do, man, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. There's nothing wrong with that. Because I mean, technically, if you think about it, we keep talking about 2014.
Yes, we're moving into the next year. You know, we said Loretta's is kind of the end of our year, and this is the new beginning of our new season coming into 2014.
So technically, you are correct. This is the 2014 motocross season.
Yes. So go.
So you're right. You are absolutely right. Now I look like the man with the egg on my face. I'll take it. I'm used to it. The 411, who's got the 411 on this guy? He is on it. The 65-10, 7 and 9-year-olds. This is the limited Division I. We've got Myers out front in this one, and Myers having a strong 65cc Supercross race as well. There's the 29 machine behind him here in the Division I. That is Matthew LeBlanc. LeBlanc running in the number 2 spot. LeBlanc also had a good run in the Supercross portion of this, I believe.
Yes, I remember Espinosa's name in here as well as Ferry.
Yeah, we got a few names that we're going to be seeing come across the screen here shortly. Big field of contingents. There's we've seen the 144 head down there. Cooper Crandis, I believe he had some pretty good top 10 rides at Supercross there in the qualifying, if memory serves me correct. So 65's working on this first lap of racing still. Again, you know, I think we're going to see a lot of that position jockey and riders working their way up through the pack. And there's leaders gone past. Crockett Myers, wait a minute. Yeah, that's it. Crockett Myers. He won a Supercross title, if memory serves me correct, and I saw him out here a little bit ago, and he was running 15th in one of the other 65cc classes, and I looked at Jen Kenyon and I was like, Jen, look, man, Crockett's all the way back in like 15th. And she goes, wow, Supercross must be his forte. But
yeah.
Evidently he must have got a bad start or something, because Myers is back out front in this one. Matthew LeBlanc is running second. Jet Reynolds is third. Magnus Smith, I found out, doesn't speak a word of English. I walked over and was
Really?
talking to him. His dad looked at him and said, he don't understand you. He speaks Dutch.
Oh, okay.
But his dad spoke perfect English.
Well, he knows how to ride a dirt bike, so I guess at this event, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Brian Espinoza, who you were talking about there, Sean, the 24 and 5th. Hamden Hudson, the 88 and 6th. Thomas Welch, the 98 and 7th. Jack Beelan, the 28 is 8th. Alex Mann in 9th. Nick Capps, the 38, rounds out your top 10 in this one. And let's see, the 6 to 9 or 7 to 9 limited class of the 65 cc's, 78 riders. We do have 2 gate drops, top 16 from each division.
That was a good save for Matthew LeBlanc right there. And then also I remember talking about Thomas Welch, you know, from Charlotte Hall, Maryland. I was just like, that is Thomas, that's Tom Welch's son.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool to see that, you know, Ferry, Deegan, and then now Welch as well. And did Karsten have?
Yeah,
and then Barry also had a child out here, so it's really cool to see that. Second generations.
Yep, second generations. And in some cases, it might even be third generations for a
That's
lot
true.
of those guys. Maybe not from a professional standpoint, but from a riding standpoint anyway.
Yes.
And Myers, LeBlanc, Jet Reynolds, Magnus Smith, Brian Espinoza. There was, well, the top 4 had 5 seconds separating, almost 6 seconds separating those guys. A 2:04 lap time this time around for Myers LeBlanc, a 2:05.9. There's now 3.5 seconds that separates first and second. Jet Reynolds, a 2:06.1. He's back in the number 3 spot. Looking at the 5th place position is Espinoza. And he, wow, looks like he might have dropped back a little more than we expected him to. Hamden Hudson was 6th. Thomas Welch, we were talking about there a moment ago, is 7th. Jack Beelan was 8th. Alex Mann in 9th. Nick Capps was 10th. I wanted to see what kind of changes we have out of that. Espinoza holds on for 5th after 2. Hamden Hudson is 6th. But, man, Alex Mann moves up into the number 7 spot aboard the 25. Edgar Lewis is 8th. Nick Capps now up to 9th aboard the number 38. And it's Justin Allen rounding out the top 10. You mentioned Timmy Ferry's son, Evan Ferry, the number 75. I believe he's one of those. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's Timmy's son, is out there in the number 12 position right now as we watch this one unfold. We got Aspen Boothby out there. We've seen some good running by him. He's all the way back in 20th place right now, so he's got a lot of riders to get around and through in order to position himself. Well, not so many. They are taking the top 16, so I guess the top 20 is not so bad out of the realm whenever you look at things. He's turning 2:27 lap times. Folks around in 2:33s, 2:36s. So right now, Boothby might be in position to actually move up into a top 16 ride. Crockett Myers still leading this one, Sean Hackley, and coming up on 3 laps complete. 65cc riders, you know, a lot of times we see those good battles, but this is one of those riders that has solidified this lead, and he's riding his own, I mean, literally is riding his own race. He doesn't have any pressure. He knows he's got to keep a certain pace to stay ahead of LeBlanc, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yes, you know, he got a great start, had great races in the Supercross division. So, you know, it seems that to fair Supercross or motocross, it doesn't matter to him. He can go fast on either one.
He just likes to ride his motorcycle. Now watch him go down Gator Falls. There's that jump you're talking about. And you literally do. You don't pull up on the wheel. You ride up to it and you just drop down. It is a free fall. And you watch them right here. They drop.
Yeah, you get some air.
You get some air regardless of whether you want to or not. And I've watched, and like I said, I've ridden up and down those a couple times in dozers. It is a real trip on a dozer and on a motorcycle. It's, like you say, it's just a complete whoop, drop down. You drop probably a good 10 feet before you ever hit any ground down there, it looks like. Myers still out front. LeBlanc 2.5 seconds back. Actually, Myers turned a little faster lap time that time, so he's closing up on Myers. And though he may not be putting the pressure on, he is starting to show some signs of life back there. the possibility of this battle for the #1 spot heating up before the checkers fly. Run down our top 16. Myers, LeBlanc, Reynolds, Smith, Espinoza, your top 5. What's going on there?
It looked like Crockett Myers got a little sideways, but Matthew LeBlanc is making up some time. He's pretty close right now coming into the final laps of this race.
Yeah, he is. You're right. We said that he ran a little faster lap time that last time around. There he does. It looks like it's paying off here as he is closing up even more on the 411 of Myers as he hits lap traffic. Look at this, within a couple of bike lengths.
Yeah, so that's like 2 or 3 bike lengths right now.
They're heading down through the by the announcer's tower now, down into the Gator pit one final time. Look at this lap traffic. I thought might give a little bit of a problem, but I tell you, I think that Myers might have had just enough of a lead that he established on that first lap that LeBlanc's not going to be able to muster his way past. But look how close they were. Your on-track schools Moto Hero race winner, Crockett Myers. He's not even stopping at this point.
Taking a victory lap. Look at him. He was coming across the lapper and didn't see the checker flag when it came across, so he's going to be safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry. So Myers takes the win. LeBlanc in second. Jet Reynolds will finish up in third. Magnus Smith, I'm looking for in the fourth place position. Brian Espinoza looking for fifth. Sixth, Alex Mann. Edgar Lewis, 7th. Noah Stevens, 8th. Evan Ferry, 9th. Drew Rodbell in 10th. Now, this is who we're expecting to see your final, your transfer positions, including Justin Allen, Reagan Cochran in 12th. Jack Beelan, 13th. Austin Copa-Cranid in 14th. We got James Gann in 15th. And Aspen Boothby moves up into the 16th place position. Remember, he was back in a 20 spot there a couple laps ago, but up to 16th where we expected he might be able to make his way into. So there you see your Fair and Racing top 10 as we wrap up the first division of 2 in this 65, 7 and 9. I'm going to double check that. This is limited 65, 91. Oh, wait a minute. I looked at the wrong class there a minute ago. I looked up at the 85s, and this is actually the, no, wait a minute. I was right, 65s. Two divisions, 16. Okay, I scared myself for a second. I was right. Look at that. Myers turned in another second slower lap time. He did everything on that first lap. That's pretty impressive that all the work that he did on the first lap paid off for him. I mean, he did a lot of work to keep the consistent speeds in the 204, 205 range as well, those final 3 laps. But everything that Crockett Myers did, he did on that first lap with that start.
Yeah, that's something great to do. Get the whole shot and go out there, sprint. Take your, not necessarily take your time, but hit your lines good. Take smart lines. It's your first lap out there, so you're not familiar with the track. He might have had a moto earlier. I don't believe he did, but that's just being smooth, being smart, hitting your lines, and then he was able to calm down and relax the rest of the race. It ended up being pretty close, but it worked out for him.
Well, right now we have more track maintenance underway, and the sand, the moisture, and all that, creating a lot of extra work, I think, for the Unlimited Sports MX crew, Sean. And with while these guys are doing that, we're going to take a couple moment break, and we'll be back with more from right here at Gators Back Cycle Park here on RacerTV.com.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing.
Welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park, where track maintenance continues in preparation for more motos of our 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. Rodney Tomlin, Sean Hackley, Jen Kenyon along with us. And Sean Hackley, We were looking at this track a few moments ago, talking about the extra work that they put into this racetrack to make it what it is. And at the same time, these track crew members are having to stay on their toes to make sure that this track is staying completely competitive. I'm tipping my hat. They are not letting it get out of shape any whatsoever. If it starts to look like it's starting to get a little out of shape, they're on it, man. So Johnny on the spots there with the equipment on the racetrack. Way to go, Unlimited Sports MX crew.
Yes, they're doing a great job. I see them, they're doing a lot of track work. Well, some people are like, why are they smoothing up the track? But they're taking out of the danger in a lot of races. Like they were just fixing that kicker just before these little guys come out, because that's a downhill and that's not where you want to have a kicker. You don't want to have them anywhere, but they're taking care of that.
All right, motosport.com hole shot off and rolling now. And who's going to grab that early lead? We'll try to get that sorted out. Those little guys are going to jockey back and forth. And we're going to catch the leaders coming back up into sight here about right now. I think they should be getting into sight and a little closer to us, and we'll know for sure who our early leaders are. There's two of them. That is that 88 machine, and that 88 is piloted by Hudson. And, wow, I think the one they're going to be watched for in this particular division right now might be that number, I thought it was a 54 machine I saw going by there, but if that's the thing, that's little Tommy Leclerc, the fourth. He's buried back in the pack right now, but he's got his work cut out for him. It is the 88 out front. It is the number 9 of Dylan Scott running in the number 2 spot right now, and we're about halfway through this first lap of racing in the 65 class. Here they come now around the Gators, big sweeper turn out by the roadway there into that rhythm section, the whoops, if you will. There's the number, is that 28 or 128 in the number 3 spot?
Yes, that was 28.
I believe that would be, actually 28 was in the first one. It might be the 128 of another Bees. We got a Bees out there, so we're watching. Look at that, all those little kids out there making their way through that big rhythm section there. Look, they're still coming. They're still coming.
This was a big gate, and they're pretty spread out here on this first lap. So racing's not too tight right now. Coming up front, I saw another pass coming over the tabletop.
I'm sure we'll see a lot of that. This, especially these 65 classes, tend to lend its hand to a lot of passing taking place in the first couple laps while riders try to get themselves established, especially with this many riders on the starting line. Colby Gatlin. Actually, that was 88 slash. I think we were calling that one wrong, quite possibly, or maybe I was looking at the wrong class there. Got Hudson, and then, yeah, this is Division 2. That's Gatlin. Okay, that makes some sense. Jordan Bees is running in the number 2 spot. Thank you, brother, for helping clear that up. Daniel Scott, the number 9, is 3rd. Tommy Leclerc, the 54. There's that 4th place ride I was saying keep an eye on. Nathan Merrick's the 42 Suzuki in 5th. Sage Lewis is 6th. Jeffrey Sheely Jr. in the number 7 spot. Ewan Krish. Ewan Krish is 8th. Jaden Clough, the 45 slash, in 9th. Damian Wassendorf is 10th. Ryan Conagera is 11th. Gavin Towers in 12th. Devin Eaton 13th. Andrew Belk in 14th. Zachary Carr in 15th. Chase Patton rounds out your 16th place position, your final transfer spot there.
It's cool to see the Bees brothers out there, both of his brother getting the win in the other division, and then he's in second right now here on an opening lap. These guys are coming out of Wisconsin. I think the Packers beat the Lions today, so that's cool. Just a little bit of motivation coming from Wisconsin.
There you go. There you go. Big football fan. That was funny that you said that you say that, because you said, yeah, I'm becoming a big sports fan now, big Seattle Seahawks fan, and
yeah, they're 10-1.
Yeah, and we're also getting some information afforded to us, I think, via the chat room right now. Hey, David Coleman, I believe, out of the University of Wisconsin. We want to say hey to you, man, as he gives a shout out to the Bees boys watching in Wisconsin. Along with the Packers. That's where you got that one from, huh?
Yes, I cheated.
Hey, that's not cheating. That's there's a DeFrancisco there. I think that might be Rob DeFrancisco. I got to wonder if that's any relation to Ryder. Ryder DeFrancisco is out there, opened up in a 22nd place position in this one. Look at this right now. Things have changed quite a bit now. Tommy Leclerc has whipped his way into position. Remember how close he was to the second, third place positions. Well, check out where he's at right now. Kobe Gatlin checking in with 2 laps complete, a 206.795. Leclerc working his way through traffic, turned a 206.9. He's 7 seconds back, so that's going to be his big disadvantage. Daniel Scott turned a 209.3. Nathan Merrick's up to 4th with a 207.9. Jeffrey Shealy, a 214 in 5th place. Jordan Bees, who was 2nd, wow, having problems. He dropped all the way back to 6th, so it's not going to be the Bees boys winning out in this limited division, I don't think, today.
Yeah, looking at his lap time, looks like he had a tip over something like that, running at 2:23 compared to, where he was running around 2:10s.
Right. Sage Lewis is 7th. Ewan Krish in 8th. Ryan Conagier in 9th. And Andrew Belk rounding out the top 10. Damian Wassendorf, Gavin Towers, Devin Eaton, Johnny Weber, Jeremy McKee, Brendan Jimenez, moving into the 16th place position. Ryder DiFrancesco is up to a number 18 spot. He's up 4 from 22 now. So Gatlin the one to beat, and I'm trying to wonder if Leclerc can go any faster than a 206 or a 205 quite possibly. He's 7 seconds behind, and no unless he picks it up 3 or 4 seconds a lap faster than Kobe Gatlin, there's not going to be any chance Leclerc is going to see a chance to win. But as we pointed out a couple of times already on the broadcast, and if you've been around the motocross track, you know that sometimes a second place position is as good as a win heading into the second motos. 54, Leclerc getting around some lap traffic there. This kid on a rail of his own. Kobe Gatlin, though, does he know what's coming at him? And is this Leclerc coming at Kobe Gatlin fast enough to maybe mount a challenge, as lap 3 will come to a close here? White flag is coming out. Shout out to, who was that, Crockett Meyer's mom there on the chat room?
Yeah, she was just, just giving her condolence, telling her son that they loved you and that they loved him. They were very proud of him.
Well, there you go. Into our final lap now. Virtual trainer final lap with Kobe Gatlin out front. Leclerc in 2nd. Daniel Scott in 3rd. Nathan Merrick's 4th. B's back up to 5th, so he does regain a little bit of ground out there, it looks like, Sean. Jeffrey Shealy is 6th. Sage Lewis 7th. Ian Krish 8th. Conagier 9th. Belk in 10th. Wassendorf, Towers, Eaton, Weber, Humphrey, and looking, I believe Jimenez was up to 16th. I think we might have had some changes there. McKee hangs on to the number 16 right aboard the number 20. That's your final transfer spot. But 2 seconds faster and only 2 seconds behind, Ryder DiFrancesco is back there in the number 17 position aboard the 199. And he very well could see himself taking a top 16 position. There is your leader. We're watching on the Racer TV broadcast right now, Kobe Gatlin, the 88 Slash.
Yeah, Ryder needs to make up some time right now because this is the last lap, and he's 1 spot out of the qualification, so he has to go to the LCQ.
If he can't make that spot up, for some reason, I'm looking at it. Lap times are indicating to me that DiFrancesco is going to be your 16th place ride unless something happens. Gatling dropping down into the Gator pit one final time. Leclerc actually turning a little faster lap time last time around, actually almost 2.5 seconds faster, but only brought to within a 4.3 second gap at the end of 3. He might have closed up a little more, as you see Gatlin looking over his shoulder there, but Gatlin having no problems. 3 seconds behind him was Leclerc, though, as the 54 machine turns a 2:07, another 1.3 seconds faster, so just a hair over 3 seconds was the gap between those riders. Nathan Merrick checks in the number 3 spot, while Daniel Scott, looking for him in 4th. Jeffrey Shealy checks in the number 5 spot, and that 128 ride of Jordan Bees, who was battling from 2nd for 1st, dropping back out of the, well out of the top 5. He gotten back into 5th place position, but it looks like Bees The 128 may have experienced some problems as he slows down quite a bit. Holds on to 6th. Sage Lewis 7th. Ian Krish is 8th. Ryan Conagar 9th. Andrew Belk in 10th as we look at the Farron Racing Top 10 report. Tommy LeClaire turned the fastest lap of the 206.147 in the 65 7-9 limited class. What's coming up next? There's Sean Hackley.
On the line right now, I'm not too sure, but we were talking about earlier the Lazy Days RVs Twitter contest. Who's your pick for the 250 Pro Sport?
Well,
for the fastest lap time.
Okay, we thought that there were going to be division races in that, right?
Yes, I think there's going to be division races now. There's a few riders, few more races.
And I think that's even better. I think because even the race winner doesn't necessarily turn the fastest lap time. But predict who will have the fastest lap in the 250 Pro Sport Class heat or race Moto 1 for a chance to win a 1-year subscription to RacerX Illustrated. Mention at Racer TV and hashtag it MiniOs 2013. Mention at Racer TV and hashtag MiniOs 2013 in order to put yourself in that Lazy Days Twitter contest. Sean Skinner. You recognize that name too, don't you?
I haven't seen him in a long time, and I looked and I'm like, well, we're in Florida. Sean Skinner's from Florida. He always ran number 50, a pretty tall guy. So that's cool to see him coming out here just making a return to racing.
Junior 25-plus class on the track right now. A couple of other riders to watch out for him will be Mike Sandoval's out in this one. Garrett Edmondson, another fast guy down here in Florida, is in that one. Larry Bo Parton in this one. So Emmett Rowland, I believe, is in this one too, aboard the number 31. I believe that's Emmett. We'll check in for sure to make for sure. Look at this already battling. Who is that? That is Skinner. Who's he battling with there?
That's number 419 on a Honda.
That's Larry Bo Parton.
And then also the rider in third, number 277 Johnson. I'm pretty sure he was the winner of the Supercross main.
Yeah, Mike. Is that Mike Johnson? Or
we'll find out here if they come across the Farron Top 10 leaderboard.
I got an M. Johnson. Our announcer sheet's got a little less informative for today's event.
Mike, Mark, Mick. We'll find out.
Yeah, it could be.
It was Matt.
Martin, too. You never know. Oh, it is Matt Johnson. Larry Bo Parton out front, the 419. Sean Skinner dropping to the number 2 spot after an early lead in the motosport.com hole shot. 277, Matt Johnson is third. Ben Robinson, 238 in fourth. Benjamin Hamilton in fifth. Brandon Tachini, the 68 in sixth. Garrett Edmonston, the Sandman, the 217 running in seventh. Justin Brusso in eighth. Robert Honori in ninth. And Leah Renner, Leah Renner in 10th. Wayne Seegers, the number 11, if you were watching, you might have saw him have a little bit of a get-off there. Hopefully he's going to be all right. But up front, it is Larry Bo Parton, Sean Skinner, Matt Johnson, Ben Robinson, and Benjamin Hamilton, your top 5. Oh, here's a couple of names. As we said, Leah Renner, she was one of the women's class riders. She's running 10th. But Tyson Ezell also back with us. And as...
is he also riding the novice class?
I'm not sure if he's riding in the novice class or not. It's quite possible. He's a former Woods rider, I know, so he might be making that switch over to the motocross end of things. I see Emmett Rowland, another Ohio rider that I haven't seen racing. Used to be a big force and factor in the Ohio County Fairs Motocross Championship, ran up there by American Motorsports. Rowland now running the 25-plus class, making me feel even older, I think. I can remember when he was riding 80s, if that tells you anything. So junior 25-plus on the track right now. Bo Parton out front. Parton and Skinner less than a second. Look at this, man. 144.5, 144.4. Parton and Skinner. The gap, .868. That's crazy.
This is going to turn out to be a good race because Matt Skinner ran a lap time that wasn't far off that either.
So Johnson.
Matt Johnson, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Johnson is 1.9 seconds back. So there they go, back and forth, weaving their way through the hillside here at Gatorback Cycle Park. Mini-O's 2013. Make sure you hashtag that and you mention @RacerTV in your tweets for your predictions. Be our friends. Would you be our friend? Follow us around like a little lost puppy. We'll certainly keep you informed, I think.
Yeah, just follow the leader.
Anyway, either that or we'll keep you entertained. This right here, look at this. This is entertaining. Skinner trying to fire up on Bo Parton now. These guys have crossed paths more than one time here in the sands of Florida.
Yeah, Skinner's a one of the former pros. You know, he won a lot of national amateur championships growing up as well. He's a few years older than me, so I got to see him race growing up as well.
Bo Parton, also a former fast guy from around the area as well, and was an up-and-comer on more than one occasion. Seen him win some 250A and some Pro Sport classes and motos here on a couple different occasions. So he, too, has seen his speed here at Gatorback Cycle Park.
He's out of Ocala, so Ocala is also Hard Rock there. I used to spend my Christmas there with Nico Izzy. That was pretty cool.
Wow. A lot of folks, a lot of fast guys from down around this Florida area. 144.4 for Bo Parton, 144.9 for Skinner. It opens back up to 1.3 seconds, but I don't think that's any true indication of how tight this race is or how tight it gets at points on the racetrack out there. Johnson now 3 seconds back, but get this, there are 15 seconds that separate third to fourth place. Ben Robinson at 2:38. And then Garrett Edmondson, the Sandman, is running in fifth. Brandon Tashini in sixth. Justin Brusso is running seventh. Robert O'Nori is eighth. Tyson Ezel now into a top 10, and Leah Renner rounds out 10th place. There's Gary Harbin 11th. Emmett Rowland in 12th. Stephen Davis 13th. Elia Ciordia is 14th. Juan Carlos Baliza is 15th. You know, Parton's got to be feeling it right now, man. I mean, he's feeling good. I've seen some of the best times that rider's ever seen here at this racetrack, and I've also seen some of the worst moments this rider's ever experienced at this racetrack. And unfortunately, it is embedded in my brain, one of his worst moments, but I don't want to talk about that. He had a really nasty get-off on Supercross about 4 or 5 years ago, and that is one that will never leave my mind. And I tell you, it's so good to see him back on track. And on track, he's a moto hero for the on-track schools here and race winner of this junior 25-plus class. We're talking Larry Parton Jr., a 140. They got even faster, a 142 that time around, 7.90. That was the fastest lap of the race, and he did it on the final lap. Why? Because Sean Skinner turned his fastest lap of the race at a 142.8 that time also. Those guys hungry. Matt Johnson in the number 3 spot, and Ben Robinson is fourth. .450B Division 1 Limited.
It looks like the motorsport.com host guide goes to the Honda rider Barstas, number 43.
Josh Bartosh, the 43 machine, going to be one to keep an eye on in this one. I mean, he has been all season long and right here at the Mini-O's itself, and he's got company coming as well. The 47 of Zachary Bishop Burnett running in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, he has a lot of people here on our Instagram feed and Facebook and stuff like that cheering him on. So got a lot of people from your hometown. So it's time to make it happen.
And making it happen is what he's working on doing. The 21 machine, Alfred back in, excuse me, that's the senior plus 40 class, rather. 21 slash of Taylor is there. Taylor is your 3rd place position ride on that KTM as we look to the 4th place position, the 114 now of McCullers. 450B Limited. We've got, looks like 1-2 divisions of this, so top 16 will transfer into Moto 2, while the rest will have to try to qualify in through an LCQ now. This tabletop, this is the traditional place, man. I mean, if I was recycling tear-offs, this is the one jump that I think I would camp next to, because this is one where everybody reaches up and rips those Scott tear-offs to keep that vision clear out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's yeah, he launched out of there, but it's a jump that you're coming out of a pretty rough section, get tear-offs, and you want to just rip one away so you can clear vision coming into the final few turns, and you want to look good if everybody's standing in vendors row and the concession stands.
Yeah, I think we need to have like some kind of contest during the moto as well, like a long jump contest or something like kind of like the old video games and stuff.
Yeah,
because
that'd be
that
cool.
right there might have won highest and longest jump right there. I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the furthest jump today. You know, he's on a 450, and I don't think he let off the gas after he came out of that turn.
I got just bouncing off the rev limiter. Bartosh, Zachary Bishop, Burnett, Bryson Taylor in the number 3 spot. Tanner McCullers, the 114, is 4th. Cody Kuykendall, your 5th place ride. We got Devin Coolbrith in 6th, Dustin Winter in 7th, Jared Williams 8th, Blake Nyheiser in 9th, Henry Miller in 10th, and rounding out the rest of your top 16, there's old Keith Tucker. He got him a couple of Supercross championships. Couldn't buy a start the first times out in the SX side of things, but in the mains, man, he did well and didn't look like he got a good start here. The 641 in 11th. We got Mason Moss in 12th, Tristan Charbonneau 13th, Taylor Holt 14th, Nick Farrell 15th, Dylan Blatner, your final transfer spot aboard the number 16 after that first lap complete.
Tristan Charbonneau is one of the hot shots in this class, too. He hasn't been getting off to some good starts in motocross portion. You guys see what's going on with him. Keith Tucker, another person who got 2 Supercross championships, I believe.
Wow, watching this battle shape up, Tanner McCullers under pressure from Cody Kuykendall for the 4th place spot now. They're dropping down into the Gator pit. Look at this. Kuykendall going on the inside. Does he get the setup made for the pass? I don't think he did.
No, he was on the inside, but for the next turn, he was set up on the outside. So I think the rider in front of him had a better line, and he was able to stick it.
So Bishop Burnett has taken over the lead. He did a 1:45.074. We got Kuykendall still in 4th. Okay, Bryson Taylor is up to 2nd. Tanner McCullers in 3rd. Cody Kuykendall is 4th. Devin Coolbrith in 5th. Dustin Winter in 6th. Jared Williams in 7th. Nyheiser in 8th. Henry Miller in 9th. Looks like Keith Tucker now breaking into the top 10 aboard the 641 machine. Did I miss something there? Was that 47? He did get the whole shot. He got the early lead in that. For some reason, I was thinking that was a little different battle up front. I don't know why.
No, number 43 got the whole shot, I thought.
That's what I was thinking. We had a different hole shot, so maybe we missed him on timing and scoring. That might be the case. Maybe not. There's that battle still between Kuykendall. That's the one we're watching now. The McCullers and Kuykendall. That's the heated one. Yeah, Josh Bartosh, I don't see him checked in, so I don't know what happened to Bartosh there. But look at this. I can hear the crowd outside the Racer TV studios in the CarMate Custom Studios here, and they are going nuts for that battle that's going on right now. Kuykendall around McCullers now for that number 3 position. He fought him for the last lap or better, trying to get around, and caught him and fought him, and then finally made the pass. And looks like now the 52's got his sights set on the 21 slash of Bryson Taylor now, man. And he is he's closing in fast on him, it looks like.
Yeah, it's great to see the track still, and the lines are developing so much. You know, they're doing a lot of track maintenance, but the ruts into the lines and the braking bumps are coming right back. So it's good that they're not trying to make it smooth in single file. There's still lines everywhere.
Bishop Burnett, your leader. Bryson Taylor in 2nd, and 1.1 seconds back in 3rd. Kuykendall, who's turning a full second faster than Bryson Taylor. So at the end of this one, in theory, we should see some good battling between 21 and 52. Devin Coolbrith taking advantage of some situations there, and he moves into 4th. Dustin Winter into 5th. Jared Williams up to 6th now. Blake Nyheiser from 9th to 7th. Keith Tucker from 10th to 8th. Tristan Charbonneau was running 11th. He's now 9th, and Nick Farrell rounds out your top 10. And Tanner McCullers, who was battling with Cody Kuykendall there a lap ago, finds himself all the way back to 11th place. I mean, that could be anything from a mistake that he made after being passed to maybe he wasn't in condition and he fought for as long as he could and just kind of backed off a little bit.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to look here in a second, because his fastest lap time was a 1:46.9, and that last lap he ran was a 1:55.9.
And
so
I have to believe, I don't believe that it's not anything to do with me. I would say he's more than well conditioned. This track just offers it lends its hand to mistakes being made. And right now, Bryson Taylor is going to be
just had a pretty good save coming over that in the roller section.
Yeah, he's about to be forced into another mistake here pretty quick if Cody Kuykendall has anything to say about it.
Yeah, just a few laps left. I think that charge he might have had to get around a couple of those other guys a little faster to get around him, but it's coming down. Maybe he can go outside and make up some time.
Well, there was 1.198 seconds separating them, and he was turning about a second faster lap time. I said at this point in the race, next time around, they should be virtually side by side. Look what happens as these riders come up out of the Gator pit. Zachary Bishop Burnett takes the win, or takes the fourth place position, I guess.
Oh,
and
that's
there
the
they
white
are.
flag. So
yeah, one more to go, and look at that.
Cody Kuykendall is able to get him.
What did I say? Side by side? Look at
Yes,
that.
there you called it.
I did. I sure did. And the only reason I called it is because
they're not giving up. Bryson Taylor just fought right back and got his position back.
Exactly. That's the unknown element that we have in watching timing and scoring and calling races according to timing and scoring is the rush of adrenaline that takes place whenever these riders get in these heated battles like this.
Yeah, that's another cool thing about the layout of this track. There's a left and there's a right the next following turn. There's not a whole lot of lefts or rights following each other. So you may get someone on the outside, but then the next upcoming turn, they may be able to sweep around you on the outside and just vice versa. So it makes really good racing.
It does. Kuykendall not giving up any whatsoever. We got Coolbrith in fourth, Winter in fifth, Nijhuis sixth. Tucker is up to seventh now. That kid's on the move. Tristan Charbonneau, another rider on the move. Both those riders getting off to horrible starts. Also, Bradley Esper making it into a top 16 finally. He's up to 12th now. So a lot of the key players in this 450B limited class that we saw as being key players in the Supercross not faring so well, and it looks like they got buried deeper in the pack off the starts here in these first motos. Bishop Burnett should be checking in about 5 seconds ahead of this battle between Taylor and Kuykendall as they get set to drop down into the Gator pit now. There is your leader, Zachary Bishop Burnett. Here's your battle for second now. Bryson Taylor, Cody Kuykendall. We know that he had a little faster lap time the last 2 times around, but Bryson Taylor has risen to the occasion and is your Zachary Bishop Burnett is your on-track school moto hero and race winner. And what happened back there for second? Bryson Taylor holds on. Cody Kuykendall finishes up in the number 3 spot. Taylor steps up to the occasion, Sean Hackley, and does just what he needs to do to hold on to that second spot.
Yeah, that was a good. Cody got him a lap before that, but he's able to fight back and keep passing. Keith Tucker make up the 5th place, but Zachary Bishop Burnett, I think he heard us about that long jump competition because on the finish line, he pretty much jumped beside the starting line.
Jumped up next to the start gate.
Yes.
Well, Jen Kenyon is standing by. I believe she's got our winner down near the finish line, Mr. Zachary Bishop Burnett.
Here with our winner, Zachary Bishop Burnett. You guys had a close race there at the end. Tell us about that.
Yeah, just got a good start and tried to keep consistent. It kind of sucks that Bartosz went down. He's one of my good buddies, but I hope he's doing better. And, just try to have fun and just threw whips and came out with the win.
Throwing whips is always fun, I'm sure. Talk about the track conditions. The sun's kind of in a weird spot right now. Did that have any effect on your race out there?
No, not really. It was actually really good. The track was it was rough, it was tacky, and really rutted, and it's actually a lot better than I expected.
All right, so we got another division coming up. Are you anxious to get everybody together for that last moto and really dice it up with everybody out there?
Yeah, I'm really anxious. I'm glad I'm doing a lot better on outdoor, and I just hope to have another good, fun race.
All right, well, we'll be looking for you again in Moto 2. Congratulations on a win here.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon, as we've got our Division 2 off and rolling right now, and another.
That's Ryan Surratt. I guess he's going to take the motorsport.com whole shot, and that's Benny Boss. I remember talking to him, interviewing him, and then he came away with what class is this?
This is 450B Limited.
450B Limited. He came away with the win in Supercross. That was great to see that.
Wow. So Benny Bloss, yeah, the 33, I remember that. That's how you got pretty excited about that. Well, we ran into that guy in the pits the other day just randomly, and he comes out and wins in the mains there yesterday. Pretty cool stuff. Surratt, like you said, out front, Benny Bloss, he is wow, man, he's picking up right where he left off on the SX trap over here on the MX track. And Cody Williams in third aboard the 167. Curran Thurman is your 4th place ride. Jerry Robin, the 85, in 5th. Grady Featherstone in 6th. Blake Lewis, 7th. Andy Coast is 8th. The Cowboy, man, the 151 gunslinger Josh Cartwright in 9th. Will McCracken in 10th. Taylor Skondras is 11th. Nolan Hepner in 12th. Isaac Teasdale 13th. Ryan Hoover 14th. Addison Emery 15th. Your final transfer spot at the end of that first one is Jake Strikert. Keep an eye out, though. Kyle Dawson is 17th. Cody Pinwell is 18th. Shane Kehoe is 19th. And Timmy Bake rounds out your top 20.
It's good to see Cody Williams out there with the Horton Racing Yamaha team. He's had a good start. I get to see him a lot priced in Texas. But we have Jerry Robbins coming up him. You know, if you watch the commercials on here, he's the guy that last year qualified for Loretta's on the 1984 or 85 CR250. I wish he was still riding because I have one of those at my house myself.
You go out and would you try to match him, man?
I would. You know, it's my dad's bike, but I ride it a lot. It's a lot of fun. And I enjoy it.
Yeah, those bikes were really, I think, advanced for their time, weren't they?
They really were. I mean, the bike's still really fast. Suspension handles well. I think that was the first year they had the disc front brake. So, you know, it's able to stop. The rear drum brake's a little bad, but I have a lot of fun riding. My dad's a vintage guy. He likes riding vintage bikes and stuff like that. So.
Well, that's cool. That's a big market out there for that. Right now, the big market is Ryan Surratt and Benny Bloss as they make their way across the finish line for 2 laps complete now. Bloss still back there. Lap time 1:46.2 for Surratt. Look at this, a 1:45.094. 1.2 seconds faster as Benny Bloss is less than a second behind Surratt now as they head down Gator Falls.
That's great. Look, Benny got some confidence coming out of that win in the Supercross final. So, you know, he's confident, got a win. He knew he could do it. You know, he was hoping he could do it. Didn't have the great qualifier, but he's trying to put a good first moto in for this class.
Cody Williams checks in the number 3 spot aboard the 167. Robin is up 1 aboard the 85 machine. He's up to 4th now as Kern Thurman is 5th. And check this out, their gunslinger. He was 9th a lap ago. The 151 of Josh Cartwright, a former off-road star in the GNCC circuit a few years ago. Cartwright is running 6th right now. Grady Featherstone is running 7th. Andy Coast in 8th. Blake Lewis 9th. Tyler Scodress rounds out your top 10, and they continue to battle throughout the top 16 for one of those top spots in a for sure position pick on the gate for Moto number 2. Still the battle up front. Surratt as they roll through that rhythm section. 9/10 of a second is what it said last time. Bloss was a full 1.2 seconds faster, and I got to wonder whether or not Surratt was able to pick the pace up a little bit. From what I understand, Sean, in Ryan Surratt, I mean, he's not the only motocrosser in his family, from what I understand.
No, if I recall correctly, his father was, I think, a multi-time or a few-time Loretta Lynn's champion, a very great rider growing up. You know, this is a little bit before my time, but it's cool to see second generations come around. You know, we saw talk about earlier about Deegan, Ferry, Welch, and all those kids like that. So it's a great thing to see. You know, this is a really fun, loving family event.
It most definitely is. That's the whole thing about the great sport of motocross. Look at this. Surratt turned to 1:44.263 that time, rising to the occasion. Bloss still keeping it fast at a 1:44.9. He's now 1.6 seconds back, and it's starting to open up a little bit now.
We still have a great battle going on between Cody Williams and Jerry Robbins. These guys are giving it their all and back in 3rd and 4th.
2/10 of a second is what it said. Those riders are almost even at 1:46 on the lap times. 1:46.3 and 1:46.0 for Robin. So this one is not over yet. I think we're going to see that 167 and 85 battle all the way through this 4th lap, maybe even through the entire 5 laps. Thurman is still back in the number 5 spot. Cartwright is still 6th. Coast is up to 7th now. Grady Featherstone's holding steady in the top 10, or still in the top 10, but he's dropped now to 8th. Scodress is 9th, and Isaac Teasdale still rounds out your top 10. Looking down through the rest of that top 16, I keep trying to glance back and forth to see who our top 16 are, and I just can't keep my eyes off of them because of this right here.
Yes, like I was talking about earlier, Cody Williams and Jerry Robbins. These guys have been going at it for about 2 laps now. I think we have 2 laps to go coming up, so if Jerry's trying to make a move, he needs to close this gap, try to hit his lines, and put pressure on Cody Williams.
So that opens back up. It looked like it tightens up, it opens up, it tightens up, it opens up.
Oh, it looks like Jerry Robbins was just wiping his goggles. I'm not sure if he pulled all his tear-offs or ran out or even ran and he expected to get in the hole shot, run away.
Yeah, that might have been the case. That might have been what he was hoping for. Ryan Surratt still, though, early leader. He probably hasn't had to pull a lot of tear-offs, and I'm sure his Scott USA goggles still have clear vision. The official clear vision provider of these videos there at Scott.
Looks like Ryan Surratt made a little mistake and then looked back, and then Benny Bloss just absolutely ripped the corner. So he made up a little bit of time coming up. The gap's a little over 1.5 seconds, so we're going to see what this last lap brings us.
Well, Surratt and Bloss still only 1.7 seconds apart. They're turning nearly identical lap times now, 1:46, 1:32, and 2:71. Cody Williams a 1:46.738. He's 6 seconds back, though, and Jerry Robin a 1:47.5. So it looks like Robin may have slowed down or made a couple of little miscues that took a second or so off his lap time. Josh Cartwright continues to move up. He's now in 5th as Curran Thurman drops to 6th, Andy Coast 7th, Featherstone 8th, Scodris 9th, Teasdale in 10th, Blake Lewis 11th, Will McCracken 12th, Nolan Hebner in 13th, Addison Emery in 14th, Jake Strikert in 15th, Cody Pinwell, your final transfer spot right now, with Kyle Dawson only a second and a half back in the number 17 spot, but Pinwell actually made the pass on Dawson that last time around. Second generation amateur rider, top amateur rider, Ryan Surratt, motoring his way around for lap 5 complete here with Benny Bloss still in tow. Bloss is just, at this point, just basically waiting for the opportunity. It's not going to be presented as the checkers come out. The on-track Schools Moto hero and race winner going to be the 51 of Ryan Surratt, with Benny Bloss, the number 33, finishing up in second, some 2 seconds back. But we know as well as anyone watching this race, Sean Hackley, that was closer than a 2-second battle whenever you look at it in paper. I mean, I know that we had that on paper like that, and that's the way it's always going to reflect, but that was a good battle is what I'm getting at.
Yes, from first to second, Ryan Surratt couldn't make any mistakes because Bloss was right there. You know, it says 2.2 seconds, but it was about a second most of the race, as well as Cody Williams and Jerry Robbins had a great race going on.
All right, quickly, Surratt, Bloss, Williams, Robin, Cartwright, Thurman, Coast, Featherstone, Scodris, Teasdale, Blake Lewis, Will McCracken, Hebner, Emery, Stryker, and Pinwell, your top 16, and Jen Kenyon stands by with Ryan Surratt down near the finish line.
That's right, Rodney. We're down here with Ryan Surratt. Congratulations on an awesome win. You and Benny Bloss, the number 33, he was right on you at times, and then you would pull away. Where do you think you were making up your time out there?
I was just making my time up through the ruts. I'm pretty small on a 450, so he's getting me down the straightaways and through the rough, getting arm pump. But I did the full 5 laps and made it to the finish, so that's all that matters.
I feel like that's a victory all in itself. You look like you're a little bit winded. Was the track getting pretty rough out there?
Yeah, it's pretty rough out there, and like I said, I'm pretty small for this thing. I haven't rode it very many times, so I'm still getting used to it.
Well, it sounds like you're doing a pretty good job at it. You got the Moto win. You're going to be heading into Moto 2 with a one score there. You're going to have another guy joining you, though, as well. What are you feeling heading into that race?
Hopefully I can get a good start and then just ride my own race, and hopefully I can bring home the W.
All right, well, good luck in that Moto 2. Who would you like to thank for getting you this first win?
I'd like to thank Yamaha, Bell helmets, Free Gun underwear, and anyone else who I forgot to thank.
All right, well, congratulations again, Ryan.
Well, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon, and Nahilo Concepts podium interview. I want to say thanks to Nahilo Concepts. I don't know if you know much about them. They're an aftermarket company that develops and manufactures the innovative billet-type products for, well, you might be very familiar with them, Sean, KTMs and other major brands. Everything is made in-house in their state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida, and their goal is to develop products that will improve the function and performance and durability of your race bike. And products can be found on KTM SSX model, SXS models, and other top riders, bike brands around the world. The entire staff of Nahilo Concepts is very passionate about racing and what they do, so check out their innovative website, nahiloconcepts.com. Senior 40-plus class on the track right now, and Sean Hackley, John Gruey does it once more. It looks like he takes that motorsport.com hole shot, and out to the front of the pack he goes.
Yes, but right behind me is Trampus Parker. So, can't be any slouch. Trampus, a 2-time. And then we have Melton behind him. Also in this race, we have Pedro Gonzalez, Earl May. The Galen Dixon, number 930. He's another Florida legend. So I see Earl May right behind them closing up the gap. So this can be a great race.
Tim Cotter joining us here, who has been a part of American motocross and amateur motocross racing and professional motocross racing for years. And I'm watching you right now, and your eyes are starting to sparkle as you're watching a lot of these names come across. He's Pedro Gonzalez. You really got excited about that one, man.
You know, we worked with Pedro Gonzalez. We worked with Pedro Gonzalez at Loretta's and through the pro ranks, and then he and I became very close through the amateur ranks. And we always called him Pedro Speedy Gonzalez, and he would give us an arriba, arriba, arriba. And it was a lot of fun. Pedro's a great guy. He lives in Mexico. He has an import business down there. He's really an icon, a motorsports icon in Mexico. And I had no idea he was here. And then just moments ago, Wild Willie Surratt's son won, and that just brings back tremendous memories from '82 and '83 at Loretta Lynn's. Willie Surratt was the dude. He was a badass dude, and now his kid is out here doing it and has been doing it now for several years. And it's great to watch these kids, the second generations, come back to go pro motocross or amateur motocross racing and soon to be pro motocross racing. You
know, Tim, you're in a unique position being an announcer and around our sport for so long, and pretty much director of operation of MX Sports and what goes on with Loretta Lynn's and the Outdoor Motocross Nationals and stuff. I mean, you're right, you get the chance. You saw the early days of it, the 82s, the 83s, the days that paved the way for what we're seeing right now as far as Loretta Lynn's is concerned. So to get to sit back and watch this racing right now, I imagine you got to be in a pretty good state of mind and that smile, it hasn't been knocked off your face all week, I don't think.
You know, it's been a lot of fun. You know, I was here 20, 30 years ago as the announcer. Bob Hanna would come out and ride during that time, and you had a lot of the pro riders. Remember, you have the Golden State Series in California, but the real series was the Gold Cup here in Florida, and a lot of the pro riders came down and rode Florida. The Mini-O's was huge, and it's grown. It's really interesting. I haven't been back for a long time. I was back last year for a day, but I'm here all week, and to see how it's evolved and what Wynn and the team has done here is really amazing. It's a pleasure. You know, we have a lot to be thankful for, and as I sat here and I'm watching everyone working, you know, what are you thankful for today? And I'm thankful for the opportunity to go motorcycle racing for 39 years now. I've been able to go to the racetrack, and so I'm very thankful for that. And as I see all the smiling faces and the families in the second generations and now sometimes third generation families that are here at the racetrack, it really is pretty cool. It's a lot to be thankful for, and although I miss my family back in West Virginia, I am enjoying Thanksgiving here in Florida.
Well, I'm glad to spend this Thanksgiving with you. Tim Cotter, thanks again for giving us some memories and some good ideas and just putting it all into perspective, I think, in a way for us. And he's right, man. We got a lot to be thankful for. And for him, I mean, to be around basically since almost the beginning of all this, 39 years he's been announcing motorcycle races, and this event's only 42 years old. So, yeah, Tim's seen a lot. And he was only, wow, can you imagine? He was only 6 months old whenever all that started.
That's pretty crazy just to think about. So, you know, we have John Gruhill still riding great. Trampus Parker's in second, but Jim Nason's putting some pressure on him right now, coming from behind, and Earl May's not far behind them.
So Gruey still holding on to this one. Saw this great battle between them earlier. Parker was able to actually make the pass. As we look at lap times this time around, Parker's lap time not really too challenging to John Gruey at this point. Gruey's turning 148. His fastest lap time was the last time around, a 148.8. Parker was running a 150.046, and whether or not he's picking it up on this lap, I'm not sure. But earlier today in motos, he was really picking things up. Checkers are out, coming out this time around for your now winner in the senior 40-plus class, John Gruey. Trampus Parker will check in 2 seconds behind him on the number 13 in second, and then Jimmy Neese, Earl May, the Pearl checks in fourth, and Barry Karsten got around Frenchie on that last lap. Greg Palmer will now finish up in the number 6 spot aboard the 444. And Pedro Speedy Gonzalez we're looking for in the number 7 spot. Fernando Mesia. Fernando, the 17, takes the 8th place position. Mad Mike Jones back there in the number 9 spot. And Kevin Kozad, pastor from our MXers for Jesus, rounds out your top 10. Right now it's 85, or Mini Senior 12 to 15, limited, I believe, on the track. Is it not there, Sean Hackley?
Yes, it is. Like Ferguson, the number 9 KTM got the whole shot with the motorsport.com. So I know we have Jordan Bailey and a couple other riders in here, you know, Brock Poppy. So we'll see what he can do. I saw him make a little bobble right now. Hopefully he can keep the lead.
Well, I see another Davalos name in there right now. I wonder if that's any relation to Martin Davalos. Be a little brother or cousin or something. But, wow, watch him get it all sorted out here right now. 133, Jordan Bailey. Back out to the front of the pack. Names to watch out. I think we can keep an eye out for Pachetti. Brock Pappy, the 144, I think is one to keep an eye on. Chase Fosnod, Hank Hayes, Cam Cannon. Cannon could be, Tommy Rios is out. Man, this is the relative who's who in Mini Senior Racing right now. Bailey out front in the second. Brock Pappy in third. 17 Slash coming down the way there. Cam Cannon pulling up side by side of Pappy now. Boy, Pappy really shut the door on him there.
Yes, that's what you got to do. You don't want to let them get around the first lap and then you just kind of check out on you. So I think these top 3 riders, they're all right up front right now, so this could be a great race.
Well, on the outside, Cannon's able to make the pass on Pappy. Pappy was trying to set him up. He took the outside of the other turn just before that, before the Red Bull Arch, so he could be on the inside of the next turn, but didn't matter to the Cannon, man. He put the hammer down and railed the outside of that one and took over the number 2 spot now. So Pappy drops for the number 3 spot. And as we wrap up lap number 1 here in our Mini Senior class, this is limited. Only one division of these riders classes will be racing. It is the 17 Slash we're keeping an eye on in second, but Jordan Bailey is out front 3 seconds ahead of Cam Cannon. I want to keep an eye on that battle. I'm thinking that Cannon might be one of the few that might be able to chase down and pass Jordan Bailey right now. Brock Pappy is third, Chase Fosnod in fourth, Christopher Fortier in fifth, Gina Luca Pachetti in sixth, Eugene Christian in seventh, Trey Fagert is eighth, Kobe Hefner is ninth, and Devin Stang rounds out your top 10. And Sean, I know that we got a great battle going on. We're going to keep an eye on this one. And we're going to go take a commercial break, and we'll be back with more from the Mini-O's.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And welcome back to the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park, which doesn't seem to be the same place without old Bones from Pro Circuit. Bones, glad you're listening and watching in, man. Missing you here on this Thanksgiving Thursday at the Winter Olympics as Jordan Bailey continues to lead this one out, the 133, a 3-second lead over Cameron Cannon. They're turning nearly identical lap times, only less than a tenth of a second difference in that. Cam Cannon is second, Brock Pappy in third, Chase Fosnod in fourth, Chris Fortier in fifth, Pachetti is sixth, Christian in seventh, Hefner eighth, Fagert ninth, and Stang rounding out your top 10. There's Corey Karsten back in 11th. Hank Hayes is back there in 13th. Rios, who we expected to see in the top 10, he's all the way back in 17th right now. So these guys have got the work cut out for them, Sean.
Yes, but it looks like Jordan Bailey had some problems. I think Cameron Cannon now is in the lead, and Jordan Bailey's back battling with Brock Poppy right now for second place.
Oh, my. So that 3-second gap closes up quickly, and now Cam Cannon is going to be the man to beat. He's gone. Look at that. 133. Bailey back in the second place position, I believe. Is that where we're seeing him at now?
Yes, it is. He hit a kicker right there. You know, we just shouted out Bones. Looks like he needs to go talk to Pro Circuit, try to get his stuff dialed.
Yeah, Bones has got some good boys down. You got some good boys here, Bones. I'm not going to lie to you. I like you guys you sent out, man, but we do miss you down here. There's no doubt. Yellow flags are out. One rider had a little bobble, it looks like, setting off to the side of the track, so they're trying to make sure that everybody knows he's over there, not to get too crazy through that section. But Cam Cannon, man, 17 slash, doing exactly what he needed to do. We had a fast lap time of a 152.522 by Jordan Bailey on lap number 2. At the end of lap number 3, Cam Cannon doesn't have to turn that kind of lap time because he sees he's got a little bit of a buffer zone there over Bailey. He turned a 154.9, Bailey a 159.9, so basically a 2-minute lap time for Jordan Bailey. And the one thing that I got to say, Cameron may be relaxing, but I think somebody might need to put on a pit board real quick in this final lap here that, hey, Jordan Bailey's still back there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and then you also have Bragg Poppy and Chase Fastnaw. They have a good race going on right now for third. I think the Honda rider has a pretty good line right here these past couple of laps, so let's see what we can do. But now looking at it, Jordan Bailey's closing up on Cameron Cannon.
So there you go. It's going to tighten up, I believe, before we get to the end of this. And Brock Pappy, another 3.5 seconds back. Fosnot is fourth. Vachetti, 6.5 seconds back. So we're not saying that he's much of a factor. He got around Fortier, actually, so he's now top 5. 66 drops to 6. Eugene Christian, Kobe Hefner. Corey Carson now 9th. Devin Stang in 10th. And there's Hank Hayes back in 11th. There is your leaders on the camera right now as we're watching them go up that step-up section. Cameron Cannon, 17 slash Jordan Bailey, the 133. Heading down now toward the final turn sections. There's a couple more turns, and they'll drop down into the Gator pit. Look at that. I've seen him do it in one of his other motos there, one of the earlier motos. Bailey likes that, well, I guess it would be outside portion of that track coming through that section, and really knows a fast line through there, and he makes up a lot of ground and gains a lot of real estate. Checkers are out, and your Moto Hero from On Track School Moto Hero race winner will be Cam Cannon, the 17 slash, less than a second ahead of Jordan Bailey. You got to tip your hat to that young man as Bailey takes second. It is Brock Pappy back in the number 3 spot. His 4th place goes to Chase Fosnot. Gianluca Faschetti is who we're looking at for the number 5 position, and actually that changed. Christopher Fortier got it back around him. Those two have been going back and forth, so Faschetti drops to 6th. Hefner is 7th, Eugene Christian in 8th, and I believe, I think Karsten and Stang will, but I'm thinking Hank Hayes might be moving up there. He turned a little faster the lap last time around, was less than a second back behind Devin Stang, but Stang hangs on to it that time and takes the 10th place position as we look at that Farron Racing leaderboard. Now we go to more great racing action where we got the 450C Limited, a couple
divisions in this one, and that means we'll be taking the top 13 there, Sean Hackley. All right, well, this is going to be a great race. We have the 450C class coming in. Looks like one of the Cali riders grabbed the motorsport.com hole shot. As soon as they get close to here, I'll let you guys know who that is. That looked like number the 486 on the Kawasaki. I'm not seeing him on my sheet, so after they come through live score, I'll tell you who that is. But you know, he got the motorsport.com hole shot. He's taking off right now, trying to check out. Join back in here from Jen. She came out from an interview, and the guys come back, step up in the booth and help me out for a second.
Yeah, we actually fired Rodney. We took him out of here.
Oh, what a shame. Is there a red flag in a race? I think we might have a red flag in a race. I'm not sure if a rider was injured or something like that, but...
You know, it may have been the guy who got the hole shot if he couldn't find it.
I think that's the Kawasaki that's still out in the lead, though.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure he's held the entire race. Yes, cross flags and red flags out. We're looking for a safer rider right now.
All righty, 450C limited class on the track right now, getting things sorted out. And as we wrap up the first lap, it's Preston Pennington, the 186, out front of this one. We're going to take a quick break once again, and we'll be back with more from Gatorback Cycle Park and the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around. And now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
And welcome back. As like Farron Racing says, let's go racing as we continue there. A little bit of confusion there. I think that someone thought that red flag might have been flown on that one, but I think they were might have saw something off to the side. So we wanted to make sure everything was still A-OK. 450C Limited 1 Division 1 is still on the track, working on lap number 2, and Jen Kenyon's fired me a few minutes ago, but I went into some quick contract negotiations, and guess what? I'm one of the highest paid Racer TV personalities in history right now.
So I need to get on your program then, Rodney.
Exactly. You want my agent, man?
Yes, please.
All righty, we'll get him for you. I'll give him his number. But Pennington out front of this one, Cody Arlett in the number 2 spot. Carlos Simon was 3rd at the end of that first lap, but here's the way it's changing up now. Cameron Gear, the 132, is 2nd. Cody Arlett has moved into the number 3 spot. What about Billy Offenberg? He is now 4th aboard the 156, while Ethan Stout, the 121, is 5th. Dylan Cohen, the 79 and 6th. Drew Abney, 114 and 7th. Pierre Louis Kostic. Had a chance to meet this kid over, just a couple of nights ago. And believe it or not, his grandfather, I think it's his grandfather, was a 15-time French national motocross champion, believe it or not. And his great-grandfather used to race back in the 1930s in Belgium. So, I mean, he was one of the early motocross stars of Europe, and his father was actually a GP racer. He said, Dad was in a time when everybody was really, really fast, so he wasn't a big star or anything, but he got to race anyway. And so we're really looking at a 4th-generation motocrosser, and he comes all the way from France to come race with us. So welcome, Pierre Louis Kostic.
I mean, in my case, just winning anything 15 times, a world championship now, it's really impressive. So it's great to see them doing it in other parts of the country, and now finally coming over to America and trying to do it here.
There you go. So we got Preston Pennington, Cameron Gear, we got Cody Arlett, Billy Offenberg, Ethan Stout, Dylan Cohen, Drew Abney, Pierre-Louis Kostic, Carlos Simon, and Kyle McElrath. Kyle McElrath, you might recognize the McElrath name, as he is the younger brother of Shane, who just made his way into the pro ranks. He also won the 250C and the 450C class. You were reminding me of there, Sean Hackley. And this kid, he's got some skills to pay some bills, I think.
Yes, definitely. Also getting a ride with his older brother, as a pro growing up. I'm sure that helps him some too.
Oh, for sure. It actually should put him 1 or 2 steps ahead of everyone else out there. But, the good thing about it is I think that he is one of those riders that, it's taken him a while to maybe get into the sport, and not only get into it, but also find his groove. And now Kyle has certainly found a groove and is really finding and making his own way now in the world of 2-wheel motocross.
Yes, definitely. He proved that in Supercross. He didn't get he got top 5 starts, always made it into the lead, and then took away the championships.
There you go. Now, top 16 transfer here. Pennington, Greer, Stout, Arlett, Hoffenberg, Abney, Cohen, Kostic, McElrath, Sweeney, your top 10. Tristan Mortz is 11th. Keenan Mockma in 12th. Keenan had some good Supercross races. 13th, Carlos Simon. 14th, Jesse Chappelle. 15th, Jesse Allman, and Noah Winfield right now is your final transfer spot aboard the 141 back in the 16th place position. Fast lap, believe this or not, was turned on lap 2 by KTM rider Ethan Stout, not because of who it is, the 121 machine, but because of where he is. He's back in the number 3 spot, and he's still turning some fast lap times at a 157.1. He closed up on Cameron Gear, and I think we should be seeing Stout, if he's not already made it around the 132. This should be a big battle as we have about 8.5 seconds back to the battle for the second place position. I want to check in on this final lap to see if Greer is able to keep Stout at bay or not. There is Pennington, man. It's all the Preston Pennington show up front as we've seen the 186 Kawasaki rider making his way. And here comes that battle for the number 2 spot. And I believe 114 is into this one. Drew Abney is getting into this one. He's moved up several positions. It looks like he might be battling for a top 5 or even 4th place position. So a few changes, it looks like, Sean Hackley on that final lap.
Yeah, it looks like he's battling with Coley Arlett. So either Cody fell back some or Abney moved up some. We're going to find out here after they cross the Farron Racing leaderboard.
It is Preston Pennington, Ethan Stout, Cameron Greer into the number 3 spot. Stout did get all the way up there. Wow, man, that was a pretty. I told you something big happened on that.
He had a very fast lap.
Yeah,
that 153, 194. So he was moving.
That was the fastest lap of the moto, actually. Cameron Greer finished in 3rd. Drew Abney in 4th. Cody Arlett in 5th. Kyle McElrath all the way up to 6th. Billy Offenberg in 7th. Dylan Cohen in 8th. Pierre-Louis Kostic in 9th. Michael Sweeney 10th. And it's Mortz, Mockma, Simon, Chappelle, Winfield, and Allman rounding out your top 10. And again, pretty amazing. 121 KTM Ethan Stout, last lap in traffic, burning up through and making several passes and turns a 153.194 as we look at that Farron Racing leaderboard. And we head down to Jen Kenyon, who's standing by with a leader.
That's right, we're down here with our winner, Preston Pennington. Preston, awesome ride out there. Tell us about your race.
I just had to get a good start, and I knew if I got the start, it'd probably be a pretty easy win. So I just went as hard as I could on the first couple of laps and just cruised.
So it seemed like it was a pretty easy ride for you?
Pretty good. I mean, I probably couldn't have done it without Nario. He's helped me a lot.
Yeah, I saw him walking around here. He looked like he was definitely paying close attention. I'm sorry. How has that been going for you?
That's been going pretty good. I mean, I've gotten a lot better in the past month or two. He's been helping me a lot, like on my corners and my back brakes mostly.
Yeah, you can tell. Now, did you have a chance to ride the Supercross earlier in the week?
Yeah, I won the 250C stock class on the Supercross.
All right, well, way to go. You're looking for a two-peat here. You've got one more moto left to go. Good luck out there, and we hope to see you out front.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. And thanks again to the Hilo Concepts, the aftermarket company developing and manufacturing innovative billet products for KTM and other major brands. Everything made, again, right there in their state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. The goal there to develop products that will improve the function, performance, and durability of your race bikes. Now, Hilo products can be found on KTM SSX models, XS models, I should say, and other top rider bikes around the world. The entire staff at Hilo Concepts is very passionate about racing and what they do. Check out their innovative website at www.nahiloconcepts.com. And right now we've got our second division of 450C limited class riders, Sean Hackley, and that looks like Brian Guerrero leading that one. And Bryce Maudlin running in the number 2 spot with the 25 machine that he is riding. We've got the 62 of Zachary Breyer in 3rd. Brandon Landis, the 63, is 4th. Denton West, the 113, in 5th. Chase DeSalle, 827 in 6th. Marcus Jorgensen, the 53 in 7th. Robbie Ruffner, the number 15 in 8th. Trey Hicks, the 144 in 9th. And Bradley Leachman, the 721, rounding out your top 10. Again, remember, top 16 transfer here. So we got the 71X Colton Dorr in 11th. 508 Nick Myers in 12th. Jared Miranda, the 76 in 13th. We have 272 Isaac Timms, 14th. Alec Wademan, the 911, 15th. Jack Davis, 197, rounding out the top 16. And then outside the bubble right now at the end of the first lap, Justin Calvin, Christopher Smith, Daniel Garrett, Brandon Brown. They're 17 through 20 right now. And right there is your leader. If you're watching RacerTV.com with us at home, and look at this thing starting to switch around. Maudlin has taken over Guerrero's position in the number 1 spot. Now the 65 is trying to fire back and re-challenge for the number 1 spot. So this one isn't over, folks. I believe Bryce Maudlin might have caught Guerrero off guard, and now he's just trying to play catch-up at this point. He's not let Guerrero get too far, Maudlin get too far. So Guerrero is keeping him in sight, keeping him well within striking distance, but he's not necessarily tight enough to put the pressure on. But if a mistake be made by the 25 machine, the 65 is going to be able to capitalize. Look a little further behind them. Zachary Breyer, Brandon Landis, Denton West, Chase DeSalle. The battle's going on for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place positions right now. Breyer is in. He actually is closing up on Guerrero for the number 2 spot now. Brandon Landis is 4th. That's the battle we were watching. Denton West, Robbie Ruffner in 6th. Marcus Jorgensen in 7th. Couple of seconds back, Chase DeSalle is 8th. Bradley Leachman in the number 9 spot, while Trey Hicks rounds out your top 10. I believe we saw some good battles with Trey Hicks and Supercross. Don't think he won any championships, but he was setting the stage for some good rides. Colton Dorr in 11th. Nick Myers, 12th. Alec Wademan in 13th. Isaac Timms, 14th. Jared Miranda, 15th. And Jack Davis rounding out 16th place after 2 now, the halfway point of this one. 155.05.030, I should say. Bryce Maudlin turned that lap time, and your leader is the fastest rider on the racetrack consistently so far. Fast lap on lap 2. Will he be able to turn it on again? Again, we are running up till daylight will allow us to run, and I'm thinking we should be able to get through the 250 Pro Sport at this time. That's the game plan, I believe. And that would be through race 24 on the docket. So with that being said, that means that we'll pick up with the rest of the program for tomorrow, and that should bring us close to the end of the day. We are going to broadcast a little longer than originally scheduled. We had originally scheduled to go till, I believe, 5 o'clock, but due to the fact that we're having so much fun and things are going so well and so smooth, we're going to go to 5:30 tonight. And as long as the racing will go on, I guess is how long we'll go. Maudlin through with the white flag held for him this time, signifying his final lap. Bryce Guerrero, the 2nd place position. Zachary Breyer checking in on the number 3 spot, while Landis Ruffner, Denton West goes 4, 5, and 6. Marcus Jorgensen in 7. Bradley Leachman in 8th, and that's Chase DeSalle now up to 9th. Colton Dorr is 10th. Nick Myers in 11th. Trey Hicks 12th. Isaac Timms is 13th. Alec Wademan is 14th. And looking for Miranda, actually that's Jack Davis in the 197 up to a 15th place position, and Chris Smith now rounds out the 16th spot. So we've seen a lot of changes there in our top 15. That 63 machine is getting pressure put on by the 15. That is a battle for 4th place right now. Robbie Ruffner and Brandon Landis going at it on those Team Kawasaki machines. And around the outside they go, and inside actually goes the 63 of Landis, and Ruffner has to go to the outside. Don't want to ride the same line. So your riders talk about that all the time. You don't want to follow too close. And look, and you see why. Another reason is because it's hard to pass whenever you're right behind them. You got to get out around them. And Ruffner trying to pull up. He actually pulled up his side. A little mistake there as he cuts back to the inside. But I think Robbie Ruffner, Sean Hackley, is eyeballing the situation and seeing what he has to do here.
Yes, they've been bar to bar here now for 3 or 4 turns coming into the final lap. So coming up close now to Vendors Row, you know, right here, all the fans and the family and stuff like that. Only got 2 more turns, and he gets them on the outside.
Ruffner making it happen right there. It's just a matter of time for him. Bryce Maudlin still out front, the 25 machine, your leader. Should be crossing the checker flag about any time. Actually just took the win. Maudlin Malden, rather. I call him Maudlin. It's actually Malden. Sorry about that. But Bryce Malden, Bryce Guerrero taking second as we're off and rolling with more of these. This is the 34 machine. 34 machine. Who is that?
That's a Fry. It's not Alexander.
That's
There's
Jarrett,
another Fry.
Jarrett Fry.
Jarrett Fry, and he's also from Maryland, too, so that's pretty cool to see, and they're not related.
Yeah, Jarrett Fry out front of the next class coming up. By the way, top 16 again, we're going to give you a quick idea. Nick Myers, 11th, Trey Hicks, 12th, Isaac Timms. Actually, Alec Wademan in 13th, Jack Davis in 14th. We're looking at Timms in 15th and Chris Smith in 16th. That should be your top 16 as we talked about. It's a motosport.com hole shot going again to that, who'd you say it was? Jarrett Fry,
Jarrett
right?
Fry, yes, and then also Jack Rogers is out there. So that's two kids from Maryland right there. Just, you know, they're used to riding Budds Creek and stuff like that, pro national track. So these ruts really aren't phasing them as much. Oh.
The 99 machine out there, Lance Kobush.
Yeah, so we know he's fast too. He's been doing great all weekend.
Lance Kobush is going to be one to beat, I think, as we see him heading into that rhythm section now. There is the 351 of Jack Rogers now behind him. Jen Kenyon standing by with the winner of our 450C Limited Moto. I believe this is Bryce Malden, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, it's Malden, Rodney. Bryce, congratulations on an awesome win. Talk about your race out there.
You know, I was expecting to get a good start, but knew I was up against 450, so I knew I'd have to get a good jump and make sure I got to the front quick and rode a good, smooth race.
So you're actually at a 250.
Yeah, I am. I'm riding the 450 class on a 250.
So wow, I'm even more impressed now. Now you had a good lead out there. Looks like you were riding a pretty comfortable pace, but those guys were coming pretty hard after you.
Yeah, it was. I know number 65 got the whole shot, and I knew I was on him, and I was pushing enough, and I knew I could get by him, and I made a good pass on him. Got out in front, rode my own race. Noticed I was pulling, and I was able to just ride my own smooth race.
All right, well, being on a 250F, I'm sure you've got a lot of sponsors that help make that bike go out there for the win. Could you name your sponsors for us?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, KTMparts.com, the Ruffner family, FMF, EVS, Bell, helmets, 100% goggles, RG3 suspension, One Industries, Liette, Garnet, Renthal, Decal Works, and everyone else who's helped me out. Thank you so much.
All right, well, congratulations again, an awesome ride.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen. And wow, another one of those 250s against the 450s. I think race budgets are probably what are making that happen. But man, I think it's making better riders out of these guys.
Definitely, it really is. You know, the track's getting rougher too. So the 450, you can't open it up as much. It's heavier. So, you know, having the 250 maybe a little bit easier for some of these guys.
Back into the action in the Heat 1 of the 85 9-11 class. Jarrett Fry out front of Lance Kobush, about 3 seconds. Cruz Sampson, the 21 slash, is third. Devin Simonson, the 70 slash, is fourth. Brantley Schnell in fifth aboard the 18. Jack Rogers up to sixth aboard the 351. Luke Neese, 125 in seventh. The 78 in the eighth place position. Who's that?
That's Clay Quick. You know, that's another kid that I know from around me. They have an awesome supercross and outdoor track that they let me ride and get to train for. So, you know, a good friend. It's good to see him out there doing good.
Now, does he live up to his name?
Yes, he's pretty quick.
Pretty quick. Clay
He got
Quick.
a couple hole shots in his qualifiers, so he needs to get a better one here in the outdoors.
That Clay, he's quick. The 78 back in eighth right now. We'll see if he can quickly work his way up through the pack as we check the ninth spot now. Bryce Hansen, the 201 in ninth. Mason Rowe, the 27 in 10th. Hayden Earhart, 999 in 11th. James McElvain, the 14 is 12th. Jesse Flock, 67 and 13th. Gage Stein, the 70, 14th. Russ Chapman at 15th. And Kyle Lucas, your final transfer spot right there, as our top 16 will transfer from the 85-9 to 11. Fast lap so far. Lance Kobush as he wraps up lap number 2 in the number 2 spot with a 155.833. Lance Kobush, 2.6 seconds. I know that's a good question. I imagine we go back and record it. You thinking that maybe these 60 guys might be, or these 85 guys might be faster than you? Is that what you're afraid of, Sean?
I am. You know, I'm not sure what my lap time was. I was kind of trying to focus on riding and talking at the same time, but I mean, if my lap time's close, then I'm going to have to get back out there tomorrow and put down a heater.
Well, we told you to take a slow one, man, so we can see it. So you can use that as an excuse, man.
All right, fair enough. That works.
But if you want to get back out on the track, I'm sure we can figure out a reason or a way to get you out there.
Sounds good to me.
It had to be fun. I mean, I'm sure it was. I mean, I know you get to race professionally a lot, but just being able to get back into this soil right here at Gatorback Cycle Park had to be rather nostalgic for you.
Yes, definitely something I missed. It was great to see that they put some sand in this, as you can see down at the bottom. It has a really hard rock base to it, but you know, it got a lot of water on it. They're watering today, prepping the track, and taking really good care of this race.
I know you probably remember it on the 85 9 to 11-year-old class, like Lance Kobish going through there in the number 2 spot. Fastest lap last time around, but it was only by about 0.7 of a second, and he was 2.6 seconds behind. One more lap to go, and Jarrett Fry checks in with third lap complete, and one more to go in the number 1 spot. Fastest lap for him right now is a 1:54.977, and that now is the fastest lap so far of the moto, as the 1:55.106 is turned in by Lance Kobish back in the number 2 spot. Cruz Sampson in the number 3 position. Simonson is 4th. Brantley Schnell in 5th. Luke Neese rounds out your top 6. I got to wonder, I question, is Luke Neese any relation to Jimmy Neese?
I was looking at it as well. We have Welch here. We have a lot of second generations, and I feel as though since this is Thanksgiving, if you're going to race, you need to bring your entire family here. So I wouldn't doubt it.
It wouldn't surprise me none either. So that's pretty neat. We'll go with it anyway until we're proven otherwise differently, but somebody's probably back on one. No.
Yeah, no, that's a different Neese.
Or they're going, yes, heck yes, that's our.
Yeah.
One way or the other. We're going some extremes one way or the other, I'm quite sure. Jarrett Fry, Lance Kobish, Cruz Sampson, 1, 2, and 3. Devin Simonson in 4th. Brantley Schnell still in 5th. Luke Neese 6th. Bryce Hansen, he is running 7th. Hayden Earhart in 8th. Now, is that Amelia's boy? No, she disappeared in the plane. Never mind. Jack Rogers in 9th. James McElvain.
And our leader goes down, gets tangled up with one of the lap riders, and his foot stuck under the bike.
And is stuck under the bike, and he can't get it up, and that means that rider right there, Lance Kobish, had himself in position, and he takes full advantage of the circumstances. And watch him go. I think he might have gotten just a little bit faster. Lance Kobish on his way, it looks like now, to a checker flag and the win here in the 85 9 to 11 division number 1. He's got one more turn to go. Can he hang on to it? Checkers are out. And you're on track. Huh?
Yep, he got it.
Yeah, On Track Schools Moto Hero race winner. You see that fist pumping in the air? Lance Kobish, a 1:57.2 that time, still good enough to take that win in the moto and your division there. Still waiting for the second place position. Get this, they were 17 seconds ahead of third place, which was Cruz Sampson. So we could be waiting a while before we see whether or not Fry got up in time to hold on to second place position. He finishes up second, 20 seconds back. Jen Kenyon standing by with our winner down near the finish line.
Get his helmet off, process of what just happened in that race. Lance, you got lucky there at the end. Tell us about the race.
I think he got the whole shot. Jarrett Fry got the whole shot, and I just pushed as hard as I could. We stayed right there on him, and he just made a bobble at the end, and I got him.
But hey, that's what it's all about. The person who finishes the entire race is the one that gets the win, right?
Yeah.
Talk about the track a little bit. You guys are the last moto of the day. I'm sure it's pretty rough out there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, huge braking bumps, ruts, just like a foot deep, and just dragging pegs through every corner. The braking bumps just beating you, and my arms just feel like jelly, so.
I bet. Well, good job out there. Who would you like to thank for getting you this first moto win?
Monster Energy, Kawasaki Team Green, Thor, Dunlop, PR2 Motors and Suspension, Maxima, Rental 100%, Shoei Braking, VP Racing Fuels, my mom and dad, my whole family, Jesus for keeping me safe, and just everybody out there, thank you so much.
Man, like a pro. There we are, Rodney, our winner today, Lance Kobish.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. We were sitting here discussing. We said, did she just say that's the last race? So I guess we ran out of daylight. So the 250 Pro Sport are not going to be able to make it on today. So we're going to continue. We're going to let you continue those podium predictions. We'll keep them, or actually the fastest lap predictions. We'll keep those calculations bright and early, and hopefully we'll be able to announce a winner tomorrow. And who is going to be the winner of that? If not, we'll have a brand new contest, and we'll get a Racer X subscription out to somebody soon, I promise you. So Kobush, Fry, Sampson, Simonson, Nice, Schnell, Earhart, Hanson, McIlvain, and Rogers are top 10. Clay Quick in 11th. Kyle Lucas is 12th. Mason Rowe, Russ Chapman, Nick Merritt, and Gage Stein, your top 16 from Heat 1 of the 85-9 to 11. Right now, it's Division 2 on the racetrack, Sean Hackley, and no, we're not having an earthquake, I don't think. Or looked like it there for a moment ago.
Yes, it is. But Garage Marchbank's out in the lead. I'm pretty sure he got the whole shot, but right behind him is just Jalik Swoll. So this can be another good race. You know, these guys coming out, they both had great races in Supercross. Let's see what they can do outdoors.
So as we said, the sun is starting to set out there. Our final moto of the day, Garrett Marchbanks, Jalik Swoll, Ethan Mann, Elliott Queen is 4th. Jonah Geisler is your 5th place ride. Palmer Neely in 6th. Jace Kessler in 7th. Austin Daniels in 8th. Jackson Turpin in 9th. Brandon Wather rounds out your top 10 with Jordan Jarvis in 11th. Riston Grigg in 12th. Charles Tollison is 13th. Will Shadle in the 14th place position. Cole Harkins 15th. And look at this. Justin Coquinos, 16th place position at the end of that lap. Trevor Maley, 18th. Chase Yenser, 19th. Mark Gonzalez back in the 23rd place position. We've got some relative who's in these 85-9 to 11 with they're back against the wall starting out in this first moto, it looks like.
That was another name that I just realized, Yenser.
Want to remind folks we'll be back along on RacerTV.com bright and early tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll begin our live broadcast from right here at Gatorback Cycle Park at the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics. We've just given the go-ahead of 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that should hopefully things will be warming up for these riders by then. We'll be able to announce the winner of that contest hopefully at that point, the Racer X 258 fastest qualify or fastest lap award there. But man, 10 a.m. I can't wait. And I know I'll be back at it at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll be back out practicing by 7:30. So we got plenty of great racing still to come. Want to invite you folks back to join us not only tomorrow, but again on Saturday, as we'll be covering as much of the Winter Olympics as possible and keeping you informed and in touch with everything that's taking place. Marchbank, Swoll, Mann, and what's going on? All right. Oh, that's what's going on. Go ahead.
Looks like on Saturday we'll also be starting at 10 a.m. on Eastern Time. So you guys be prepared to watch for all the finals and everything to see who the overall Olympiads as well as the outdoor champions are.
For sure. We'll hopefully have that all sorted out for you and be able to figure that as it goes on. I know it's kind of tough to watch ourselves, but we'll try to get a leaderboard put together and keep up to date with that. Garrett Marchbanks, Jalik Swoll, Ethan Mann, Elliott Quaid, Palmer Neely, your top 5 as the 77 rounds them out. Geisler, Turpin, Kessler, Jarvis, and Walther is 6 through 10. Riston Grigg, Will Shadle in 12th. Trevor Maley in 13th. Coquino's now up to 14th. Cole Harkins in 15th and Chase Yenser in 16th. A lot of these guys making the step up from the 60s into the 80s, still relatively new to these machines, so might have a little bit of work cut out for him. Marchbanks, on the other hand, this is the perfect transition bike for him because he is huge on the 60s and actually looks pretty big on an 85 right now, I think.
Yes, you know, so that means he's strong. So, like, this rough track right here, I think that fits his style. And I'm not sure on his age, but when he comes up to 125s or 250Fs, it looks like he's going to be a great rider.
Oh, for sure. He's going to have that size dialed in. And he's got the ergonomics of the bike, and he is basically fluid with that bike. It's kind of like watching him almost ride one of those little pocket racers or something like that. His knees are up there so high, but Marchbanks, big old kid, man, taking a white flag, and looks like one more lap to go for the division race win in the 85-9 to 11 class.
And I'm pretty sure this is going to be our last race for the day, too. So I was hoping they got the 250A class, the 250 Pro Sport class that we're having the Twitter contest on. I mean, I feel as though it would be better for them to put them out late in the day. I know the sun's going down and everything, but for the pro riders, they should be able to have the rougher track instead of the smooth, muddy track early in the morning when it's cold.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, I know we think of that from a spectator standpoint. That's what we want to see, the most and best obstacles. But I'm sure that there's a couple of those pro sport guys that like the smoother tracks, and it could lend itself to a totally different finishing scenario and kind of mix things up as far as the overall is concerned in the motocross things and make things exciting as far as the Winter Olympics are concerned.
Yes, I was never one that we really liked the first motos in the morning, just because if you get the whole shot, you're the first one out there. You're not sure where the wet spots are and how deep the track is. So I would have rather gone out late in the day when the track was rougher, the lines were set. But we're going to have someone maybe get the whole shot. They like the smooth track or the colder weather, so their hands aren't numb, because our mornings have been pretty cold here.
Yeah, they have. I imagine there's going to be a lot of hot hands on the starting line tomorrow morning inside a lot of people's gloves.
Yeah, that's just some of the tricks that some of the kids from California don't even know, because they don't have to deal with cold weather, so they'll just be freezing.
You know, that's funny you say that. I have seen those little kids coming off the track from California in tears. Literally in tears, not knowing
painful.
what it is. Yeah, it's so painful, and they not know and have no idea how to feel better because of all the pain, you know?
Yeah, like there's people who use rubber gloves, Vaseline, red hot pepper, all kinds of tricks that people know on the East Coast just from ice racing or things like that when you ride in the wintertime.
Garrett Marchbanks continues to lead. Fastest lap on lap 3 right there was a 155.389, a 3-second lead over Jalek Swoll, who's also running in the 153 range at the end of that lap. But at the end of 4 at the checkers, Marchbanks takes the win over Jalek Swoll. Those guys had a near 15-second lead over Ethan Mann, Elliott Queen, Jackson Turpin in 5th, Jace Kessler in 6th, Palmer Neely 7th, Jonah Geisler in 8th, Jordan Jarvis in 9th, and Brandon Walter in 10th as we take a look at that Farron Racing leaderboard. We're also looking back to 16th to go to the second motos. Shadle in 11th, Greg in 12th, Austin Daniels 13th, Cole Harkins in 14th, Justin Coquinos holding on to 15th, and Chase Yenser, another new arrival to the 85 class, the 316, is rounding out the top 16 there in your final transfer spot as we head down to Jen Kenyon standing by with Garrett Marchbanks, our moto winner. Well, looks like some technical difficulties, maybe a dead mic battery or a dead receiver battery, but who knows? Look at that. Is that not magnificent?
That's a beautiful sunset right there. And looking at all the families in the motorhomes, this is a great event, big event, great turnout. And just looking at that, we have a great view.
Yes, we do. A beautiful view of the sun going down here, and that's why we have to call it a day. We'll resume with racing bright and early tomorrow morning, and we also will resume with RacerTV.com's coverage of this 42nd annual Thor Winter Olympics by Pro Circuit at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So we're gonna get back to it as quick as we can. So make sure you tweet it out. Remember, whenever you're mentioning and talking about this Racer TV broadcast and you're wanting to include us, make sure you include at Racer TV and hashtag it. Mini-O's 2013. Jen Kenyon is back down at the finish line once again with Garrett Marchbanks.
All right, sorry about that, guys. We've been having some technical difficulties. Once again, Garrett Marchbanks, like I said before, we've been watching you dominate all week long. You've got to be nearly undefeated by now, huh?
Yeah, I've been undefeated through the whole week, except one moto in the division on Supercross, but yeah, I've been just so stoked to be so consistent and just already won 2 titles, so yeah.
So did that have any kind of factor heading into the motocross portion, knowing that, you know, you're the guy to beat in this class?
Yeah, it gave me a lot of confidence for the outdoors, and I know now that I could win.
All right, well, you've definitely proven that here today. You guys are the last moto of the day. It's getting kind of dark. What do you think the track's going to shape up to be like tomorrow?
I think it'll just be the same as today, and heck, I don't know what to say.
All right, well, congratulations. Who would you like to thank for getting you all these wins this week?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe. Monster Energy, Kawasaki, Fox, Scott, Dunlop, Maxima, PR2, just everyone forgot. Thank you so much.
Hey, you can't forget to thank your PR guy, Ken. He ran all the way back to the truck just to get you that awesome hat.
Yeah.
All right, well, good job out there, Garrett, Rodney, and Sean. We'll send it back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen. And as the sun sets on a beautiful Thanksgiving evening and we get prepared to go feast with our friends at Thor.
Yes.
Man, I tell you, somewhere in the neighborhood of about, I think, 400 turkeys they're cooking this year.
That's what I heard. I heard a big number. So, I mean, they're making all these turkeys for everything. All the families to come and enjoy this for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they've got 400 turkeys. I forget how many actual pounds of stuffing and cranberries, green beans, all the good stuff. And what it is, everyone here is going to be joining us for dinner. Of course, we'll be heading over to the Thor truck. We'll have a big feast. And believe it or not, the several thousand folks that are here are going to be going through line. We're all going to be fed turkey, and we're all going to celebrate and break bread together and say thanks and give thanks on this special Thanksgiving Day. And some beautiful sunset shots thanks to our camera crew. Guys, you did an outstanding job. I want to say thanks to all those guys out on cameras. Of course, Nick, Uncle Dave, you did an outstanding job. Gloop. Jason, you did an outstanding job. I want to say thanks to Jeremy Saylor and also Griffin Cotters. They've done a great job on the technical aspects of things. Also, Tim Cotter back helping direct some things as well. I want to say thanks to Jen Kenyon and also my co-host here, Mr. Sean Hackley. You've done such an excellent job, and I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving as well.
Thank you. You as well.
And with that, we're going to call it a race day, and we'll continue coverage tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Until then, good night, everybody.